Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Chris. 248-539-9797. Chris mentioned Josh McDaniels getting fired overnight. Josh McDaniels is one of, I believe, 7 Bill Belichick assistants who have had NFL head coaching jobs. So Charlie Weiss doesn't count because he was at Notre Dame. There's only one that has a winning record. John, can you guess which one that would be?
One with a winning record.
Mm-hmm.
Well, was Vrabel an assistant?
No.
Or, who was? I don't know.
The only one to have a winning record was Bill O'Brien. It's 52-48 with the Texans.
Mm-hmm.
After that, Brian Flores, 24-25. The great Mangenius, Eric Mangini, 33-47. Josh McDaniels, 20-33. Romeo Crennel, 32-63. One Matthew Patricia, 13-29-1. And Joe Judge, 10-23. Cumulative record of Belichick assistants, 184, 268-1.
Yep, not great.
It's unbelievable. Just shows you some guys can coordinate and some guys can coach. Some guys can't do both. Let's go to Andrew in Detroit. You're a 97.1 The Ticket.
What's going on, fellas?
How you doing, Andrew?
Now, again, I'm not the biggest of the Lions fans. I'm starting to come back around, but I'm a little disappointed. I would have loved to see them go get a defensive end opposite Aiden.
Mm-hmm.
Or if they didn't go get a defensive end, my best preference would have been a cornerback. Because if you got Aiden on one side giving pressure, you put the corner that's top cornerback on the other side. So he's locking up one side, Aiden bringing pressure from the other side. That would have helped the defense out a lot. By bringing in the receiver, that shows that you don't have faith in J-Mo. That shows that you're a little questionable on it. I feel like the Lions have the opportunity to go. They would, if they could just win, if they somehow win out the rest of the game, they have home field advantage through the entire playoff. The Super Bowl will have to go through Ford Field, indoor game. That means it's more beneficial to Jared Goff. That means we should have went all in this year because, again, you never know what's going to happen next year. And who to say Ben Johnson is going to be there next year, so who to say what our offense looks like next year. So we needed to go all in this year because it was our best shot.
I totally agree.
Best shot to this point.
Yes.
I'm not willing to say it's the best shot ever. I think this is something that they're building that is sustainable. I do believe they'll be in this position again. And I don't think – I'm not willing to connect the dots that it means anything to Jameson Williams. I think this was an opportunity. Wide receiver was one of the positions that we talked about having – needed some help in terms of depth.
Right. It was third on our list, right? Pass rusher, cornerback, and wide receiver.
Yeah. But even if you go back to the beginning of the year, we talked about, coming out of training camp, we wanted to add some talent to the wide receiver room. Now they've done that. And the questions about DPJ, okay? Last year, 61 catches, over 800 yards. That's a nice addition. This year, it was only 8 or 9 catches. So what's happened from last year to this year? Is it a Deshaun Watson issue? Is it a Kevin Stefanski issue? Is it a DPJ issue? What we're going to find out.
Yep.
But I think adding him to this offense will be a net positive, and I don't think it has anything to do with Jameson Williams. It probably has more to do with their ineffectiveness in the red zone. It was highlighted against the Raiders on Monday night, but it's been an issue all season long.
What's DPJ's height?
He's 6'3".
Okay, good. He can also help out if they need punt returning.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He's pretty damn good at that. Nico in Macomb, what's going on?
Hey, guys, good morning. I wanted to comment on yesterday in the draft or the trade deadline. I think as fans and as media, we're on the surface with all of this. We really don't know the details in assessing talent and making decisions to change a team. We just don't have the knowledge. Just like if I came to your job and started telling you how to do your job, I would miss a lot of the details, and I wouldn't understand a lot of it. And vice versa, if you came to my office, you wouldn't understand what I do in detail. So I got to defend the process and Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell in making the right decisions because we just don't know. We're not that privileged and don't have the skill to understand what they do. So that's my comment. What do you think?
I think there's some truth to that, as far as especially looking at all the tape and doing all the due diligence on people's characters and things like that.
We don't have as much access to everything that Brad Holmes has, whether it's film, whether it's background checks. We don't have that access.
But Nico, big question: what do you do?
I work in metabolic medicine, and I'm a clinician, so very detailed, extensive.
Oh,
things,
come on!
Come on!
I'm Greg Hargrave. He could probably tell you all about metabolic stuff. No, you're absolutely right,
Johnny. I think you have a little bit more understanding of what the process is like, and you understand because you've been there. The rest of us, we have no idea. We're on the surface with all of it, so that's where I'm at with everything, guys.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I was hoping to have something a little more that would be close that I could figure out.
Yeah.
Metabolics and me, nah. Can you say oil and water? Kevin and Warren, you're on 97 won the ticket.
Morning.
Morning.
Hey, my take on this is that the Lions, I think, are on the ascent, and I think they've got a long window for winning. This is not like we got to make this happen this year, and by making this kind of small move, which is a net positive, they retain their picks for next year, continue to build this into that kind of a franchise that's going to win for years and years and years. And the other thing I think about the receiver is I think he's probably a good character guy. And we would have recon on that through Hutch, who I think their careers overlapped, if I'm not mistaken, at Michigan.
A little bit.
So I'm happy with it.
Okay. I mean, look, the culture stuff is important, but it's not the only thing.
It's not the end-all, be-all.
Right. And like I said, and I've said this 1,000 times, I don't think need's not the right word, but it's okay to have a couple guys in there who might be a little different if their talent
warrants
supersedes everything. Yes.
The more talented you are, the more you're able to get away with a lot of other extracurriculars.
Right. And for us who have not done the due diligence or don't have the access to the due diligence, it appears that Sweat and Young would fit that role. They obviously feel different. Maybe Sweat was somebody that they offered a second-round pick and the Bears pick was better. And Chicago didn't want to go 2 and a 5 or something like that. Or, the Lions didn't want to go number 1, which I would agree. I didn't want to give up a number 1 for him either. That's completely F the picks.
No, and so, he referenced the fact that I do have some experience in this matter. And the experience that I have when you're talking about guys
What's your experience?
that come from Penn State, Ohio State, like those are the guys that you love to have as teammates.
Yeah.
Because they've played in big games. They know what it takes to excel. They've been a part of a program that, prepares guys for the NFL. So you want to have those guys in your locker room. Chase Young, for everything that I know, I don't know him, but for everyone I know that I've talked to that does, said he's a great teammate, said he works his ass off. And, this whole injury thing, whether he didn't come back fast enough or, he delayed things, like, I don't care. He's got to be right when he comes back. And that's going to be different for every individual. But I do know that this year, his rookie year, he was Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Yes.
Since he's been back from his injury, he's been a force on that defensive front.
Correct.
That team, though, the strength of their team, the way they drafted the last 5-6 years, was to have a great defensive line.
Right.
Yeah.
And sometimes you can just look at the simplest things. They're second in the league in points allowed. Where's the results? Where's the freaking results? You invested more things into your defensive line than anything else, including him, which was the highest of all the picks, and he was supposed to be the best of the bunch.
Yeah.
And where's the results? In August, there's stories about him. He's back to where he was, and yeah, let's see it play out in September and October. Well, it didn't. At some point, don't you just look at results?
Well, yeah, you do, and his results as a pass rusher were there.
Right.
I mean, he was able to put pressure. You also have linebackers. You also have defensive backs.
Yeah.
You also have an offense that may put you in compromised situations.
Just can't go by points scored because especially the interior guys are really good. Payne and Allen, right?
Yeah. And as a front four,
you have a dominant defensive line, it can win you a lot of games. It's not. If the dominant defensive line doesn't give up, that team usually doesn't give up a bunch of points. I mean, look, I think Chase Young's overrated because Chase Young is a sexy name. He was second overall. He played that way 1 year. The resume says that's not who he is.
Well, so he missed how many? What did he miss? His second year or his third?
He went out November 14th of 2021. He missed all of last year until Christmas Eve, and people were getting on him for not coming back sooner.
I'm not going to be one of those guys that gets on him for not coming back sooner. ACLs, knees, like everybody heals at a different rate. So far this year, he's had 5 sacks.
Okay,
and as far as
not bad,
getting younger, swept.
No.
What if there's offseason plans to revisit Max Crosby?
So, there's a big picture that a lot of people aren't seeing, whether it's an off-season acquisition that they're looking at, who's coming up in free agency that they want to try and add as a pass rusher next year. I haven't even looked at that.
Right.
But, okay, so 2 guys that are coming up that they may want to explore, Chase Young and Montez Sweat. They haven't signed extensions.
Right.
They could, if they're part of the long-term plan, said, you know what? We're good with where we are this year. We're good with what we're doing. We think we could still make a run at the Super Bowl, but we could get both of these guys if we wanted, or one or the other in free agency, and we don't have to give up anything for them.
To me, if they sign one of them as a free agent and don't rush the passer any better in their playoff push or whatever, when the playoffs start, that would be ridiculous if they would waste it a third. No. I mean,
remember, though, the whole blueprint for what this entire organization wants to do is be like the Ravens and the Steelers. Those teams, especially the Ravens, rarely make provocative moves.
True, but
I think this, and I can argue that the Steelers got themselves in trouble when they did by trading up to a guy who I love, Devin Bush. Okay, and also
drafting Najee Harris in the first round.
Well,
too.
that and Minka Fitzpatrick doing things that they typically wouldn't do as a franchise.
248-539-9797. Woj will join us at 9:35. It's Stoney and Jansen, 97 The Ticket.
Almost 2 years ago, I decided that I didn't like the way I looked, didn't like the way I felt, so I gave Ideal You a call. I lost 50 pounds in 40 days. I'm down 65 pounds at this point, and almost 2 years ago, I've been able to keep it off. I think it's for me, that's been a success. And Ideal You assigned me a weight loss coach. They guided me through the entire process, stayed with me the entire way, stayed with me after I had finally reached my goal, and they taught me what to eat and drink to lose weight. They taught me what to eat and drink to keep the weight off. I couldn't be happier with where I'm at right now. You too could be in that same position. If you want to change your life, go to idealu.us right now and schedule your free consultation. You could be down 20, 30, or even 40 pounds lighter by Thanksgiving. We all love the holidays. Who wouldn't love to go into the holidays just a little bit lighter? Ideal has helped thousands of people. I'm one of them. They can help you as well. If you want to weigh less, you want to feel better, go to idealu.us.
248-539-9797. Do you think the Lions, I love the culture, I love the grit. Do you think they're too committed to it?
No, I don't think so.
Where sometimes they might pass on a talented, extremely talented person because he doesn't fit in. When you have 50, you have agreed with me, 53 guys in that locker room, you can have a couple.
Yes,
and that goes back to our Jalen Carter.
Right, yes.
Deal.
And I'm okay with having some of those guys if they can go out there and produce.
Right.
Now, here's where they maybe there's a loyalty issue, if you want to label it as that. We've seen them sign free agents, trade for some guys, and admit a mistake. But of 23 draft picks that Brad Holmes has drafted,
right,
all 23 guys are still with the franchise.
Which is incredible.
Which is unbelievable. So you could take that a number of different ways. And the best way to take it, which I do, is Brad Holmes has done a really good job of evaluating, drafting guys that could come in and contribute. Now, part of it is the roster that he took over was awful.
Correct.
And you could probably draft a lot of guys back in 2021 that were going to be better than what you inherited.
Right. And obviously a lot of these guys are going to be – they're not going to go into 2024 with every single guy that he drafted still being on the team.
No, I don't think so either. But at some point, you've got to – are you looking at going, do we at what point do we say we need to go out and get somebody that we didn't draft that we think is better than somebody that we did draft? When is that switch going to get flipped of, okay, this is a decent player and he was good and he's created some depth for us, not that we have better players, but we need to go out and get somebody that either we missed on or we just couldn't get at the time. Now we can, and we're willing to give up on some of our draft picks.
That's a great point.
I mean,
probably this year, this offseason, depending on who's out there.
Right. And so, I mean, you go through the list, and the highest one that I think is not been productive is Onwuzurike.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
In the first draft. When is it that they're, okay, you could say, well, he's working through injuries, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, he's supposed to be back. This is year 3.
Correct.
You're not going into year 4 with a guy that's still working through something.
No.
And he's been deactivated recently.
Yeah.
So to me, the writing's on the wall with that. Look, I think every human being is a little bit subconsciously biased to what they choose to do, and they see through their eyes.
Yeah, but they're biased too. I saw something in, Chase Lucas. I saw something in Jamar Jefferson that says, okay, I think he's better than some other guys, and I kept him on the roster for a couple of years.
Right.
Yeah, you're looking through your eyes, but at some point, if you're going to be a GM that is putting out there a sustainable product year after year, you want to be Baltimore, you want to be Pittsburgh, you want to be some of these teams, you're going to have that, that vision to look at yourself in the mirror and say, I need to adjust.
Well, look at John Lynch. I mean, the Trey Lance trade. They realized they effed it up, and they got rid of it.
You're going to say it there for a second.
Nick in Chesterfield. You're on 97.1 The Ticket.
9 o'clock hour.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
I work from home. I sit here and I listen all day, every day, and I'm just blown away by the fact that I've been watching this team since Gary Danielson was the quarterback. I mean, it's been a long time, and I think there's no question this is the best team we've had in my entire lifetime. Those 90s teams with Berries and Herman Moore, they were good, but I don't think anybody ever thought that they could actually threaten for a Super Bowl. Who did this in this short amount of time? I mean, Brad Holmes and, in my opinion, Campbell are the best general manager coach we've had ever.
I'm not sure there's going to be many people that would argue that.
Well, I mean, they didn't just forget how to do their jobs overnight. To just dismiss the fact that culture is a very important thing to these guys, to just dismiss that and think, well, they're crazy, they're stupid. Man, I was listening yesterday to the afternoon guys. I almost broke my computer. I'm like, you guys, this is. If I was them listening to that, I'd be like, screw you guys. This. Look what we've done in this short amount of time.
Nick,
first of all, they're not listening.
I've had watching this team ever, and I'm not young. I'm 53 years old. It's not even close.
Nick, to be fair, though, at least I'm not saying break the culture by going after Chase Young. I mean, we're talking about giving up a third-round draft pick here. We're not talking about.
I get that.
You know,
I'm just saying that to dismiss the fact that they have a plan and their plan is working, have the tiniest bit. I mean, maybe, just maybe, they know more than we do.
Oh, I know they know more than I do.
And Nick, so I was going to ask him, and I think this goes to the question: do you trust Brad Holmes or do you not?
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be right down the middle. You don't have to be agree with everything that he does.
I totally trust him, but
I do trust him because of what he has done in such a short time. He took over this roster. It was awful.
Yeah, I trust him, but mistakes have been made too.
I think Lions fans need to though just be a little patient here. I know that I'm not saying over the course of the last 60 years.
No, I know.
I'm saying with this regime, just trust it a little bit longer.
Yeah.
All right, 248-539-9797. Woj joins us at 9:35. Here's Heather.
So the long-awaited and fought-for third-party investigation into the Oxford High School shooting was released on Monday evening. It's a 572-page report, and it found that the school and some of its officials did not do enough to prevent the shooting from happening. It listed how the school district missed signals, opportunity, and just basic common sense in what could have been done to prevent the shooting from happening. And now families of the victims are reacting to the findings, and they're expressing a deep level of disappointment in the events that led up to the deadly shooting. And here's one mother, Linda Watson, whose son was actually shot in the leg. She is reacting to the investigation. So there's a lot of parents that are pretty disappointed with what they've heard. Hey, Matthew Perry's death was not a result of fentanyl or meth overdose. So that's at least according to an initial investigation.
Yeah.
They're doing a full toxicology report, and that could take 4 to 6 months to get the final results. But investigators ran this less in-depth test, which revealed that there weren't those drugs, at least in his system. Of course, the more in-depth test will still be looking at even just prescription medications, if there was a high level of those or things mixed together that shouldn't have been. We'll have to wait and find that out a little bit more closely. A woman is in critical condition after she was hit by a car while she was trying to cross M59 in Macomb. Very, very busy road if you're familiar with it. I think everybody's familiar with Hall Road. It was in the area of Hall Road and North Avenue. Police were called to the scene. That's when they discovered this female victim injured. The driver who hit this woman did stop, is cooperating. Just a tragic situation altogether. The circumstances surrounding the crash do remain under investigation. There's a Michigan woman who was sentenced to 22 plus years in prison following a drunk driving crash last year that killed a man. This 20-year-old Megan Pitoniak and 5 other people, they were all under 21 when they were out drinking at a bar in St. Clair County back on December 17th of 2022. Authorities said at the time the group was using fake IDs. Clearly, they were getting alcohol from a bar, but they left in 2 pickup trucks, one driven by this woman and then another driven by a teen. And they say during this drive, wherever they were headed, whether they were going home or to a party, one of the drivers tried to pass the other truck, and then the trucks collided, went off the road and rolled. 3 people were ejected in the crash, and a man later died from his injuries that was in one of those trucks. So this woman pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and operating while intoxicated, causing death. Mm-hmm. We talked about that tragic accident. Hockey player Adam Johnson died after he was cut in the neck by a skate blade. It was being called a freak accident, which it still is, but police are actually investigating. So maybe there was more to it. But the English Ice Hockey Association is now changing its rules and is making it mandatory for players to wear neck guards starting in January. Ooh. So it's something, obviously it very rare that something like this would happen, but just 48 hours after his death, they've changed.
When you look at the video, I'm not saying he did it on purpose, but it was weird.
I didn't see the video.
No.
Is it graphic?
No, well, no, I didn't see the whole. But
Okay,
there
okay. I was
are,
gonna say, I don't
there are
wanna see
shots,
that.
like still shots, where you see the way his leg
How
kicks
it-
up and
yeah.
things like that with the skate. I don't think he did it on purpose.
No.
I would really imagine that he didn't. The guy he collided with, but man, it's a very sad story. A North Dakota woman fatally poisoned her boyfriend after learning that he was about to dump her and he was inheriting $30 million. So police say that this boyfriend became ill the day he went to meet with his lawyers to collect this massive amount of money. Then the next day, his girlfriend called 911 and said, something's wrong. He's not doing well. They came to the house, found him unresponsive. An autopsy determined that he was poisoned by antifreeze. Yes.
Jeez.
So she's been posting, or had been posting, she's in police custody now, some really kind of strange messages on Facebook saying that she's entitled to a good chunk of this money because he was a common law marriage, and she should have a great chunk of this millions. She was going to share it with his son, so she was being a little generous.
Oh, she was nice.
Yeah. Anyway, she's been charged. She's facing felony murder charge.
Yes,
So,
yeah.
my goodness.
He won't be sharing any money. That's for damn sure.
No.
All
Just
right.
a jail cell.
Thank
Yeah,
you very
or
much.
getting any magazines there,
Yeah,
apparently.
No. They'll be intercepted. Those jail cell
Thank you
porn
very much,
magazines.
Heather.
Yep.
Wojo coming up next. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, you guys know that I just recently joined the YMCA of Metro Detroit, and I am so excited about what the Y has to offer. They've got indoor, lap, and family swimming, which is great because I can bring my daughter. They've got group exercise classes, including strength training, yoga, and even Les Mills body pump classes, and it's all part of my family membership. And get this, you can try the Y for free with guest passes at your local Y. You just stop into the nearest location for guest passes near you. And remember, memberships actually give you access to all 7 Metro Detroit YMCA locations, which is great. So learn more at ymcadetroit.org and find your Y today.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is Wednesday, and we are glad to be joined by the real Godfather. He's the Godfather. He was Godfather of one of Jamie's children, if not all of them, and also now he's the Godfather of Birchie's child.
Oh, okay.
So he's a Godfather. He was also seen at the on the sidelines of a Central Michigan football game. We bring you Wednesdays with Wojo. Hi, Bob. How are you?
Well, good morning, fellas and ladies. And how many did you guys get? Any Connor Scallions trick-or-treaters last night, by chance?
No, I didn't. That would have been.
No, I only got
funny.
4 trick-or-treaters. Were you home, or did you do your usual?
Turn the light off.
Hide in the basement.
Yes. Of course, I was on the air, so I couldn't get home in time. So I did what I do every year. I turned off all the lights, made sure the outside lights on the timer, I turned the timer down so they weren't on. So the house was completely dark because I didn't want to trick the little trick-or-treaters into thinking there was anybody home. So, and I did not get my house egged, which I think is good.
You didn't leave the Christmas tree lights on?
No, I did not do that either. No.
Oh, you didn't leave a bowl of candy out for people to help themselves?
No, because you know how that goes. The first chubby kid that shows up takes it all.
Oh,
well, that'd be you. All right, well, Joe.
I left that bowl of candy inside, didn't you?
Yes. Well, Joe, I want you to answer this serious question here.
Okay.
Who made the biggest mistake yesterday? Brad Holmes for not getting a pass rusher, or me for my first question to the woman in the stands who pulled Jahmyr Gibbs up? I don't know if you heard that, Katie.
Oh, no, I didn't hear that. What was your first question? What's your phone number or something like that?
No,
pretty much.
That was the follow-up.
I can sometimes, stutter and stammer when I'm asking a question.
There's no stutter in this one.
I basically said that waking up this morning, a lot of guys were fantasizing about her.
Oh, my Lord in heaven.
Yeah.
Did she file a restraining order against you yet?
Not yet.
Her boyfriend did, though.
So, Stoney, please ask him the question again. Now that you're fully informed, who made the bigger mistake?
Who made the bigger mistake?
Oh, that one. Right. That one. Probably Stoney.
Yeah.
But no, I would not call it a mistake by Holmes. I think you could say he was being overly cautious or overly prudent, but this is what I don't get. Listen, I would have loved a pass rusher. Of course, if you follow the Lions, would you like a pass rusher? Sure. Can I get one? What's the cost? So, of course, you're disappointed from that standpoint, but it's so weird, and this is such an evolution for Lions fans and media and everything else, that are we really sweating, so to speak, over Montez Sweat or Chase Taylor? Are we really boiling down this Lions situation to a one-year window? Got to get it this year. Got to beat the Eagles and the 49ers and the Seahawks and the Cowboys this year or nothing? Now, I understand that windows close at times, but this is not like get one guy, go for it or bust. Get this one guy or you don't have a shot at all. No. I agree that it didn't seem like it would be mortgaging the future at all.
Right. It's not like the Rams F the picks thing. You're talking, especially for Chase Young, it's a 3rd-round pick. And if he doesn't sign, you get a compensatory anyway.
I know, but it's not even about the pick. It's about the roster. Like, I think they do think when they get Josh Paschal and James Houston back and that they will have more of a pass rush. One of the players that was moved yesterday, Chase Young, does have a checkered reputation, shall we say. I mean, the number 2 pick in the draft didn't even get the 5th-year option picked up by the team that drafted him.
That was his injury.
But still, they moved on from him now, right? And that's a team that had both those guys, Montez Sweat and Chase Young, and did they ever really do anything wins-wise? And listen, I agree. I would have loved to. I think people are freaking out over a couple of those names, and as if this is the only window you had, which isn't the only window you have.
Right. So you wouldn't break a chair over it, basically.
No, I was just watching that video moments ago. I thought they were tricky because they made me sit in that chair during crosswalk, and I thought it was going to collapse again. But it's fine now, right?
Yes.
I mean, if I survived in
Yes.
this, anybody can survive in it.
That's true.
All right. So what do you want? If there's one thing that the Lions need to fix in the bye week, knowing that the roster is what it is right now, what's the one thing you want to see them do better against the Chargers than they've done through the first 8 weeks?
Well, this is what's going to be interesting, Mr. Jansen. And by the way, I do like getting Donovan Peoples-Jones, not who he is, but what he is. Seemingly a dependable backup receiver. He did have, 700, almost 800 yards, 700 yards of receiving last year.
Just over 800, yeah.
Yeah, 800, right. So I do like that. But here's what they're going to have to do, and I'm not technical enough, so maybe Jansen can help me on this. You saw Aaron Glenn adjust defensively for a little bit against the Raiders, although it was easy to do with a statue back there, Jimmy Garoppolo, a statue with like pigeon stains on him. Oh my God, was he bad? But he did start sending more guys. He did start blitzing. They did get 6 sacks. And I think, I don't know specifically, but it seemed like he blitzed more than he has all year. Maybe they have to stop thinking idealistically and look more realistically. They feel like they have a lot of pass rushing dudes on that defensive line and more guys coming. But if it's not revealing itself, then adjust and send more guys. And they're going to rotate more guys in as they become
trade for one.
Or Stoney, the trade deadline is passed.
I know.
Let it, but like they bench guys, Levi Onwuzurike and Isaiah Buggs benched and stuff. They are making adjustments, which leads me to believe they knew they could have used another one, but they didn't. And I do think in this case it sounds wimpy, but in this one particular case, I do think you have to trust Holmes on this. Because he would have gotten one if he felt it was worth it.
I agree. I'm going to trust Brett Holmes. The change or the shift that we need to see from Aaron Glenn isn't necessarily, hey, when you bring blitzes against a statue and against a very bad offensive line, is how do you stop a quarterback that's mobile?
Well, that's the question that pretty much nobody in the NFL can really answer, right? Like, does anybody really completely shut down those guys? Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, or whoever, or even Geno Smith. But you're right, that's part of it. But again, I defer to John, who I think he played in the NFL or something like that.
Yeah,
games.
Yeah, do great pass rushers, are they necessarily good against really mobile quarterbacks? Doesn't that often get defeated by the mobile quarterback just escapes the pressure?
Partly, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the answer to stopping mobile quarterbacks. The answer to stopping mobile quarterbacks is discipline and stay in your rush lanes and fast linebackers and stuff. And the Lions have not been good at it, but I don't know if a singular pass rusher changes that because it's mitigated by the mobility.
All right, Wojo, the made-for-television movie Stallions took another leap yesterday.
Yeah.
It looks like he or some look-alike was
his doppelganger.
Yes, was on the Central Michigan sideline during the Michigan State game. What do you make of this? Is it worse for Michigan, or is it just highlight that this guy might be just the biggest whack job of all time?
So let's just keep beating this dead stallion, okay? You see what I did there?
Yeah, I did. That's why I laughed.
Yeah,
I'm laughing at Stoney laughing.
Don't explain
yeah.
it.
Who knows? I mean, you could argue both sides of what you said, Stoney. Of course, that is another level of a violation if it's proven that you had a staffer on-site scouting. Now, it didn't look like he had videoing equipment, I don't think, or at least his doppelganger didn't have it. I mean, hello.
Unless he truly is Rain Man.
Looks like, well, see, that's true. His mind is his video equipment, I guess. But that part looks bad, of course, no doubt. I don't know if it's just another little twig on the fire. Every new thing sort of reconfirms what we already know. The flip side is there's now no doubt that this guy, I don't know, you can't probably call him a rogue per se. You can call him an overzealous overzealous, mildly crazed analyst. I mean, a guy with a 500-page manifesto and costumes and all of this other stuff. Yes, I think that if Michigan wants to argue that we weren't, I mean, look at the guy. You don't think he was doing crazy things on his own? I don't know if that defense will hold up necessarily, but it sort of looks like this would help that, doesn't it? A little bit.
Going with the insanity defense?
Yes.
Yeah, sort of. Yes. Now, again, I don't know. I mean, shouldn't be the entire defense, and there's still an issue here, but this part, the costume part, takes it into the area of absurdity.
Are we going to get the contract signed today or no? Or announced today? Or actually, who really cares right now when it gets done?
I don't think it'll get done today, or maybe not even necessarily this week. There's a lot of stuff to put in there. Like clauses, like what happens if it becomes a really big violation. I mean, there's a lot of word. I'm not a lawyer, but I am a worder guy, a guy that uses words. They must have to put so many words in there to cover both sides going forward, I would think. So, no, I don't think it gets done today.
All right, Mr. Godfather.
Yep.
Stoney, give me Godfather tips. I can't just point to someone and have them eliminated, can I? Does that work?
No.
Well, but you can make offers they can't refuse.
Correct. Right. And
yeah.
You can make people sleep with the fishes, or have them wake up with a horse's head in their bed.
Yeah.
Yeah. A horse or a stallion? Yeah, that's twice I did it.
All right, we'll talk to you next week.
Thank you for explaining both times.
Thank you.
He is the one, the only Robert Wojnowski, Wednesdays with Wocho, 97.1 The Ticket.
For everyone out there who is suffering from constant joint pain, I know that this fall can be tough. All you want to do is get outside, enjoy the beautiful fall weather that we have here in Michigan, go for walks, play some golf, but you want to do all of that pain-free. Here's the good news. The incredible doctors at Straith Orthopedics can help. They'll make sure you get back to enjoying all your favorite activities just as soon as possible. And I'm telling you all the time about patients who rave about the life-changing care Straith Orthopedics has given them. They're some of the highest-rated specialists in Southeast Michigan. My dad's been there, new knee. It was back on the softball diamond. Now it's your turn. Start living your life pain-free. Call Straith Orthopedics at 855-STRAIGHT or visit online at straith.org. That's STRAITH.org. And Straith also offers free lunch with the doctor events. So if you want to learn more about the minimally invasive, innovative treatments that they offer in a no-obligation casual setting, you can meet with the Straith doctor in person, ask all your questions, get all your answers. Call 855-STRAIGHT for an event near you. Straith Orthopedics is committed to you.
248-539-9797. If you were fortunate, I don't know what the odds actually were before yesterday or even before the season, but there was always betting lines out about who the first coach will be fired.
Yeah.
And I would not have guessed before the season Josh McDaniels would be the first. I think
we thought this would probably be his last year in Vegas.
Yes, if they didn't have a good season. But I think Brendan Staley was a guy I thought because the fact that he has a lot of talent with the Chargers and they haven't been able to do anything, I thought he might be the first at the end of the season. I actually, as the season's progressed and we're, officially the unofficial halfway point, I didn't think there was anybody who was in that situation yet to get fired this early. Because I think this first half of the season or at halftime, whatever you want to call it, is a little early.
Yeah, it's early. And I've never been a proponent of doing it before. What does it do? What do you gain? What is Vegas going to gain by making that firing now?
The only thing they gain, and based upon the owner's lack of, smarts in a lot of ways, the way to say this, his lack of, he doesn't have great acumen, at least in my opinion.
Yeah.
It gives them, the organization, a start to really, doing deep dives and figuring out who they want to at least go after. Whether it's they want to promote their own in Antonio Pierce, who's taken over.
So I guess I think it would be more of a we could do a deeper dive into and cast a wider net for general manager.
Yeah.
And then, hey, we could do some background on coaches that we might like, but eventually, we did it differently here at Detroit, hiring the coach, then the general manager.
Correct.
But generally it is general manager and then they hire their coach.
Well, and in fairness, Sheila fired both of them during the season.
Yes.
But, she didn't hire anybody.
But again, what did we gain by firing Matt Patricia when we did? There's nothing gained, there's nothing lost. So, it's not – you're not sitting here going, well, man, if they had just fired them in week 8, they would have been able to get this coach. There's still protocol at the end of the season, which it's actually been delayed another week before you can make any of those interviews.
Right. The general manager, though, is kind of weird, especially, I was reading something on social media where somebody felt they were ghosted by the Raiders for the trade deadline stuff. It's because the general manager basically was told he was not to do anything because you're going to get – maybe he wasn't told he was getting fired, but told not to do anything.
Yeah, or they were in the process of firing him, and then he just decided, you know what, I'm not going to answer any calls because it doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, I'm getting fired.
Yes.
It's amazing. There were 3 big, wide receiver signings last off season. A.J. Brown, the trade.
Yeah.
That worked out pretty good for Philly.
Yeah.
Tyreek Hill worked out pretty good for Miami.
Mm-hmm.
Devontae Adams has not worked out real well for the Raiders.
Well, he hasn't.
It's not all his fault, trust me.
No. He went there in some way, shape, or form to be with his college teammate, Derek Carr. And now, Derek Carr was no longer there and wasn't going to play anymore last year. And, now he's 2 years now in his second year into this. And, boy, things have changed out there, haven't they?
Yeah. Do you think Josh Jacobs is saying, God, you know what? I should have held out longer and not even played this year?
No, because he's going to still be able to take his check to the bank and deposit it.
I'm being facetious, kind of. But, yeah, it's a bad team, a bad situation, and whoever is the general manager of that team really has some problems, especially the offensive line.
Yeah, we've got some offensive line issues. But, in terms of skilled players.
Issue.
Well, quarterback issue, but you do have – now he's going to have to sign to Josh Jacobs if he wants to. But he does inherit Devontae Adams. So it's not devoid of talent. Plus, defensively, they have some pieces to build around.
Yes, they do. One with a double X at the end of his name.
Yes.
All right, Karsh and Anderson are coming up next. Doug is here. What's up?
How we doing?
We're doing good. You?
I'm okay.
Yeah?
I'm okay.
How was Halloween in the Karsh household, the neighborhood? A lot of trick-or-treaters?
I wouldn't say a lot. I would describe it as some.
Okay.
Did you get excited with the snow?
I did. Yeah, it's a little early, but I'm a winter guy, so.
Yeah, I know you are. So you're hoping for snow Saturday night or anything like that?
No.
It doesn't
Doesn't really affect us.
Yeah,
it
sure.
doesn't. I mean, whatever the fans want.
Fans do not want snow. Trust me.
Okay.
Although after a long day of tailgating before the game, I might not care.
Yeah. Okay. Is that the condition you plan to be in?
I plan to be in major buzzed condition but I could at least still.
He's got a plan.
Yeah, I do have a plan.
You can still function.
I still know what's going on in the game.
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
But hopefully, I'll bring my designated driver with me.
I hope so too.
Yes, exactly. And she'll have a couple of cocktails early because it's a long day. Yes, exactly. All right, what do you guys got going today?
Well, we'll open with the latest on the Connor Stallions case, and 10:30 we got college football questions. We'll get into what happened on the trade deadline, all coming up.
Do you find that the Stallions thing? I know obviously it's so close to you guys and me as a fan to Michigan, but from afar, it's really humorous. It's like a movie.
You know what it is? It's crossed into Manti Te'o.
Yeah, Gunn mentioned that. Yeah,
it's that's what it feels like.
Yes. All right.
Yes, it's bizarre.
Carson Anderson coming up next. 97.1 The Ticket. Tomorrow.
All right, so Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Scott, how are you today?
Doing fine.
Yeah?
Yep.
Many trick-or-treaters last night?
Less than that.
Less than many?
None.
The numbers going down everywhere. There's a few neighborhoods that really embrace it, and then in other places, the numbers going. Kang, you're raising your hand back there.
I think snow may have played an effect to it.
Could be.
I think it just depends on how old your neighborhood is. You know, I mean,
Yeah,
my
that's definitely
neighborhood
true.
is young, so there were kids everywhere. And it started I think in our city they sound the sirens at 6, and then they sound them again at 8. Those are the trick or treating hours.
Sirens.
It's open and close windows. Yeah.
Sound the horn.
No, I'm serious. It's sirens. You can hear it throughout the whole city.
Huh.
And some kids were starting before 6, so our neighborhood's great. Our neighborhood's great. And it's funny, we took pictures, of course. That's what you do as parents.
Yep.
And it's bright. Kids are smiling. Everything's great. 45 minutes later, snow on our faces. It's dark. It was like, what happened?
I was sitting at home, and it's like, I don't know, just it's between 6 and 7, I think, and and the dog had been outside, and she came back in, and she jumps on the couch next to me. I go to pet her, and she's all wet. I'm like, what are you? And I look outside, I'm like, oh, snow. Great. But, Ken, you're 100% right. It depends on your neighborhood. My neighborhood, my streets are not conducive to the volume of candy that you would want as a child because the homes are a little further apart than other places. My previous house I lived in was amazing for trick-or-treaters. It was just one after, and it was like as if you were in an apartment complex. The homes are so close together, and you would be out for 2 hours. If you went out for 2 hours trick-or-treating, you'd probably have to go back home and refill the bag or empty the bag because it's just amazing how many homes you can hit. My neighborhood, not as many.
Felt like it was a quest, man. It was a quest when I was young, but
it was. But it was it different when we were kids?
I don't know. I think everybody thinks everything was different when they were kids. Yeah, exactly. But trade deadline came and went. As we know, the Lions made a move, and we will get to it coming up a little bit later on. Yesterday, of course, there was the continuing ridiculous saga with Connor Stallions and the Michigan staffer who pictures have emerged that might place him on the Central Michigan sideline for the season opener against Michigan State, which begs all kinds of questions. And I mean, personally, I am, I guess, furious with anyone involved with this because it could derail what is a chance to be a great season. It could. But just like everything else, and we've always been consistent on the show, regardless, Michigan State, it's about due process and letting it play out. But and my PR skills, I'm not a PR guy, but I think the drip is very damaging to Michigan. I think if Michigan is comfortable with their position, why not just sit Stallions down, get a laundry list of everything he's done, and do one big information dump. And say, here's everything that we are aware of. Here's everything he's copped to, and get it all out there to stop the drip.
Do we know that they haven't talked to him? I would imagine they've talked to him.
I would imagine that they have, yes. But they've also been told by the NCAA apparently not to say anything. But
when has that stopped them from doing what the NCAA wants?
Well, I think that the history tells you should cooperate.
Yeah,
history tells you should cooperate. If you look at previous cases, cooperating with the NCAA is the best thing you can do.
In fairness, the university has come out and said we will cooperate fully, correct?
Yes,
with the investigation. So if they're telling them not to talk, then they're not going to, which is kind of been my thing all along with this, is that they're not going to, they really can't do anything and can't say anything until they've been given charges. Or whatever.
They haven't even been told. Yeah. Well, as of last week, I don't know if it's changed recently. I was told yesterday by somebody pretty well connected that they haven't even been told that there is an investigation launched, an official investigation.
Well, the NCAA went there last week and the coaches weren't there. So
some of them weren't.
The main coaches weren't there because of recruiting and whatnot, because of a bye week. So maybe not the best time for the NCAA to show up if the guys you want to talk to aren't there. But yeah, if they haven't presented them with anything yet, then you can't respond.
Yeah.
So this is really what's killing Michigan, is that the NCAA hasn't, I guess, officially handed them what the evidence is, what the charges could be, and what they're facing. So they don't know what they're facing, and it's an uncomfortable feeling. It's like getting pulled over by the police. You know you did something, but you're not sure what they know. And they're not going to tell you yet. They're like, just maybe there's a little bit of a fishing expedition to see what you're going to give up before they present you with the stuff. And it could take a while. It could drag out longer than people expect. But, they've got the whole 90-day window to respond once that gets going, and it hasn't started yet. That 90-day window, if it started today, would push them well past, the college football playoff. So if people are worried how it's going to affect that, it probably doesn't. The only way it affects that is if the Big Ten decides to do something.
Yeah, and I don't know what authority or what mechanisms the Big Ten has, because there's policies for stuff. The thing about what, if indeed this is confirmed to be Connor Stallions, what was he expecting to get out of this? Because a big part of the, what is alleged to have happened here is recording of other teams sending their signs in. He wasn't going to do that from their sidelines. And so what was the point of this expedition? For the life of me, I can't think of what the upside is for doing this other than just to be there and see things with your own eyes.
Well, keep in mind this. The pictures that we've seen show him wearing sunglasses, and it's a night game, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that seems strange and funny to begin with. But what if he's got some sort of, spyglass thing in the eyeglasses that can videotape? Honestly.
I don't know, man. I mean, at this point,
he has a lapel camera or something. I mean, I'm not going to put it past him.
It's
if it's him.
If it's him, and I mean, at this point, that sounds absurd to me. But so does everything else.
I mean, it's absurd to wear sunglasses at night unless you're Corey Hart.
It's as absurd as that sounds. Everything else seems absurd to me. I just can't wrap my head around what the hell he thought he was going to accomplish there. But I mean, just like everything else, get to the bottom of it, vet it out, and if something happened, you face up, own it, and take your punishment. But defend yourself because there's stuff out there that can't even possibly be true.
If it's him, okay, let's operate under the guise that it's actually him.
Yep.
The premise that it's him. He had help. You're on the sidelines at Central Michigan. You're wearing Central Michigan gear. You had some help. Central's got some culpability in this whole thing, regardless of, Jim McElwain saying, he wasn't on the report for passes that day. If that's him on the sideline, somebody gave him, hey, here's a coach's polo, or here's the hat. Here's what you need to wear.
You might be right. I mean, I don't want to assume Central's guilty I don't want to assume anybody's guilty. Give them a chance to defend themselves. But honestly,
it's not like he's Barry Brennan, the great, remember the guy who did all the disguises, the impersonator who went to all the sporting events?
I guess Wojo called it his costume. Why couldn't it be? I mean, it's just like him having spy glasses on. Why couldn't he just put together a fake credential and buy the outfit?
Well, because you know what it's like on the sidelines. People know who each other are on the sidelines, particularly a coaching staff.
Hold on. The way student managers rotate through, and there could be one person that you don't recognize. I've been a part of traveling parties. There's always people that are new that are popping up that are part of different departments. And I know that sounds absurd, but student managers rotate through. There might be 20 student managers and they rotate through. So I could see how somebody could blend in for a while. Now, people might start asking questions, but like I said, the absurdity of this whole thing of what he was trying to accomplish, I wouldn't put it past him. But there might be culpability on Central's part, sure. Somebody at least being aware of this. 248-539-9797.
It could also all lead back to Jim Harbaugh, too. We don't know. We don't know what he knows.
It could. I'm again, how far up the totem pole this may go, if it goes beyond Stallions, I mean, vet it, find out, and hold the people accountable. There is precedent for a coach. There was a coach that was on another team's sideline, and it happened back in 2015. Baylor's passing game coordinator was on the sidelines for an Oklahoma-Tulsa game, and he got caught, and it cost him a half game. In the eyes of the NCAA, as absurd as this is, I'm not sure this is the lesser of the discretions, like compared to the electronics. Although, again, the way the rule is written, I don't know what's going to come of that.
Well, if it's a one-time offense, you could see something like that happening. If you've got evidence that this was, an elaborate effort that spanned over 30 games and involved, multiple people, I think that's what could be the damning part for Michigan and perhaps Harbaugh and why it falls under his umbrella is regardless if this guy was rogue or if he was under the orders of Jim Harbaugh, if he had a whole platoon of people to go to these games, and there may be, as many as 11 people, I guess, going to over 30 football games, well, that looks like a pretty organized effort, and that's not going to look good.
But could it be organized by Stallions alone? That's the question. But Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, it's another big football weekend coming up here in Michigan, and listeners are loving the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's the only app I recommend right here in the state of Michigan. You've got odds, bets, slots, and games. Download the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app right now and play all your favorite casino games right at your fingertips. The casino and the sportsbook are right in your pocket and go wherever you go in the state of Michigan. Play popular online slots like 88 Fortunes, Cleopatra's Gold, and like I said, my personal favorite many times, Wheel of Fortune. New slots like the Atomic Meltdown, Imperial Wealth. Play with a live dealer on your phone. Enjoy blackjack, roulette, and baccarat. Check out Ultimate Texas Hold'em. All on the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. They got a great offer right now for new users. Download the Play Gun Lake app right now and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. The Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's your time to play. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See website at playgunlake.com for details. You must be 21 and in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 on The Ticket, talking about the latest in the Connor Stallions Michigan spy story, which continues to unfold, and we'll see what it leads to next. But yesterday there was the accusations that there was a person that may or may not have been Connor Stallions on the sidelines at the Central Michigan State game. The investigation has just started onto this, and be intriguing to see how far up the totem pole it goes, and if it does, what sanctions it may or may not lead to. But I've always been in favor of these kinds of cases, that the truth is your best defense. And in the meantime, with the NCAA, cooperating is what, the smart approach. If you look at all the different cases throughout the years, cooperation is the best thing to do when there is any accusations, and it tends to lead to better things. What any other thoughts on this here?
I want to maybe answer the question that Stoney was asking in the crosstalk, because you and John are heavily involved with Michigan football, and he was like, from an outsider's perspective, me being the outsider, and he asked the question, this is kind of humorous. It is. It's getting to be utterly ridiculous the more and more it comes out about it. You go from laughing to just shaking your head going, I can't believe how many layers there are to this thing. And it's like, get your popcorn and see what's going to happen next. It's really what's going on with this whole cheating scandal. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, unfortunately for me, just as an outside fan looking in and checking in on all the reports every day, it's just become almost entertainment for me at this point, Gator. It's the salacious details that come out. It's like, is Inspector Gadget on the sideline? Is this Mr. Bean? What's going on? Did he actually do that? You know what I mean? Well, the disguises. I'm going to wear. What's next? The Charlie Chaplin mustache? Like, are we going to find out he got a pass as a ball boy and he's a yard down marker at another game? Like, what is going on?
I mean, it's like Bobby Valentine's.
Yes! More and
disguise.
more every day. I know there's serious possible ramifications that can come from this, and those will take care of itself. Like you guys keep mentioning, due process, right? Let due process play out. I'm not part of due process. I'm just sitting back going, are you kidding me? What? If this is him, if this is true?
It sounds as though like he was more Clouseau than Bond. Is that a little old?
Yes.
Sorry.
It's made me laugh, though.
Okay.
Get us check with some current here, right?
My library of movie references is not deep, so forgive me.
Like Kane bringing up Mr. Bean, that's good enough.
Or is it Borat? I don't know. Who's today's, disguise? Or is an episode of Punk'd? Is Ashton Kutcher going to come out? I don't know. We got you. Michigan State or Ohio State.
Somebody just said, does Doug know any of those names Kang just said? That's from Kai Tech on Twitch.
It's a fair question.
No.
Do you know who Jason Bourne is?
Yeah, isn't he Mission Impossible?
No.
Damn it. Who? Now that's Tom Cruise.
That's right.
The Bourne Identity.
He's got this.
Bourne Identity.
Yeah, who played him?
Yeah.
That was Matt Damon.
Yeah. There you go.
Gator, you like them? You like apples, Gator?
I like them apples.
Yeah.
Was that from that movie? No, I know it wasn't. I know it wasn't. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Robert. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Robert.
Doug, how are you?
I'm okay.
Good, Doug. So the conversation that we've got going on right here makes me think about Urban Meyer. Urban is part of the Fox network. He's on the sidelines for Michigan games. We know that he still has an office at Ohio State. We know that he works with Ryan Day on the side on game planning. So how is what Urban does for Ohio State different than what we're talking about right now?
Well, I mean, I guess it's because it's part of his job to be on the field with Fox. But we go back to if you really, really, really want to fight this, if Michigan decides they want to hunker down and lawyer up and fight this, that might be the kind of thing that they will bring up.
Well, is Urban Meyer sitting there with recording equipment?
I don't know, Gator. Does he have any in his glasses?
I don't know. Is he wearing glasses? Check him out. Look out for his lapel pin. I don't know.
Yeah,
it seems like. It's a little bit of deflection there. Worry about Michigan, and then if you got to go after other people, then I think there will be other schools that are going to come under scrutiny as well. I think there are plenty of teams out there that are scouring their own tapes and finding if there's any possible evidence that would link them to any sort of thing like this.
Well, we've talked about last week a little bit what Michigan's approach should be, because I got a friend who's a contract lawyer, right? And he spends tons of time reading bylaws and rules, and that's basically his job. And he said he went and looked at the NCAA rule, and he said, if you want to fight this legally, there are so many loopholes because the rule was written 1 million years ago, prior to cell phones, prior to analysts being all over everybody's staff, and that they could. And look, they have to make that decision at an administrative level as how much they want to fight any accusations, if there's anything worth fighting. I mean, if it is more of a lone wolf, okay, if it is more Connor Stallions went this deep, and there's the question is yet to be answered, and it will be over time. How much do they want to fight it? Is a valid and difficult question to answer.
Well, here's the other thing. The NCAA is gathering the evidence. The NCAA can figure that out for themselves, too. They don't need Michigan to defend themselves necessarily for the NCAA to come to the conclusion, all right, this guy was a lone wolf. Well, everything suggests that.
Yeah.
Or they'll have evidence that shows the contrary. The whole big thing in this is Connor Stalions' testimony or whatever it's going to be. Is Connor Stalions going to fall on the sword if it's true and it's just him and say, hey, I acted alone? Or is he going to get tired of his reputation being sullied every day because new stuff comes out and he's going to say, look, I didn't do this alone. All right. I was told we need you to go and do your job. It's going to be one or the other.
Well, they'll eventually get to the bottom of that, I suspect. 248-539-9797. We got college football questions we do every Wednesday. That is straight ahead. And then a little bit later on, we'll get into what happened yesterday or what didn't happen yesterday with the Lions and the trade deadline. Here from Brad Holmes himself, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 on the ticket. 248-539-9797. Open lines. Good to be with you here on a Wednesday in Detroit. A little bit later on, we'll get into the trade deadline and what happened. Open the show talking about the Connor Stallions' most recent update. But every Wednesday at this time, we swing around the country talking some college football. All right, Gator. I can't find the coin flip app. I don't know why.
You got too many apps.
I got too many apps.
How about this? I'll go first.
All right, good.
Oh, look at Gator stepping up. He receives. All right, here we go,
That's
Gator.
what I do.
The first rankings came out. Gator, who should be mad?
I think that Washington should be a little peeved about this, and I don't know if it should be majorly peeved about this. And look, I think these rankings are all kind of funny anyway. At least they're doing it 8 games into the season. But their resume is better than Michigan's at this point. And I'm not saying Michigan isn't one of the top 4 teams in the country, maybe the number 1 team in the country. But until they play somebody, and this ranking will change dramatically in a couple weeks. Once Michigan plays Penn State, and if they beat Penn State, put them back in the top 4, and maybe even at number 2 or whatever. But at this point, I think Oregon, because the win over Oregon, you should have Washington part of the top 4.
So Washington's vulnerability is there's a slight bit of exposure, but if they were on the table, I would strongly suspect that they would pass a 1-loss Michigan or Ohio State team. So I sort of agree with you, but I feel like it's all there to be played out on the field anyway. There's a lot of angst about these rankings, right? There's a lot of people that get mad about these rankings, and I think it's a lot of wasted stress. It's not necessary. If I'm going to pick a team that should be mad, I guess I go with Notre Dame at 15, not because they belong in the playoff, but because of the schedule they played, they should be higher. But I don't think anybody should be mad, to be honest with you.
I kind of like your pick of Notre Dame, though, Doug. If I had to pick somebody, I agree with you, Gator. I'd go Washington, but I'm not in an uproar about it. It's really early. You guys just mentioned we got to let this thing play out. But the Washington victory over Oregon is a very big victory. And if I had to pick a team to be upset, I think they should be in the top 4. And they're to number 5 in the first rankings. Clemson coach Dabo Swinney went off on a caller this week during the coaches show who was critical of Swinney's salary and his record, which is
critical, huh?
Mm-hmm. Critical, which is 4-4. Does Dabo have a point to be upset at the caller?
Okay, there's a couple things here. One is I always thought it was foolish for coaches to do coaches shows where they take calls from fans.
Yeah.
And fans are great and they would make it go.
Talk to us about that.
But
you don't have to talk to the coach.
Yeah. I mean, so once you've agreed to do that, you've kind of exposed yourself to this. But Dabo had such a good line in the middle of that rant. The expectation is greater than the appreciation.
Yeah.
And I was like, God, he was prepared for it. He was prepared for the criticism. So I guess if you're going to take calls and talk to fans and you get an irate fan, you better be prepared for that. And he was. So I give Dabo a ton of credit for going out there and speaking to fans, even though I think it's a bad idea. But he was also prepared for it. And maybe that's wasted time and he shouldn't be. But I have a little more respect for Dabo now.
You're 100% right about his line. It's perfect for that. And, 12, 10-win seasons since he's been at Clemson, 2 national championships. I don't blame him for going off, and some guy's going to be upset because they start off 4-4. That being said, he's got to get on board with how college football has changed. The landscape has changed. Get on board with NIL and the portal. He's got to regain some steam there because to this point, I don't think he's been a big portal guy. You need to. And 4-4 might be a direct reflection as to why. I mean, you lost your quarterback who left through the portal. And although he wasn't playing great at Clemson, you also lost your defensive coordinator, which seems to take a lot of sting out of what you've been able to do. But Dabo Swinney, he can say what he wants to at this point.
Yes and no. I'm not a big fan of Dabo Swinney personally, but I agree with him that you can't just talk to him like a 12-year-old and disrespect him because of how much he makes. I think how much he makes doesn't matter. You should, as whether you can disrespect someone or not. But on the other side is he's kind of started whining to me a little bit, Doug, about saying, I'll go somewhere where I'm appreciated. Dude, you make a ton of money. And if you're, like you said, if you're going to open up yourself to calls, you got to deal with it. And I know he dealt with it, but like I also said, you make a ton of money. People are going to be upset when you start 4-4. Hey, this comes with the territory of making a ton of money. It appears Iowa's administration went over Kirk Ferentz's head and told the offensive coordinator, his son, Brian Ferentz, that he would not return next year. Should administration be able to tell a head coach who should be on his staff?
I think when it comes to off-field issues, they can absolutely step in and they can say, this guy's got to go because he did, A, B, and C. When it comes to on-field performance, you hired a head coach for a reason. To coach the football team, hire his staff, and manage his staff. Now, you may be able to suggest some things like, hey, coach, I don't know if this guy's working out there. But leave it up to the coach. And by all accounts, he kind of had that clause in there anyway, right, Doug, about having you got to score 25 points a game, and they're not. They're nowhere near that. In fact, they're pathetically low. But Kirk Ferentz has been there long enough. He's 192 and 117 in his career at Iowa that started back in 1999. So 24 seasons or 25 years of football, whatever it is. I think you let Kirk Ferentz handle the on-field performance of his staff and of his players.
I think there's rare exceptions. And again, once a precedent has been set, once they decided to go into this bizarre, you have to do this, Brian Ferentz, or you're going to lose your job contract, the administration already has been given some control, and there's rare occasions where they should step in. But I think in the case of the son being on the staff, if the coach isn't going to make a move, that's where it does make sense. It speaks, though, to maybe, just maybe, unfortunately, a guy that I have a ton of respect for, Kirk Ferentz, might have stayed too long. Because if you are going to hire on a family member, you have to also be willing to fire said family member. And it doesn't sound like he was going to do that. So the administration took over, and I actually think that's okay in the case of a family member.
Should administration be able to tell a head coach to be on his staff? No, but this is up to the head coach. If you ask me, you only let that happen if you're the one who's letting administration do this. Otherwise, you wouldn't stand for this. I wouldn't be the head coach if I was letting people over my head determine who my staff is. That's me personally. So if you're going to allow that to happen, then I guess the ultimate answer is yes, they're going to be able to do it because you're allowing it as head football coach. Speaking of a head football coach, Coach Deion Sanders of Colorado on Tuesday said the NCAA or the Rose Bowl, somebody has to reimburse his players who were robbed of jewelry during their game. Cash and other items from their locker room were also taken. Does Coach Prime have a point here?
Well, I mean, look, we're all finding out about vulnerabilities, vulnerabilities in team structure, vulnerabilities now. This isn't security. Everybody in college football goes on the road. Everybody goes on the road. And if your locker room gets broken into when you're on the road, you should indeed reimburse. And I don't know what case there would be otherwise, because everybody's going to want the same thing. There should be guards at the locker room doors to keep this from happening. But then again, there should be not people on sidelines that shouldn't be there. There are vulnerabilities everywhere, and things need to get tightened up.
Yeah, I don't understand this. I mean, when it comes to the locker room, you're right. Security is really easy to hire a security guard to make sure that nobody gets into that locker room. I don't know. I haven't been to enough visiting locker rooms around the country to know if they have the actual safes that you like, the safes you see in hotels and stuff like that. A lot of them have them above
I don't think they do in
lockers.
college locker rooms.
Maybe not. I know. Yeah, that's what I say. I haven't been to many. I know they do in the pros. It happens a lot, but maybe that's something they have to do. But in the meantime, I would imagine there's some sort of insurance that schools have. Use this and take care of it.
I got a story about this. I'll tell at 10:50 about getting into an opposing team's locker room.
This might be a cop-out answer for me, but I just don't know legally who should be responsible, because is this one of those things where bring at your own risk? You know, like a lot of gyms, I know this isn't a gym, but when you bring in expensive stuff, they always, there's signs that say at your own risk, right? We're not responsible for theft and things like that, but I don't know what it is in a college football locker room. So my first thought was no, but maybe there is some legality that gets involved. With you, Gator, I thought also is insurance. Do you have insurance on these expensive items? So I don't, like I said, cop-out answer for me. I just don't know legally who would be responsible for repaying, or if anyone is going to repay for this stuff. J.J. McCarthy was the odds-on favorite to win the Heisman last week. Now he is second. If the voting stopped today, or if voting started today and stopped today, who would get your vote for the award of Heisman?
Well, is it me?
Yep.
It is me. Whoa, you got excited there.
I did.
For me, I don't understand why this name isn't coming up more, but it's Jaden Daniels, the quarterback at LSU. He's thrown for almost 2,600 yards and 25 touchdowns against just 3 interceptions. He's completed 73% of his passes. Oh, by the way, he's also run for another 521 yards and 5 touchdowns, nearly a 6-yard per carry average. The problem is that LSU's lost 2 games. Oh, no. Heisman Trophy goes to the best player in the country. All right? He can only do what he can do, which is offensively. They scored 24 points and lost 45-24 against Florida State, who some could say is the number 1 team in the country. In that game, he threw for 346 yards and a touchdown and ran for 64 yards. He also threw a pick. The other game they lost was a shootout against Ole Miss at Ole Miss. They lost 55-49. Not because of Daniels. He threw for 414 yards, 4 touchdowns, completed 75% of his passes, 0 interceptions, ran for a score and 99 yards. This guy is the real deal, over 3,000 yards in total offense, and he's not even getting a mention.
My guy would still be Michael Penix, but it's taking on water. He is coming back to the pack the last couple weeks. They won both games, but he'll have a chance to, put in quotes, redeem himself with Washington with some big games coming up. And JJ's case will be made in the next month, right? I mean, they've got big games coming up. They got to go on the road. So if JJ has a shot, if he goes out and is great at Penn State and is great against Ohio State, he has every opportunity to take this thing over. And the Penix thing, I mean, I find the Heisman process to be frustrating, even though I'm a voter, because I never vote for the guy who wins, but it's not a quiz. It's your opinion. And I frequently vote for non-skilled position players who have no chance.
And by the way, it's like Caleb Williams is taking a hit now because USC can't play defense.
I know.
What does that have to do with Caleb Williams?
He got a little bit careless with the football, but he should still be a candidate too.
25-4 is his touchdown interception.
That was one really bad game, though. So, but for me, I'm with you, Doug. But I've been on this bandwagon and this team since the beginning of the year. Washington, Michael Penix. I got Penix still. Yeah, last game he had good numbers, like touchdown-wise. The game before that, not very good numbers. But the fact that they're undefeated and still might be in the, they are definitely in the race and chase for the national championship game. I know, Gator, it is about the best player in the league, but team record does matter to a lot of people. Right now, it's Michael Penix for me. Lots of smoke, what appears to be smoke at least, indicating that Michigan State and Urban Meyer are in negotiations, or at least in talks, or whatever it is, to be the next head coach at MSU. What percentage chance do you give this thing of actually happening?
4%. The thing is,
you're saying there's a chance.
Yeah, you know what his salary is at Fox? He makes
like
$7 million a year at Fox. So the money that's gotten talked about is not so much that I think it matters to him. Plus, given the pictures that had emerged of him with the female while he was coaching at Jacksonville, I think his wife Shelley probably prefers it this way. So I don't think it's going to happen.
4% seems awfully low, my man. I'm going to go with 51%.
Oh!
That's right.
Oh!
I think they're deep in negotiations right now. I mean, I don't have an insider that I'm leaning on.
This is all Gator's gut or what?
Well, some of it, a lot of it has to do with stuff that I'm reading and people that I trust that I'm reading about it. I think there's deep negotiations going on. The only thing that's going to hold this up, I don't think it's the university. I think that they're going to convince those people that this is the right thing. But it's Urban Meyer himself, and it's not about Michigan State. It's about, does he want to go back into the blender of college football in a brand new landscape that he wasn't part of? NIL, transfer portal, it's a different world out there. And the only way he's going to take this job is if he's compensated better than anybody else in the country, which I think Michigan State would be ready to do. And if he's able to get a coaching staff where they're able to spend money there, and he's got assurances that the coffers of NIL money is going to be available as well. But I got 51%. I think it's a real chance.
Pick any number under 0% for me, guys. I don't think I'd be absolutely floored if this thing happened. I'll shoot the boot, guarantee that Urban Meyer will not be the next head coach in Michigan State. I just don't believe he'll leave the cushy job. It's already gone. It went bad. I know it was the NFL going back there. Family life, just what he does right now, Doug, I agree with. I think you could give him 15, well, maybe not 15 million, but I don't know if Michigan State would offer that, but I just don't see this happening whatsoever.
There it is. That concludes the live animal mascot NIL transfer portal thingy here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, I got a story about locker room security. I got two of them, actually. We will get to today at 10:50. We'll get to the trade deadline stuff in the 11 o'clock hour here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. All right, Gator. So that Deion thing, we don't have time to work our way through, and give long answers to those questions. We try not because there's 6 and we got to get them in. I can tell you that having been on the road, there has been a couple of occasions, Gator, where I had a developing situation while on the field. And I have been surprised that the quickest and easiest outlet was back into the Michigan locker room.
Go up the tunnel and
yes,
make a right at some point.
Yes. Whatever the stadium's layout is. So twice I can think of, I've made my way into a unguarded locker room, an unlocked locker room, just to use the facility.
But
the course of 16 years doing sidelines.
But there would be security by the entrance to the tunnel.
Yes, it would. One stadium I can think of, yes. The other one, no. There wasn't at the time that I recall. These are the kind of vulnerabilities that, you don't think people that would, I kind of understand it. You need to have special credentials to get down there, typically. And typically, people who would steal from an opposing locker room wouldn't be given a credential. Everybody would be vetted to a degree or hired for a job. But typically, I don't even know what typical is anymore because I've seen something I never thought I'd see before in the last week. So I can tell you that twice I have made my way into a locker room that wasn't guarded.
Gator, do you remember the day that Doug came in to do the show and he had that big chain on that said Prime?
I do.
Now it's starting to come together.
Yeah. No, it makes sense.
Yes,
it all makes sense.
Wow,
it was Michigan's bye week. It was Michigan's bye week, and I flew out to the Rose Bowl to go to the Colorado UCLA game.
You do love the Rose Bowl.
He does.
I do love the Rose Bowl.
Likes to eat in front of the song girls. Let them know what kind of
that's a whole nother story. Whole nother story.
Hello, ladies.
Yeah. That was crazy.
Go Buffs.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Dan. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Dan.
Hey, Doug. Hey, Kang. Hey, Gator. How's it going, guys?
All right, Dan.
I don't know if you recall, Wright Thompson, the writer for ESPN Magazine, and he published a story on Urban Meyer. I think it was maybe after his tenure at Ohio State. And so I'll say the chance that he's going to be at Michigan State is like 0. What is it? The GPA from the guy from Animal House, 0.0001. His family, he got to a point where his high school age kids wouldn't talk to him, as Wright Thompson reported in that story, because of how intense he was, how much time he spent away from his family. And then they sort of agreed that he would never do that again. And then he did it again. And, so it seems like, why would he, after what happened in the NFL, money doesn't solve everything, and I feel like it's such a remote possibility at this point.
Ego, the fact that he was wildly successful as a college coach because it didn't work out in the NFL. Look, you can learn things and learn from your mistakes. Let's just say for the sake of argument that he does accept the job. If I were him and if I accepted that job at the introductory press conference, I would be like all about, I have learned so much over the last few years. I might be embarrassed by things that have happened in my past, but you can't let that not be a life lesson. I'm moving forward. I can't wait for this opportunity, and I'm so competitive. I can't wait to get back at it. But you have to, I think, address in some ways, if he takes the job, of some of those things. It doesn't have to be specific about some girl grinding on him in a club, but certainly there'll be some issues about the kicker at Jacksonville and what happened there, and the hiring the assistant coach and all this stuff. There's a lot in there, but the bottom line is he's an amazing college football coach. That can't be denied.
Dan, do you think, when was that story that you read? When was that written?
It got republished in the best of Wright Thompson's writing. So I read it 4 or 5 years ago. So it's probably 8 or 9. It was definitely pre-Jacksonville.
His high school kids have now grown up, right? So variables have changed. Yeah. So I don't know that that's particularly relevant information to the here and the now. In that moment in time, if his kids were still in high school and that was still something, then I think it would be relevant information. Look, I don't I don't think it's going to happen personally, but I don't think that would be a reason why.
When's the time link? When does Michigan State need to sort of say, hey, best and final offer, and then we move on? Or like, are they there
I would
now,
imagine.
kind of?
I think they still have a couple weeks to play with if they want to. I mean, if I were Michigan State, let's just say that for the sake of argument, they made an offer this week. If they have, I'd want to know pretty quickly, just so we can, we're vetting all these other candidates and we're going through back channels to gauge interest and all that. And I think Michigan State would love to have an answer within a week. Because I think they want to be able to name a head coach. If it's not Urban Meyer, if it's going to be somebody who's currently coaching elsewhere, I would think that Michigan State wants to get that done, a week after Thanksgiving.
Dan, thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. We'll continue with your phone calls and feedback if you so choose. In the meantime, Gator, yesterday after we got off the air, the trade deadline came and went. The Lions did make a trade. It feels like a minor move relative to what everybody else did. Our first chance to react to it coming up. And Brad Holmes spoke yesterday. Dan Campbell spoke yesterday. They both said some interesting things. We'll play it for you in the 11 o'clock hour. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Pistons facing their first attempt at a bounce back from a bad loss, having fell by 16 to the Thunder on Monday night. Head coach Monty Williams mentioned what they need to do in order to avoid those types of games. Yeah, their opponent for tonight are the Portland Trail Blazers, who come to town with a 7 o'clock game at Little Caesars Arena, where the Pistons are undefeated in 2 games this year. Mark Champion will have the call right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Wolverines maintain they are not worried about all of the sign-stealing reports or being bumped to number 3 in the playoff rankings. Players consistently have said all week that their eyes are on Purdue on Saturday night at the Big House, where Michigan is, again, a 30-plus point favorite. Officially on their bye week following yesterday's trade deadline, we will not be hearing from the Lions again until practices resume next week. They sit at 6-2 and are in first place by 2 games in the NFC North. Elsewhere in the NFL, if you missed it overnight, Raiders owner Mark Davis deciding to fire head coach Josh McDaniels and GM Dave Ziegler after being embarrassed on Monday Night Football by the Lions. McDaniels still has 4 years left on his contract coming to him. And the Rangers could wrap up the World Series tonight with one more win. Arizona hosting a must-win in Phoenix for an 8 o'clock first pitch. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
(248-539-9797) if you want to continue talking Connor Stallions, Urban Meyer, open lines. We got the NFL trade deadline that came and went yesterday, and later this hour we'll hear what Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell had to say about it. Gator, before we get into all that, what is your level of excitement for tonight's Piston game?
It's not that high.
No, it's not. I find this young team to be so intriguing. Playing better defense, occasionally showing signs of some young superstar players panning out. My level of interest when the game starts will be the neighborhood of 8 out of 10.
Okay.
For an early regular season game. But that interest could change depending on how the game goes.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's because of the night it is. It's Wednesday night. I have my routines on Wednesday night. You got the World Series game 5 tonight as well. So Texas could clinch. I'm going to want to watch part of that. I'm interested, and it'll get my attention. I'll watch some of it. But I imagine I'll be flipping around because of other things I do on Wednesday night. But I do like this team, how they've started off. I think the brand of basketball they're playing is more suitable to what we expect to see. You know, last game, a little bit of detraction from that from the defensive standpoint. They gave up a lot of points to Oklahoma City. But prior to that, they were giving up only 103 per game in the first 3 games. That's a major improvement over what they gave up last year. It's hit or miss in 3 games. It's just, now it's 4 games, but it seems like every other game, Jaden Ivey's he's a force off the bench. The other 2 games he wasn't.
Yeah.
You can't have everybody be poor shooters in the same game. That's an easy lesson to be learned, and that's what happened against Oklahoma City. Guys just weren't shooting the basketball all that well. But defense should be able to translate night after night. Effort and rebounding should be able to transfer night after night. I love watching the development of Jalen Duren. I love watching Cade Cunningham because, again, his top pick in the draft a couple of years ago, and we've hardly seen him play. So getting a chance to watch him play and watching him go for 30 in that, opening night, it was great. So there is a lot of interest from me, to be sure. It's just if it was the only show in town, it'd be a different story tonight.
Well, I'm pretty intrigued. So yesterday, the trade deadline comes and goes. The Lions make a move, as I'm sure everybody knows, getting wide receiver Donovan Peoples-Jones from the Cleveland Browns for a 2025 6th-round pick. He is an unrestricted free agent after this year. He'll cost him just over $1 million of cap space. I don't think that move looks like one that is intended to push them over the top. But when other teams go out and get edge rushers, and one of those teams was in Detroit's division when Chicago traded for Montez Sweat in a move that feels like it got panned quite a bit.
Quite a bit. ESPN gave the grade a D+, gave the trade a D+ grade. Saw former GM Michael Lombardi was just lambasting the Bears all day long. And I think based on the premise that why would you trade for a guy that's going to be a free agent at the end of the year that you wouldn't have to give up any draft pick, let alone a second-round pick that could be a very high second-round pick. And to that, I think it's easy to combat and say because you want to ensure that you get him, and if you think that you can sign him to an extension for cheaper now than if you wait for the free agent market, then that's why you do it.
It's not a move made for this year.
Absolutely
it's
not.
It's a move. You have to think in terms. If I'm the only thing that makes sense from a Bears perspective, in my opinion, is if you think of that as a long-term move, you are convinced you're going to be able to lock him up, and your scouting tells you that you should love this guy for your defense and what you're trying to do. Probably the move that got people a little bit more worked up was Chase Young going to the San Francisco 49ers for a third-round pick. And Chase Young was a coveted player from Detroit fans. It was a move that I had endorsed as the move that made sense. I think there was a lot of, with all respect to, I don't want to impugn anybody because we've been known to do it too, but I think there was a lot of fantasy out there about Max Crosby and maybe even about Danielle Hunter, even though there was a report yesterday that would take a top 60 pick to get Danielle Hunter, which seemed like a price tag worth it.
Yep.
It still felt a bit like fantasy to me. Like it was just stuff that fans conjure up and gets out there, but it's not steeped in reality because those teams, I just can't see those teams wanting to deal those players for anything short of a king's ransom, which nobody was going to give up.
Well, once you find out today that the Raiders are firing the GM and their head coach, I think it makes more sense why the Raiders didn't part with Devontae Adams or anybody else in their roster, because you don't want to leave the roster bare to attract a GM and attract a head coach. I get why that didn't happen now in hindsight. As far as the Vikings concerned, why they didn't move Danielle Hunter is beyond me, unless they know that they're going to re-sign him. And maybe that's the lesson, is that, okay, if they didn't trade him, they're going to re-sign him, which they probably should because he's having a hell of a year. He's still in his 20s, and you can give him a nice big contract when he comes back, particularly if you're not going to give Kirk Cousins a big contract at the end of the season. I am bothered that they didn't go out and do something with the defensive end position, a pass rusher, or even a defensive tackle. Now, I don't know what the conversations were. None of us do. But I've heard from a couple different people on the station that there were, some check marks against Chase Young beyond just health. And I'm like, well, what? I don't think anybody's talked about him being some sort of malcontent. But if that's the narrative that's being spun now, I don't like that. Because I think you take away what he is as a player, and it sounds like sour grapes. Both players that Washington had could have been had by the Lions. I don't think there's any question. They could have offered probably the same thing San Francisco got, and the deal gets made. I don't know if they did or didn't. I'm disappointed we didn't hear anything about the Carolina players, whether it was Derek Brown at defensive tackle, Brian Burns. I know they made it known that they had no interest in trading Burns, but what about the other one? And so that's where I'm bothered. Another thing that really bothered me yesterday is that Brad Holmes was speaking to the media at like 3:30. The trade deadline was at 4:00. Wait until after 4. I mean, at the very least for optics, to make it look like that you've unturned every stone.
Right up to the bewitching hour.
Now, let me also make this clear. I really like Brad Holmes, and I'm going to trust Brad Holmes because by not getting defensive end help tells me that they fully expect James Houston to be a major contributor when he comes back in December.
So a couple things here. I tend to go with like the Ockman's razor, whatever's the most simple. Thank you. Whatever's the most simple explanation is the explanation. My gut on this tells me they didn't like them as players to fit what they were trying to do defensively. And you might say, oh, that's not, they're talented players. You make it work with those talented players. Maybe, but they weren't comfortable giving up the price that was asked. The other thing is that Brad Holmes does have one eye on the future. And these draft picks, which they have crushed, by the way, the more I think about every single one of Brad Holmes' draft picks is still with the organization, is pretty remarkable. 3 full drafts.
Yeah.
I think it's 23 players are all still with the organization. Tells you that A, he's pretty damn good at drafting, and B, he sees the storm clouds coming with the need to replace what are going to be costly starters with cheaper alternatives so he can keep the key players, the Penny Sewells, the Jared Goffs of the world. Now, many people don't care about that, okay? Many people don't care because they think, the Lions are close and they should do everything they can to win the Super Bowl now. But if you didn't love the way those players fit into the defense, why would you give up anything for them? And that's what if you ask me what went down without being in those private conversations, that makes sense to me. And I'm going to lean towards that being the real answer here because of something you just said. You trust Brad Holmes.
Yeah.
I trust Brad Holmes. I trust Dan Campbell. I'm not even addressing whether or not there was any malcontent or anything like that, or whether or not they would have fit in the locker room. The most simple explanation is, from a football perspective, I don't think they love the fit.
Yeah, dude, they went from 3-13-1 to 9-8, and now they're 6-2.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is going in the right trajectory because of their vision and what they want to do. I get that, but I can also be disappointed at the same time.
Exactly, Gator. You can be both guys. You can 100% believe and trust in Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell, and you can also be disappointed they didn't make a more aggressive move at the trade deadline, because that's how I feel as a fan. I would have liked some defensive help like you, Gator, but then you look at it and you can make a very reasonable explanation for why each player didn't ultimately become a Detroit Lion. Brian Burns, way too expensive. Carolina didn't want to move him. Daniil Hunter. I actually think the Vikings think they have a chance to make the playoffs this year, Gator. Not just that they're going to sign him at the end of the year. They went out and got Dobbs for a reason. They're trying to make it work. They're 500. They're actually coming back on the up. They hope for Justin Jefferson to come back and more players.
I would agree with that until they traded their guard.
But they obviously felt like that guard could be replaced and they can get some draft capital. And it wasn't like, you said it before. Didn't you say the guard is the interior line doesn't mean that much when you took shots at TJ Lang or something like that?
Never said that.
and I'm just kidding. But Montez Sweat, you say the Lions could have had him. Guess what? You have to give up a first-round pick because the second-round pick they got from the Bears is way better than the second-round pick from the Lions.
Chase Young. I was more along the lines of Chase Young.
Okay, but let me address the Chase Young thing. I'm disappointed in that as well. But it takes two to tango. Like Doug said, did the Lions feel that Chase Young fit their scheme or whatever, or did Washington want too much for Chase Young and they didn't? So like I said, I can come up with reasonable explanations why a trade did not happen for a defensive player. So I get it.
248-539-9797.
Let me ask you this, Doug, because King, I think you're along lines of me, disappointed, but I still trust Brad Holmes. Are you disappointed, Doug, or are you okay completely?
I'm completely fine. But we'll get into the reasons why. Coming up today at 11:18, and your phone calls and feedback, 97.1. Okay, so you asked me, am I perfectly comfortable with them not doing anything yesterday? Well, they did do something. They got Donovan Peoples-Jones, whose role seems to have surprisingly diminished in Cleveland. Maybe I don't know what role they expected to play here. Marvin Jones was playing 30 snaps a game, right? And Marvin Jones is done. And so is he going to be a 30 snap a game guy? Does he seem to have deep threat ability? Yes. Did they just trade for DJ Chark essentially? Maybe. Was he being misused in Cleveland? Is this something Ben Johnson wanted? If you're going to tell me that the offensive coordinator, like you start thinking, does the offensive coordinator for the Detroit Lions have any say in this move? Do they go to Ben Johnson and say, how useful, does Brad Holmes have that conversation with the offensive coordinator? How useful is Donovan Peoples-Jones and his skill set? How useful is that to you? That conversation had to take place, right?
I would think so. I think this is the benefit of having the bye week right before you've got the trade deadline here. I think is that you're able to do things like that and bounce more ideas rather than just being really compressed. You might have a deeper conversation, and I would expect that too, to get his input. And it seems like these guys all talk to each other, bounce ideas off each other, but in the end, it's Brad Holmes' decision. I look at Peoples-Jones and I think the same thing. It's Marvin Jones' replacement. That's what it is. How much time he actually gets on the field is he'll earn it if he knows the playbook and acclimates himself quickly enough to it. I'm sure they'll have some plays in there for him. He's a guy who, when you throw the 50-50 balls up there, he gets them, and he's got talent. Some people will look at it and say this is an indictment on Jameson Williams and his development, that it's too slow and they want to act now. Maybe there's something to that a little bit. I don't think it means they've given up on Jamo. If they gave up on Jamo, they probably would have moved him yesterday. But they didn't. So they're not giving up on Jameson Williams. Adding Donovan Peoples-Jones to the roster means that Antoine Green isn't on the active roster on a Sunday, right? Mm-hmm. Effectively, that's what it means. And I'm okay with that.
So, but ultimately what this comes down to is Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell and Ray Agnew and Chris Spielman and Ben Johnson and Dorsey and Aaron Glenn and all these people that have made all these decisions that have put the Lions in this position to begin with. All of these people contributed to the decisions that were made not to go after Chase Young or not to go after Montez Sweat. They've built up enough credibility in my mind that I sleep at night and am comfortable with them not making a move.
Look,
and does this have a lot to do with I think it was done for football reasons. I think it was done for football reasons and football reasons only. That makes the most sense to me. Was it hyper aggressive? No, it wasn't hyper aggressive, but I trust these people. So, people say, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? Well, hopefully
keep playing winning football.
Win 6 of the next 8. Like they've done to start the season without Chase Young and without Montez Sweat.
The reality is San Francisco needed help on the defensive line more than Detroit did. When you look at the numbers, sack totals and all that, mm-hmm. Despite the fact they have number 1 draft picks all across that defensive line, they weren't getting home on the quarterback either, and at a lesser rate than the Lions were. Some of that helps that the Lions had 6 sacks on Monday night, but those are the facts. I look at this and does this also signal that not only are they expecting James Houston to come back and contribute, maybe they like Julian Okwara's development. Maybe they have these, one thing is the football team is privy to a million things we're not, right? They're scouring film and looking at stuff and they know where players are supposed to be in every play, right? Mm-hmm. If they look at the film of every game and they see we're so close, you're getting better each week. Understand it's just this little adjustment, or if you understand, you got to know your assignment. If you had spun this way instead of that way, whatever, you're home, and they see that, and they see that they're so close to really turning the corner from the front 4, getting the pressure. I could see that. Maybe we're going to have a Broderick Martin signing at some point. Like we didn't see Houston at this point last year.
Broderick Martin made his first, played 8 snaps, 10 snaps, made his debut.
So but it's things like that. Like, we didn't expect James Houston to be any kind of contributor, and then he shows up on the map, gets 8 sacks in 7 games. And we're like, oh, wait a second. Now, I don't expect it from Broderick Martin, but is he something to build on if he gets more time here? There's a lot that happens here. As a fan, I was a little disappointed. I had prepared myself, and I do believe this. It's not just as a fan. I mean, I'm looking at this as much as I can. I had prepared myself that giving up a first-round pick for some player, if they were worth it, they could do it. They could afford to do it. When the market was set there for Montez Sweat, and that you knew that Chase Young wouldn't come in for as much, I thought, wow, not only do I not have to give up a first-round pick, but it's less than that, and then you find out it's a third-round pick for Chase Young, that's the one that was like, that's tough to take. And the fact that he goes to San Francisco as well, that's one of the competitors for the number 1 seed in the NFC, and a team that could be an obstacle for hosting a playoff game, that's hard to sit to.
One other thing to keep in mind, okay, and this might have played a role as well. The NFL has a Twitter account at NextGenStats. They tweeted out this week that the Lions defense generated pressure on 71.4% of Jimmy Garoppolo's dropbacks, the highest pressure rate by a defense in a game since 2018. So, of course, you want to be great at sacking the quarterback and pressuring the quarterback. The Lions aren't failing in that regard. It's not the strength of the defense, but they're not failing.
No, it's also, look at the game. I mean, I saw that stat and it raised an eyebrow, and then I started thinking about it more. How many the Raiders went through 21 passes in a game or something like that? They had 27 dropbacks or whatever it was, and so it's not many. The other thing is the Lions brought the pressure with linebackers
later in the game.
Safeties.
They did, absolutely,
and I think that's where they really ramped up the pressure, was in the second half when they were bringing everybody. So is that pressure rate only up because of the blitzing?
Maybe. And to that I say, so teams blitz.
Yeah.
But I don't think Aaron Glenn is a guy who wants to blitz a lot. I think sometimes he feels like he has to. I didn't know if the Next Gen Stats put out, Doug, if it was pressure rate on non-blitzing or anything like that. And then we also saw open receivers when you blitz.
Yeah.
And Jimmy Garoppolo missed some open passes, okay? So, and, Baker Mayfield had some drops or missed passes. We saw that. And,
better quarterbacks are going to complete those passes.
And that's what I'm worried about. I think in a perfect world, defensive coordinators, they don't want to blitz. They want to get pressure with their front four, and they want to play coverage with the other guys because that makes it harder for the quarterback. I'm with you, Gator. I think I would have been disappointed at the result of not getting a defensive player, but you get a little more disappointed when you find out Chase Young was had for a third-round pick and he went to the Niners. And I don't know all the Chase Young film. I haven't broken it down, I'm sure, like the Lions have. And maybe he wasn't a fit. Maybe he wasn't a scheme. He does have 5 sacks. In games I've watched, he looks like he's pretty good this year. He pressures the quarterback. I don't know if he fit their scheme, like I said, but he did get home this year, and that's something the Lions haven't gotten to, even though they've gotten pressures.
All right, here we go. Let's talk to the people. 248-539-9797. Mike, you're on 97 on a ticket. What's up, Mike?
Hey, what's going on?
How you doing?
Good. Just want to get your guys' take on Max Crosby specifically. So, if the asking price was a first-round pick, and our first-round pick obviously is not going to be, that great of a first-round pick like we had the last few years, isn't it worth it to give it up for a guy who...
Mike, if that were the asking price, I don't know if the Lions could have reacted fast enough to give up a first-round pick for maybe the best defensive player in football. I don't think that was the asking... I don't think there was an asking price. And there's a lot of talk that the Raiders are actually ghosting people because the GM was going to be out of a job.
Yeah, I heard you guys say that, but wouldn't it be more appealing for a new coach coming in to pick his own guys with another first-round pick to throw at him?
No, I think it would be really appealing for a coach to come in and be able to have the best defensive player in football.
What do you think would have been worth giving it up to get him?
Mike, think about this. If the Lions sucked, but Aiden Hutchinson had developed into the best edge rusher potentially in the league, and somebody called and offered you one first-round pick for Aiden Hutchinson, would you say yes?
Well, probably not. No, I wouldn't. But I also didn't think Chase Young would move for a third round. Like you guys talked about, there's some deals out there.
Huge difference. A free agent to be a guy who's often injured versus arguably the most valuable asset in the league. Look,
what would it take to get Max Crosby? Is a question he asked. I mean, if they had a general manager that was actually fielding calls, starts with 2 first-round picks at least.
It would have been at least that. And I'm not convinced it wouldn't have been 4 first-round picks to convince them to give up on one of the most valuable assets in the game. And you may roll your eyes, but if I'm doing this show in Vegas, I'm saying he's not tradable. He is not tradable.
I mean, there are 3 players that I can think of that are of that ilk. TJ Watt, Myles Garrett, and Max Crosby.
Did he get moved? If the price was 1 first-round pick, he would have got moved yesterday.
Yeah.
If that was legit. Somebody would have bid.
I think Schefter tweeted out yesterday the Raiders essentially were not taking calls because they were operating without a general manager.
Yeah.
They couldn't make moves. Davis was firing the coach and the general manager. I mean, what are you going to do? You just hold tight and then wait for the next general manager to do it.
I would have been ecstatic to get Max Crosby. I didn't want to rule it completely out because it was so damn appealing. And yet the entire time I thought it was fantasy talk. I just couldn't imagine that he would be made available and that even if he were, that they would be an agreeable price, because I think you just had to go over the top to get him. And I have no idea why the Raiders would even consider that. And again, they were kind of a leaderless group at the trade deadline. 248-539-9797, 97.1 the ticket. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. It's open lines. We've had quite a busy day already. Connor Stallion stuff to lead the show. We had our college football questions. We have loved to mix in some Piston talk, Red Wings. Now we got the trade deadline. And we got a round two, which was a big story yesterday. And gave a lot of our 2 cents. Let's get to the people. Next up is Dale. Hi, Dale.
Hi. First of all, I have to tell you guys are great.
Well, thank you.
I can listen to you guys 24/7. I mean,
I
you're
got
the
to
best on this. This is probably a little bit of looking at things from a different angle, but I've been following the Lions since in the 50s, and watching the game yesterday, I'm so excited that the Lions are actually super competitive now. And I guess I feel a little bit sorry for Hutchinson. I mean, you watch him in the game on Monday, they double team that poor guy, and he basically drains himself the whole game, trying to overcome and spin and turn and get around those double teams. And without them bringing in another defensive end to give him some support, what do you think the Lions are doing so they don't wear that young man out, trying to beat double teams every game?
I think they're hoping they can develop other guys. I mean, Julian Okwara is now having an opportunity to really play, and maybe they're hoping that. I think they really like James Houston. I mean, the 8 sacks in 7 games at the end of last season was great for the rookie, and unfortunately broke his ankle, but he's going to get healthy enough where they expect him to play in December. And if he can return to form, he can be the guy that needs to be on the other side of that defensive line, so that if you are going to double team Hutch, okay, fair enough, but now you're taking your chances with a guy who had a ridiculously high sack rate for the number of plays that he was in. James Houston can rush the passer.
I just worry that they're going to run that poor guy into the ground, because obviously the amount of effort it takes to beat 2 guys versus 1.
Sure.
Isn't.
I also think that I would expect this would be the last year that this happens too. I think they'll get. It seems like there's going to be plenty of free agent edge rushers available.
Could be addressed in the draft.
Yeah.
Could be just happen through the hubris of having another year for James Houston and Josh Pascal could develop.
But I agree with him that he's getting tired out there, and it sometimes looks like he's flailing away, and close but no cigar is just not cutting it anymore.
I don't think they're too worried about it.
Well, it must not be, because they didn't do anything about it yesterday. Here's
why. They finished that game with 6 sacks and pressure rate of 71%. And he mentioned how he's just getting double teamed every play. The group up front and the defense pressured the quarterback. Did they blitz more as the game went on? Yes. But they pressured the quarterback, and they sort of, you get wrapped up in the minutia of, but Hutch didn't do anything, or but J-Mo didn't do anything. Win the game. Win the game. It's a little bit, Gator, it reminds me a little bit of Red Wings just won the cup. Yeah, but they weren't tough enough on the blue line. Like, they're not perfect. You can strive for perfect, but as long as they are winning games in a way that they can keep winning games, and I think they can, then I'm not too worried about Hutch getting double teamed if they're winning games. And while they're doing it, they are getting pressure on quarterbacks. They're not the best in the league, but what they're doing is good enough. Now, would you like for James Houston to develop? I'm sure they are counting on some people doing more in the second half of the season, some other people.
Well, also keep in mind, part of it's the competition. Mm-hmm. They were taking on the Raiders. The Raiders are nothing special when it comes to protecting the quarterback. This season, their schedule, they haven't gone against many teams that are really good at it. They did go against the Steelers, and they gave up 4 sacks in that game. But Garoppolo dropped back 48 times in that game. Lions got to him more than the Steelers did. But outside of that, they haven't really played anybody. So I don't want to take anything away, because, look, the game plan worked. 100% it worked. And it was fun to watch. Sack, incomplete pass, 4th and 10 sack. That was a lot of fun to watch. And I didn't care who got the accolades, if it was Alex Anzalone, Tracy Walker, or Aleem McNeil. The fact that none of those guys are an edge rusher, I don't care. It registers as a sack and yards lost, and that's all that matters.
I think you and I are on the same wavelength, Gator. We don't want to take anything away, because it is working, Doug.
Yeah.
They're winning games. But I think we also see who they're playing against, and you just can't completely disregard Jimmy Garoppolo, Baker Mayfield. And then what happened when they played Lamar Jackson? I know they didn't get the pressure rate they wanted to, but Lamar Jackson completely picked them apart.
Well,
a better quarterback.
Keep in mind, though, again, big picture, and I know you were out yesterday, of the teams in the playoffs in the NFC, the Lions have played the toughest schedule so far. They've played the toughest schedule. And so it's not like they are getting away with just playing bad teams all the time.
No, but I think we all expect the rest of the schedule to go the Lions' way, and maybe they lose 2 or 3 more games the rest of the way. But I do like that aspect of it. But it's not about the regular season. It's all about the postseason.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm thinking, too. I'm thinking Jalen Hurts. I'm thinking how you feel about Dak Prescott.
But he's been, they're going to face Dak this
exactly.
year.
Yeah, Brock Purdy's been good when he's has his weapons.
The Lions right now are in the top 10 in the league.
Smith again.
In pressure percentage, okay? They're in the top 10 in the league. They are pressuring quarterbacks in the top 10 in the league.
Pressure's great, but sacks, they're not top 10 in the league.
Great. Let me rephrase that. I'm looking at the wrong thing. My bad. Strike that from the record. Let me go back and look at it. And I will get that number in a minute. 248-539-9797. Larry is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Larry.
Good morning, gentlemen.
What's up?
I just wanted to follow up on Doug's comment about Brad Holmes having the one eye on the future. I hope that's the case because, number one, look what's happened to the Rams this year. They went all in last year, and now they're back in the middle or the lower part of the pack. I'm a long-term Detroit fan, and I would like to see, several years of prominence as opposed to one Super Bowl and then back to the mediocre. Just think of how much fun it was with the Red Wings over those years where they were in it every year, but, they didn't win it every year, but they were in it, and it was exciting.
I hear what you're saying. We all want sustained greatness, but it's got to start with winning. If they were, let's say they won the Super Bowl this year and then didn't make the playoffs for the next 15 years, I think I'm okay with that because they won the Super Bowl.
I'm not. Yeah.
Well, would you rather make the playoffs every a bunch of years and not win?
I think you're in theory. I agree with you, but I would take a Super Bowl and then like the Rams. What the Rams have done, I'm kind of jealous of. They won a Super Bowl. I've seen one playoff win my entire life.
Yeah.
Okay, here are the numbers. The Lions are 7th in the league in quarterback pressures. Percentage of dropbacks where they pressure the opposing quarterback is 25.5. So this has to do it's not total pressures. It's when a quarterback 1 out of 4, they are getting pressure on the opposing quarterback. The best in the league is 29.5. The Lions are 25.5. Do you know where the Lions are in blitz percentage?
I don't think they're a much of a blitzing team.
They're 28th in the league at 21.5% of downs, passing downs, they blitz. Or blitz per dropback. Okay. They are having some success.
All right. But the success is really driven by, are you getting home? Do you have a sack rate?
The graphic I'm looking at doesn't. They are top half of the league in sacks and QB sacks.
Yeah, I know they're tied for 11th with sacks with 21 right now. They're coming off the game with 6. But it's just with a pressure rate that high, I would expect that the sack rate should be high too, and I don't think it is.
Well, let me see if I can figure that one out because these next-gen stats, some websites have everything. Some websites have some of them. But I guess I think
I was going to say, can I figure this out? They have 21 sacks, and there's 281 attempts against them. So if you add that to the passing attempts you're getting home, that's 300 attempts, 302 attempts, and you've got 21 sacks on 302 attempts.
So it feels like one every 15.
It's like 15%.
Yeah, I don't know how that compares to everybody else in the league. You'd have to do everyone in the league, but I think it's something that you'd love to see get better. I also feel like the how much of a weakness this is a little bit overplayed. But I guess everybody want more somewhere. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 on the ticket. We have taken so many phone calls and feedback. The reaction to yesterday's trade deadline. First hour was a lot of college football. We will get to Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell and what they had to say yesterday. It was interesting to hear the way that they approached this thing. As best I can tell, the Lions' sack percentage is 6.95, which ranks 18th in the NFL.
Exactly. I was going to say it's around 7%.
Yeah.
I literally.
It's tied with Indianapolis for 18. Nice job.
Thank you.
248-539-9797.
I just need some kind of, just give me some accolades because I'm getting my math right.
I'm proud of you all the time. Whenever Gator does minor adulting, I want to pat you on the back.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Back to the people. We go to Chris next here on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Chris.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Hey.
All right.
Hey, just want to make one quick point. I've heard a lot of people say, look, you get a compensatory third-round pick. It's just unequivocally false. Most of the time you're getting, for a third, you're going to get a fourth or a fifth-round pick if you lose out on that guy in free agency. I mean, look at Golden Tate, third-round pick. I think the Lions ended up getting a fourth. But second point I want to make.
You're talking. I'm sorry, hang on a second. With regards to what are you bringing up?
When you lose a guy to free agency, so if you trade for Chase Young and lose him, what do you get?
Okay, I just want to make sure you're spelling it all out for people.
Yep, sorry about it. It's everyone's like, well, you're going to get the third round pick if you don't re-sign him, and it's like, no, you're going to get a fourth or a fifth, and that's the difference between a Kirby Joseph and the third, and Broderick Martin. And I think we got him in the fourth or the fifth. So that is just not true, and it's a very complex
it is incredibly complex, Chris, because I try and understand and then explain as simple as possible, and I couldn't even wrap my head around their compensatory pick formula. It's very complicated.
But if you had, let's say, gone for Danielle Hunter as opposed to Chase Young, or Montez Sweat as opposed to Chase Young, two guys that would rate higher, maybe it becomes more realistic.
True. They might have gone for both those.
Yeah, but Sweat was a second-round pick. I mean, our two second-round picks were Deion Branch and Laporta. You going to trade one of the – I mean, I'd rather – I'm not upset at him not making that move, And just a second point, and I'll let you guys go, but I read a fascinating article this morning, and it went through 10 years of trade deadlines. And then it compared like, okay, you got to be a good team. You have to be in it, and you have to trade for a Pro Bowl caliber player at the time. And they went through 10 years, and 10 years ago, literally, there was one team that won the Super Bowl. Can any of you guys guess it? And they made a big trade at the trade deadline.
I'm going to guess New England.
Didn't the Rams do that with Jalen Ramsey?
It's Von Miller and the Rams.
Okay.
Or Von Miller.
Way to go. Hey, thanks, guys.
Yep. That's interesting that they've look, it sounds like the data would suggest that these moves, it's not a great hit rate for winning the Super Bowl, which is ultimately the goal. Now, you get into this weird place where you're arguing against adding talent, which I'm not. It's the question is at what price? 248-539-9797. Let's go to Stan next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Stan.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Okay.
I'll say this. If you've got faith in the Lion leadership, then, you just, don't get your panties in a knot. Just calm down and let it play out. The only thing that I would say I had a problem with is that one of the off-season trades or free agents that we picked up, Emmanuel Mosley, went down after one game and not even a full game. At least replace him. If nobody else, replace him, because you've got a key cog that you were counting on that you don't have now. They could have went after Dante Jackson from Carolina, or Sean Murphy Bunting, or Kendall Fuller at Washington, but you got to replace the guy that you didn't get use. I mean, unless you think Jerry Jacobs is the key.
That's crazy, because I would never have imagined in a million years that I would say the following, but it's quite possible that they're perfectly comfortable with Jerry Jacobs being a starting corner on a team that's going for a Super Bowl. But that may be the case.
Yeah. I mean, otherwise, there's no no other explanation on why you don't replace that man that you were counting on.
Yeah.
I mean, you didn't have him. You don't have him.
Well,
and when we played Baltimore, we saw what the result was. I mean, you got to replace him.
Yeah, I guess the Baltimore game is highly disturbing. One of the questions is, do you let your worst performance of the year dictate a move at the trade deadline? Because it might be an overreaction. It might be. Now, the other thing that you said that we don't know is how did they pursue a corner? Did they call up teams and try and get corners and find out that the price was just too much? All right, let's get to some feedback, which has been piling up. Brad Holmes not making a move yesterday makes me feel like they're not aiming for a Super Bowl this year. We may never get this opportunity with our soft strength of schedule again. That's from an unnamed texter. What's about to happen is soft. Yeah. But what has happened so far has not been soft relative to all the rest of the NFC playoff teams. The Lions are the only team in an NFC playoff spot that has played a schedule where the opponent's record is 500 or better. They're the only ones. So the strength of schedule, they've proven it against the toughest part of their schedule. The schedule's now about to lighten up, relatively speaking. We said this yesterday, and somebody called up and said, "You think they're going to go to the Chargers and win easily?" No. I think that the strength of schedule is about to lighten up.
It is about to lighten up significantly, and I think they're going to get healthier as a team, and we're going to see more offensive output, and we're going to see some great defensive performances. So here's something else to keep in mind. In the previous caller, you said, what about Emmanuel Mosley, and he's out and replacing him. Last year, the Lions' quarterback rating against for the entire season was 94.2.
Mm-hmm.
It's high. That's after you consider the last 10 games where it was 70.
That's including those 10 games. That's including
the 79 point something at the last 10 games. So that tells you how bad the first 7 games were.
I remember us talking about how bad it was. Every opposing quarterback was a Hall of Fame quarterback against this defense.
It was like well over 100. This year, the Lions' quarterback rating against 84.5. It ranks 10th in the league. So they're getting it done with the players they have, and you could argue the Lions have played a decent schedule here.
Yep.
A better than decent schedule. It's been a pretty tough schedule to this point. And it's 84.5 against those teams. That's with an impeccable performance from Lamar Jackson. So I'm you just everything's statistical, it's all just numbers, but I think it needs to be taken into consideration here. This team is actually pretty good defensively against the pass. We know they've been awesome against the run, with like one exception, but they've been awesome against the run. This defense deserves more credit than what they've been given so far. Does that mean that I wouldn't have gone after a defensive end? No, I still would have done that. See if I could help out the secondary. It didn't work, and I think this team really believes in the guys that they have. You watch the interview Dan Campbell did before the game on Monday night, and he was answering a question about, that first team that he got here, that they had here, where they went 3-13-1. And he starts to get emotional, and he starts to cry, and there are legitimate tears there. And he's like, I just freaking love that team, because that was the first team that was all in. They were all in it together. And that's why I think this team loves him, because it's with him. It's not necessarily for him. He's not this taskmaster that stands at the side. I mean, this guy bleeds and sweats with them, and they feel that. And when you're trying to get players in a trade, you don't have the opportunity to vet out those players to know if they exactly jibe with what you're trying to do, like you would in free agency, when you can pick up a phone and talk to the guys, like you do when it comes to the draft, because you can interview the draft candidates and those prospects. You can't do that with trades because it's tampering. So maybe that's another reason why they didn't do what they did, because they didn't feel 100% comfortable with bringing in somebody that might be a little sketchy for them. Now, they're going to get criticized for that by other people, and that's fine, and I'm critical of it a little bit. But this is why I can also sit back and say, and can you agree that it can be both things? I can be disappointed, but I also understand, and I still trust Brad Holmes.
Well,
these guys have their process, and it's worked to the point that they're 6-2 right now and about to embark on a part of the schedule that could really lighten up, and maybe they end up winning 12, 13 games this year.
Brad Holmes did speak about why they did what they did and why they didn't do what they didn't do yesterday. We'll play it for you next hour. Promise. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. It was a Thai cashew salad today. It's one of those bag salads.
Oh, yeah. I like the bag salad.
I've got some a lot. You just basically open it up, pour it all into, it's fresh. You pour it all into a bowl. And
add some dressing.
Yeah.
If you want to add other things to it.
Sure as heck can.
Do it all the time. I avoid the kale ones.
Yeah, I don't mind the kale ones, and I often add cucumber and avocado.
Cucumber is a great add. Yep. Avocado is nice. Get a little creamy texture to it.
Yep.
I like to add hard-boiled eggs sometimes. Croutons.
I'm not a hard-boiled egg guy, but a lot of people are. No offense taken.
Yeah, sure. It's the kale upsets my tummy.
Yeah.
The raw kale like that.
Yeah.
But no, I like those bag salads.
248-539-9797. All right, coming up today at 12:18, we'll start playing the Lions Brain Trust. Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell talking about why they did what they did and why they didn't do what they did. That starts today at 12:18. Tons of feedback and phone calls, people reacting to that. And if you want to get into the Michigan story, feel free. Red Wings and Piston fans, we always welcome your calls. But let's get back to the calls right now as we go to Chris next on 97 on the Ticket. Hi, Chris.
Hey, guys. How's it going today?
It's going okay.
Well, I feel with the Lions, they may not have made the Super Bowl with a trade for a defensive lineman, but if they don't make the Super Bowl, it's going to be because they didn't shore up that defensive line. It's just how I'm going to feel about it.
So if they get James Houston back and they do a better job in the second half of the season pressuring quarterbacks, that won't matter.
But that's a whole bunch of ifs.
That is some ifs.
You have a second year guy who, he could have been a flash in the pan. I know that's not a popular thing to say, but you could have had a proven stud, whether it was Hunter or Young or Sweat, that could have immediately and drastically improved our defensive line.
Okay, so you will the Hunter thing. We don't know if Hunter was actually available. Okay, to me,
that's fair.
I found it hard to believe that he was legitimately on the market. You will not at no point buy that they don't think that those guys fit with what they're trying to do defensively.
No, I don't. I honestly think
okay.
What I feel with it is that, our GM is very, very good with the draft picks, and they're looking more at, let's be real good, but real good isn't great. And they had a chance with the schedule they have to be the number one seed and have everything route through Detroit.
Still do.
Yeah.
And having that extra stud on the defensive line, that covers up a lot of issues on the back end. And, we're playing with, a little shorthanded on the back end.
Well, I guess, Chris, the fact is they didn't want to get involved with the players that were dealt is my guess, or they didn't think they were worth second-round picks or third-round picks.
I think they liked their roster. Of course, they were looking to improve if it made sense for them. But if they didn't have familiarity with a player, I get the impression that they weren't willing to take a chance on a guy they didn't know.
Well, they didn't. I mean, did they know Donovan Peoples-Jones?
They may have. I mean, do they know people from the organization better than people from, say, the Washington organization?
People
that they
in Cleveland?
Bounce ideas off of, or whomever?
It's possible. I mean, it feels like the one thing I'll say about the Washington organization is all the time and effort and everything they put into the defensive line, I felt like it didn't result in the way what it should have.
Yeah, but that's also a Washington thing.
Yeah.
But I agree. I understand what you're saying. The other thing with Donovan Peoples-Jones, it's not even comparable, though. You're talking about they gave up a 6th-round pick to get a receiver that wasn't being used.
Yeah, but if
there's very little.
Yeah, but if they're vetting and they're vetting based on, whether or not they're going to fit in, I don't think they would trade even a 6th-round pick for a player that they didn't think was going to fit in.
Easier to do that and throw it away if it doesn't work out than.
I guess I just don't even think they'd introduce it into the locker room. But
by the way, I think he's a good guy.
I don't. This might come across.
Did they talk to you?
No, they didn't.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
They talked to John?
They might have. I highly doubt it. John, you're next. What's up, John?
Hey guys, I was talking to your screener. I got two comments. The main thing I wanted to talk about, I wanted to know your guys' opinion on Gibbs. But before I ask my question, now you're Karsh and Anderson. Now, who's the guy that said hello, John? Is that Karsh?
Yes.
Or is that Anderson?
That's Karsh.
Doug, you're Doug Karsh. Okay,
that is correct.
I listened to your show for about 5 years, and I swear to God, before I got the names down, I thought you were Eli Zaret, the way you sounded and the way you matched up. I swear to God, for 5 years, I thought you were Eli Zaret.
It's quite. I've actually got that. When I first got into this business, people are like, "Well, you don't have the traditional radio voice; you'll never make it." Although Eli,
you got a radio voice,
and then they'd say Eli did. So maybe you do have a chance.
You sound just like him. You got a radio voice. You sound
Eli
good.
Zaret was a trailblazer for people without great radio voices. That's the way I look at Eli. Thank you, Eli.
If you're old enough, you'll remember him in your childhood.
Oh yeah, I remember.
You can't forget the guy.
Eli worked at the station here for a while, and honestly, he was a great role model to me as to someone who's made it in the business and how he acted and treated people and listened. And
now you're talking to him in past tense, so he's not alive no more.
He is.
He is. He doesn't work here anymore.
Oh, he is alive. Okay, so you're talking.
We have great Eli stories. Eli was a really cool dude. I enjoyed.
Really cool.
Yep. But
yeah, well, you sound just like him. But anyways, listen, I got a comment. I read an article, and the article said that. And a lot of Lions players said this was that Gibbs finally showed who he was, and they said we knew that's what he was, and he came out there and he showed who he was, and I looked his numbers up, and I think he ran for 152 yards if I'm not correct,
right?
And he had a bunch of catches, but I started watching him on YouTube, and this is something that I want your guys' opinion on this. If you look at the greats like Barry Sanders and Peyton and Earl Campbell and Travis Henry and Marshawn Lynch and all the guys, hey guys, be quiet, I'm on the radio. Listen, they got that ability to break a tackle. And when I went on YouTube and I watched every single carry for Gibbs during that Oakland game, he drops like a fly when he's touched.
Ooh, all right, let me say two things. A, don't start making comparisons to the greatest of all time and act like that's the typical standard. Two, as far as yards after contact per attempt, okay? His number, based on the stat that I found, is 2.1 yards per carry, yards per attempt after contact. That rate's above Derrick Henry, Najee Harris, Saquon Barkley, among others.
It's good data.
Raheem Mostert, Tyler Algier.
Where's it rank in the league?
It is, it doesn't have numbers here, so it's around, I would say 15, 20, somewhere in that range.
So it's above average.
Yeah. Christian McCaffrey, for instance, 2.2 yards per attempt after contact. Jahmyr Gibbs is at 2.1. Okay? So he's fine. The game on Monday night, they showcased him. He was running between the tackles. He would get to the second level, take it to the outside, get big yards that way. They would just sprint him outside. He got big yards that way. Jahmyr Gibbs is going to be fun to watch in the rest of the season because, I mean, I think that gave him so much confidence. 152 yards in the game on the ground is massive.
Next two games are telling because they're against much better rush defenses. And if he is close to as productive, then he's probably turned the corner and the light's gone on.
I doubt he would be because Montgomery should be back.
Right. It's when he is used, is he as effective, even though he won't get as many.
Yeah, contact after yards per carry after contact, it'll still be a stat.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback. All right, and Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell. Why didn't you make bigger moves? Hear what those guys had to say starting at 12:18 on 97.1. Hey, get ready to start the NFL week off right because right now all customers will get the no sweat same game parlay for Thursday Night Football. Just place a 3-leg same game parlay on this week's game between Tennessee and Pittsburgh on Thursday night. You'll get bonus bets back if you don't win. NFL same game parlays are the perfect way to combine your bets for a chance at a bigger payday. Build your own or choose from one of the popular same game parlays pre-built for you in FanDuel's top-rated sportsbook app. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug so you don't miss out on your chance to get a no sweat same game parlay on America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum refund is $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems, call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. 248-539-9797. All right, we promised we'd get to it. Let's play some of the sound from yesterday and then get back to your phone calls and feedback. We start with Dan Campbell. They added Donovan Peoples-Jones yesterday for a 6th-round pick. Question was, all right, what was behind this trade? Here's what the Lions head coach had to say. fits our style. I mean, that's something I keep bringing up, that why they perhaps didn't make one of the other trades that people wanted is just football fit. They think Donovan Peoples-Jones fits what they're trying to do football-wise.
Well, I don't think they were just sitting on their hands. I think that they explored other options to bring in defensive help, but they, in the end, didn't like the price that was being asked and the risk reward for it. I disagree with it, but I think that the Donovan Peoples-Jones move was one that, hey, we're going to look to shore up the wide receiver room and add a little bit to it without going nuts. And you get a player that wasn't being used in Cleveland this year, showed a lot of promise last year, had a pretty good season last year. And, okay, the price tag is a 6th-round pick in 2025, by the way.
Yeah.
So it's not much risk at all. You didn't give up much of anything because it's a year, 2 years down the road when it comes to the draft. It's fine. I have no issue with getting Donovan Peoples-Jones.
All right. Here's what Brad Holmes had to say about the DPJ trade. Okay, so the other thing is you heard Dan Campbell mention the you're one injury away. They lost Marvin Jones, right?
Yeah.
So everybody kind of moved up a peg, which includes Antoine Green. It might mean less snaps for Jameson Williams, but that might be okay. Like Jameson Williams might be a bit of a project here that they hope can develop better hands moving forward, get used to the speed of the game at this level. But as it stands right now, I would be surprised if JMO's snap counts don't go down a little, but I also feel like they've gone up because they lost Marvin Jones.
We'll see how it goes there, but I do think this is, strictly speaking, somebody who replaces Marvin Jones, and I don't think he's going to get right off the bat. He'll get his full complimentary snaps coming into the team because he just got here. But he'll have an opportunity to earn more reps as the season goes on. Both of those guys, obviously Jameson Williams and DPJ. But, 61 receptions last year, like I said, kind of a breakout year, 839 yards, 3 touchdowns. Why it was only 8 receptions in 7 games this year and only 18 targets, only Cleveland can answer that question. Maybe he can answer that question too. But, from raw skill, he's 6'2". He goes up and gets it. He likes the contested catch thing, and he's got some talent. Is he better than Marvin Jones at this point? Well, Marvin was walking away from football basically, and the Lions said, "Okay, let's mutually agree to part ways." They needed somebody else on the roster. This is fine to have on the roster. He had a better year last year than Marvin Jones did.
So Brad Holmes then asked, "Why not add to the defense?" Here's what the Lions GM said. You know what I hear when I hear that? At the beginning of that, he says names pop up and are in the media. And then when you make some calls, it's not reality. I hear, we called about Max Crosby and Danielle Hunter. They weren't available. That's what I hear.
Well, what we know is that Montez Sweat and Chase Young were available.
They were available.
And they were had for seemingly lesser prices than what we bandied about on the show. And that's what kind of hurts a little bit.
All right, Dan Campbell, question, why no bigger move? Here's what the Lions coach said. I think that answer will probably feed into some of the paranoia that's out there, that they're not trying. They have a long-term plan in place, it sounds like, and they don't want to divert from the plan that's taken from 3 wins to 9 wins to now a 6-2 start. This might include some of their vetting of personalities, which has clearly got them to a place where we feel like the Lions actually have a better culture. And now it seems like in some fans' eyes, they're like, now throw that out and just add somebody because they need talent. And you can make a strong case that they're not going to disrupt that they just do not want to disrupt that.
And I can understand why they wouldn't. Success is success.
Okay, the last one was a Stoney question for Dan Campbell.
Is it awkward?
No.
Okay.
Stoney asked probably the question that the fans ask the most, and that is, you have a chance here to maybe win the Super Bowl. Why is there no go for it move? Why not go big right now and add some fuel to this, add some accelerant to this? Here's what Dan Campbell said.
Interesting part there.
Which part?
Some people that are perceived as good players, but maybe the tape
the tape's
there.
not there.
So if you're looking at just stats on a piece of paper or stats on a computer and it shows someone has 5.5 sacks in 7 games, okay, it looks good. But then you look at the film and you're like, oh, look how he got these sacks. It was 8 seconds after the ball was snapped or something.
So there's two players that come to mind.
That's where my head went initially.
Well, remember over the last few years, the Lions had somebody who had a bunch of sacks. It might have been Kerry Hyder. I don't remember who it was. I don't want to impugn him. But when you went back and watched them all, players were flushed directly into this guy's lap, where we made that point on the air. The numbers are gaudy, but it's somebody else making a QB pressure, and this guy just happened to be where he had to make the tackle that was forced his direction. Who is the DB?
Amani
Oruwariye, who had 6 interceptions. 4 were tipped passes that came right to him, or the opposing quarterback literally threw it right to, like,
that just awful pass.
Just an awful pass right to him. He had 2 that year. He had, I think it was 6 interceptions. He had 2 that year that he kind of earned, but the number 6 was huge and gaudy, but the tape implied that it was less about him.
Well, that's why I went before I said they're privy to a million things that we're not.
Yep.
They look at the tape and they scour the tape. We watched the game once.
In games I've watched, Gator.
Yeah, in games I've watched, games I watched
stat. Yep.
And we'll refer to some websites to give us some statistical numbers that we can look at and say, oh, well, this guy got to be this, got to be that. But there is so much more to it. And that's why in the end, I defer and I say, I do trust Brad Holmes. I'm a little disappointed they didn't add yesterday more than what they did. I mean, it's not like they added a number 1 wide receiver. They added like a number 4 or 5 wide receiver to this team. I'm okay with that addition because he replaces somebody. But as far as not adding at all to the secondary or to the defensive line, yeah, I'm a little disappointed.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We'll get to your reaction next. 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. All right. Let's get back to your open line calls. Who do we got next? Jamel, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Jamel?
What's up, guys? Can I ask when did Chase Young become T.J. Watt? When did Chase Young become freaking Nick Bosa? Twitter is a cesspool. Like, we all know this, but the weeping and gnashing of teeth that has been going on Twitter for the last 2 days on a biblical level because we didn't trade for freaking Chase Young is driving me nuts. When 2 days ago, this was the best team in the NFL, according to some Lions fans. And I just the thing is, you asked a question earlier, how do we feel? I'm like you, Doug. I feel perfectly fine because, and I've been accused of, blind faith, but at what point is it blind doubt on the part of people who don't necessarily believe in what's happening or have all of these gripes about what hasn't happened, when at every turn it seems like these guys have made the right decisions. We talked about the guys they moved on from. You brought up Amani Oruwariye. They could have been lulled and hypnotized by the 6 interceptions, but they were like, no, this guy isn't worth it. So they got him out of here. They got rid of Trey Flowers. They got rid of freaking Jamie Collins. They've made all of these right moves that hurt at the time. And they've been the right move almost every time. You can talk about Levi Onwuzurike or Jameson Williams or freaking Trinity Benson. You can talk about those guys. But at the end of the day, when you get 9 out of 10 right, you still get an A. And I'm just choosing to continue to believe.
Well, at some point, somebody builds up enough credibility that you kind of maybe do have some blind trust or that goes against whatever your personal instinct is. Gator, I think you're kind of there. I think Gator's instinct was to make a move, but you keep saying, but I trust Brad Holmes.
But I do trust Brad Holmes. I mean, like I said, today I'm disappointed. I still trust him, and I still think this is a very good football team. And I think regardless if they add it or not at the deadline, this is a team that should go on and win, we would think, 12, 13 games this year and find themselves in contention for the number 1 seed. My disappointment comes in the thought that had they added another player on defense, whether it was in the secondary or the defensive line, I think that there were moves out there that could have pushed them to the top of that where it's not as much of a variable. It's more of a certainty. Now, does that mean it's not necessarily tied to Chase Young? I mean, I threw other names out there, the guys that I really wanted, and the fact might be that those guys were not available. If Danielle Hunter wasn't available, then you can't get him. If you can't get Derek Brown or Brian Burns from Carolina, then you can't get him. If you couldn't get Patrick Surtain from Denver, then you couldn't get him. If the only guys available were the ones that went to Chicago and San Francisco at those prices, it's a little disappointing. But I agree with you. It's not like, and I don't think anybody is saying that Chase Young is T.J. Watt. Chase Young may not even be Montez Sweat, right? But it's to say that to think that he wouldn't help this defense out. I don't know if that might be a little far-fetched.
The only thing that I'd like to add is just at the end, I was also, debating with somebody on social media about about what San Francisco and Philadelphia do. And I feel like the huge contrast there is our window is just now opening. 2 years ago, this team lost 13 games and was lucky to tie one. And now we're talking about winning the division. And I don't necessarily, and obviously, Rico made the point last week that, next year isn't promised, and I get that, and obviously that's true, but I feel like our window is just now opening, and I think that when Brad Holmes is looking at this roster, he doesn't really see a reason to make any kind of big moves that could potentially disrupt what's being built.
Jamel, there's a slow and steady feel to this. I don't see a house of cards yet with top-heavy contracts. I don't see they're going to have to pay the piper. We saw that with the Tigers. We knew they were going to have to pay the piper eventually with the way that they built. Dave Dombrowski yesterday would have traded for Chase Young.
Right. Well, in an uncapped
league. No, he would have traded for Brian Burns.
Yeah, he would have done whatever. But it's an uncapped league. It's different.
They don't have that train. The light at the end of the tunnel isn't a train. The Tigers, there was a light at the end of the tunnel. We hoped it was a World Series, turned out to be a train. This group, the light at the end of the tunnel, isn't a train in terms of they're screwed 4 years from now or 3 years. The Rams, they got both. The light at the end of the tunnel was a Super Bowl and a train.
Right, because they had the high contracts and they had no draft picks.
Yep.
The Lions, though, they're going to have big contracts real soon. They got to make a decision up on Jared Goff, who's going to cost them a lot, $50 million plus. You've got, I think Jonah Jackson comes up. Are they? A lot
Jonah
of people think they're going to let him
seems
go.
like a high walk candidate, and you know why? They're probably going to do it with a player like him because they've got a Sorsdal. Because they've used their draft picks, maybe. But it feels like they put together incredible depth at guard.
But they'll also have to make their mind up on Penei Sewell, which of course they're going to re-sign him, but extension time next year because you're going to have to just pick up the fifth year.
St. Brown's going to need a contract.
St. Brown's the one's going to need and he's going to get a big contract.
Huge.
Because he's top 15 receiver in the league.
Well, the thing is, one more thing, guys. Okay, Chase Young isn't this crazy Dombrowski move, though. That's why I'm disappointed.
Yeah.
And just because he doesn't look so much on film, the Niners essentially gave up nothing for this guy. A third-round pick, which they could get back if they lose Chase Young in a comp pick. The Lions could have done the same thing. And the risk-reward, what's the risk? You move back a little bit on the comp pick you get if Chase Young leaves, and the reward is this guy could really help the defensive line. I know the window's just opening, but everyone knows the NFL, the window can shut just like that as well.
Remember, they just might not like him as a football player.
They may not.
But that's what I'm saying. There's still the risk-reward is still there for me.
But they also have the third-round pick from Minnesota this year. So they have 2 third-round picks. I'm just throwing it out there that's other things you're looking at with what their capital is. Third-round pick it's a good pick to have, but they have 2 of them.
248-539-9797. We go to Philip next on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Philip?
Hey, how's it going, Doug? How's it going, Gator? Hey,
Philip.
Yeah, guys. Look, first, let me say this before I get to my point. This is to all the callers out there in 97.1 Ticket Land. Nobody, please, do not call again talking to Doug and Gator and Kane about Crosby. That was never going to happen. Stop it. That is a fantasy. This is not a Madden video game. Please stop it.
It's too bad.
That being said. All right. Now that we got that out of the way, my thing is this. Gator, I am with you 100%. Doug, I understand giving Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell the benefit of the doubt. But Gator and Kane has just made the points that I myself was going to make. I don't necessarily have to have Chase Sutton. I would have preferred to have Montez Sweat because it's not just this season. You can look at his performance over his entire career. The guy has been effective no matter what, whether he's been on a good Washington team or a bad Washington team. He's performed. And to give up a second-round draft pick for him, which is what they gave, which is what Chicago gave up for him, is merely nothing because you don't lose anything. Gator just said they have 2 third-round picks, which makes up for that. You can whatever it is that you need to do, you can get that in the third round.
Looking back at Montez Sweat, I don't want this to be revisionist history, but just looking at his career, he's never had a double-digit sack total season. He's had a 9-sack season. He's had an 8-sack season. Now this year he's on the trek to do better than that because he's got 6.5 in 8 games, but he hasn't been that electric pass rusher like the top 10 guys in the league at that position.
I don't necessarily need him to be a double-digit sack guy. I don't need him to be all-worldly. I don't need him to be Dwight Freeney or any of that. But when you couple him on the line, when you incorporate him on the line with Aiden Hutchinson, then somebody's numbers is going to go up. Either Hutchinson's numbers is going to go up, either Ryan McNeil's numbers is going to go up, either Sweat's numbers is going to go up, or somebody else's numbers is going to go up. I know I keep hearing this culture thing and the best fit. To me, that's a bunch of poppycock lingo for whatever it is that for whatever reason they want to give the public as to why they didn't go after.
Well, why wouldn't they
I'm
go
just
after
not
him?
comfortable.
Yeah,
with
but
it.
then why wouldn't they?
Yeah,
Doug's right.
They would just go after him if they obviously
I think they
have a reason.
They 100% believe in their culture. 100% believe in that. And why wouldn't they, given the trajectory of what's happened here?
Every player doesn't fit into every system, by the way.
You're right. Now, the other thing the one thing I do love about Montez Sweat is he makes tackles all over the field. He's got 10 tackles for loss to go with the 6.5 sacks. I mean, that's impressive. It's a lot of time spent in the backfield. I mean, it's identical to what Max Crosby has done this year.
Hey, it's Hump Day at Twin Peaks, and you know what that means? Bourbon and brews. This week, they're serving up Jack Daniel's family favorites. They'll even have samples of their delicious Tennessee Studs, sampling from 5 to 7 tonight. So don't be late. It's official. Twin Peaks has added more times to their daily party as the lodges are now all open later. That means an extra hour of happy hour Monday through Thursday night. Late night happy hour starts at 10 p.m. Monday through Thursday and runs to midnight, which is great for Monday and Thursday football games. Heck, there's college football games during the week. That gives late workers an extra hour to take advantage of the amazing happy hour specials. Bring the crew and enjoy amazing deals on shareable items like $3 fried pickles, $5 hand cut, and breaded to order mozzarella cheese bites. And wash it all down with great drink deals like $3 Wells, $4 tall domestics, or buy a round of cheap shots for the group, priced at $3.99. Twin Peaks girls will be there as well. Late night happy hours, Twin Peaks. Find a location nearest you. Go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Join the E-Club. Sign up for the E-Club by going to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com/Peaks-Club to get started today. That was Dan Campbell yesterday. Earlier this hour, we played for you Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Dave next. Hi, Dave.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Okay.
Hey, thanks again for another really enjoyable program. Just been a delight tuning in this morning.
Oh, Dave, you're welcome. Yeah.
And so I just wanted to comment on all this criticism the Lions are getting for not trading for an edge rusher. And I thank you so much for playing back those comments from the general manager and the head coach about their thought process on this. And I totally respect what they're doing, totally buy in to what they're doing for a couple reasons. One, we're getting a pretty good edge rusher back before the playoffs, right? The guy uninjured, James Houston.
We hope so. It's not a sure thing.
They sure made it seem like they expect him in December. He's I think getting ready to join the team in terms of practicing pretty soon.
Yeah, well, that significantly plays into this. And then the other thing is a comment I heard from Don Canham many years ago, the old athletic director at Michigan. I think it was at an alumni club lunch or something. He said the most important thing in athletics is the program. The program's more important than the season. The season's more important than any game, and the game is more important than any player. And that's the way I think the Lions are looking at this in that mindset, a top-down mindset. And the other thing I heard from a business leader here in town, I won't mention his name, but you definitely recognize him. And he runs in the circle with other business leaders, and he knows the Ford family, so he's in a credible position here that I buy. He told me that the Ford family gives enormous credit, outsized credit, to Chris Spielman for building and reforming the culture of this team or this organization, actually. And I wanted to ask you two questions about that.
Real quick here, Dave. We're short on time. Real quick.
Okay, two questions. Does that comport with what your sources are telling you about Spielman? And if so, how does he do that?
Spielman, Dave, thank you. Spielman said it himself. Spielman on the morning show, Stoney said to him, why don't you guys take more chances on players with maybe a red flag? And Chris Spielman said, Stoney, tell me what the red flag is. Like, every case is different. I need to know the red flag. I need to know what it is. There are a couple non-negotiables. But Spielman spoke openly about how they want to do that. I think we're in a weird place where it was a very valid and often repeated criticism that the Lions culture sucked. Our entire lives we've heard that. And I think it's been a pretty well accepted fact that the Lions culture sucked. Now they have guys that have paid attention to it, clearly have it in a good place, and some people want to risk it. And I think they would tell you that one bad apple can't upset the apple cart. I'm guessing, because of the way they seem to behold that and the way that they seem to let that really impact their moves. I don't think they want to risk that.
I think they're very careful about who they let into their inner circle. I think that's for sure. As far as Chris Spielman's concerned, I love that Sheila Ford Hamp reached out to him to make him part of her circle of trust, because she's a different owner. She wants to be the owner of this team. She wants to run this team. She's been part of it her whole entire life and couldn't wait for this opportunity. Where people say that the previous ownership wasn't as passionate about things. She is. She's been here. She's had to grow up listening to everything that's been said about them, to take all the arrows from the fan base against her family. And she's probably screaming like, that's not how I feel. I love this team. I want better. And then when you grab somebody like Chris Spielman and talk to him, I mean, every Lions fan out there knows what kind of player he was and how much heart he played with. And then if you have an honest conversation with him and say, how do we find more people like you in this organization, he can give you the answer, because he's like, well, this is who I am. This is what I believe in. And if we find people that have that same belief and they're out there, then maybe we can change things around. And that's what they found with Dan Campbell. That's what they found with Brad Holmes.
See,
That's what they found when they got other people involved.
I believe in Dan Campbell's and I believe in Brad Holmes. So let's make that clear. And I don't know why they didn't go after Chase Young or didn't get Chase Young for whatever reason. I don't know any of that. And the culture's clearly changed here. You guys mentioned all the reasons why. But they can't all be perfectly fit for the team. Do you know what I'm saying? So when the Pistons got Rasheed Wallace, they had a great culture. They had a great leadership in Chauncey and Ben. They had a team that was pretty damn good. And they took a risk, no matter what you want to say, when they brought in Rasheed Wallace, because he was fiery, the technical fouls and all that stuff, right? They took on that risk, and they put him over the top. I'm not saying Chase Young's exactly like Rasheed Wallace, but sometimes you trust your culture, and you trust them to be able to take on a somewhat of a risk, whatever you want to call it, to put you over the top. And especially when the price isn't much, that's why I think people are disappointed like myself. Chase Young has unbelievable talent from what we see. Now, maybe he didn't fit the scheme, whether it was on the field or off the field, but sometimes it's worth that chance to put you over the top.
Sometimes it's not.
If I really highly doubt Chase Young would have destroyed this locker room.
But what if they had questions about that, or he just didn't fit from a football perspective?
Clearly, there was something happened right there.
Yes,
but
I would imagine it's one or the other, and they were. I guess it could be something else, and that is that the Lions value the third-round pick or the second-round pick.
But you get a third-round comp in return when he leaves.
Maybe that formula is way too complex to say that. It is. I mean, it could be, but it's way too complex. And so maybe they didn't want to give that up. I suspect it's more football reasons. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Garrett next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Garrett.
Hey, how's it going? So I kind of agree with your first caller about my big point was our window is just now opening. And so I won't beat a dead horse and go over that again, but going into we know that it can close at any moment, but looking at our division, I really don't see our window closing anytime soon. There's no real threats in the division right now. The Packers think they're a QB away, when in reality they don't have a single starter on their offense that's going to start on a contending team. They have a lot they have to rebuild. The Vikings, you never really know. They're kind of up in there right now. And the Bears, I just don't see it. If anything, that Montez Sweat trade for them doesn't make sense to me because they're still not close to competing. So I'm not sweating it too much. Like, it would have been nice to get another defender or somebody to help the D-line out, but I don't think it was worth potentially mortgaging our future and re-signing a guy. Yeah, we could have gotten cheap to rent, but we are not in a position where we need to rent somebody right now. And so that's my point. So I'm not too concerned.
Well, look, it's amazing because I have a feeling this is a point of delineation in this season. I think the entire Lions fan base is putting a pin in this moment. And if it doesn't work out, and odds are they won't win the Super Bowl, they're going to come back to what happened on Halloween of 2023 and say that's why.
No, they'll do that. They've got several pins in place. You've got the Jordan Davis pin, you've got the Jalen Carter pin, and you've got this pin.
Philly made some big moves. They took both those players and they made big moves at the trade deadline. If the Lions think they can beat Philly as constructed in Ford Field because they think they're going to get the home field advantage, this will really test their theory. Because if you look at the schedules the next few weeks, Philly's got a gauntlet. The Lions' opportunity to pass them to become the number one seed in the NFC, I mean, it's right there. It's right there for the taking. Philly's got, Buffalo? Is it Buffalo, Kansas City, Dallas twice? I mean, they got an incredibly tough schedule.
Yeah, it's very difficult what Philadelphia has in front of them.
And right now, I don't know, are they the favorites to win the Super Bowl?
I don't think they are. I'm not sure.
Here it is.
It's Dallas at Kansas City, home against Buffalo, home against the Niners, at Dallas, at Seattle, home against the Giants and Cards, and to finish up at the Giants. The last three games are fine. It's everything in between that. 2 games against Dallas, and the rest are the Chiefs, Bills, and Niners.
The Lions' job the next 6 weeks is to pass Philly. That's their job. 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. feel like I'm on an island today. I am comfortable with the Lions not really making a move yesterday. I mean, they got Donovan Peoples-Jones, but everything that they said, I think makes sense. Gator, you are disappointed, but you trust Brad Holmes. Kang, I think you're just disappointed.
No, I trust Brad Holmes. I've said that many times. I mean, obviously, look at the job these guys have done. My point is, this is not even giving up a bunch, is what I'm saying. You know, this isn't a Brian Burns deal. This isn't a Max Crosby deal. This is a third-round pick, which you're right about the comp pick. It's the formula is weird, so who knows? But
you could get it.
You could get. Now, here's the thing. We're wary of guys that perform really well in the last year of their contract, right?
Yep.
Well, guess what? If he plays great for the Lions, I don't care.
Yeah, I don't
It
either.
helps the comp pick, number one. Number two, he plays great for you. So, because I know part of the comp evaluation is also how well they play and what kind of contract they sign for the next deal. If he plays great, which is the very big incentive for Chase Young to play great the rest of the year,
Sure,
right?
yep.
He needs a new contract, and that's going to help San Francisco get a better comp pick if they don't sign him. I just felt like the risk-reward there was not much, and the reward is huge. If you want to count on James Houston or one of your cores, that's fine. I think Chase Young is just another body you could put in there. Why not?
Yeah, I think the why not is likely. They don't think his skill set fits in what they're trying to do defensively. That's the conclusion I'm drawing, reading between the lines and listening to them talk.
And when we played the Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes cut earlier, like you need this, and this to happen to trade for a player, sometimes I think you need 2 out of the 3. You can't do it every time.
I think they'll tell you you can do it every time. But, all right, let's get to the people. 248-539-9797. DJ is next on 97.1. Hi, DJ.
What up, though, fellas?
Hey, DJ.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of callers have said what I want to say, but I think I'm going to agree with Gator from the standpoint of, man, why not? You get what I'm saying? Like the PFF and all that stuff. Charles Harris has sucked this year to where he sucked. Like, PFF proves that he's been benched. And why not upgrade over that? You can't tell me, and I agree with some of the callers, Chase Young, it ain't like he's been everything that everybody said he would be, but I just think from a talent point of view, he's better. Montez Sweat is better. I'm not upset, because they're going to do what they do, but I'm a little disappointed to add in what Gator says with me. It's Jalen Carter, prioritizing him. It's now this. Just prioritize the D-line and understand that the D-line is what really wins championships. And this is our first legitimate time, guys, since 2014. And I think Kane said it. If we got the culture, which I think we do now with Hutchinson and Ragnow, I don't want to hear the culture stuff because we have a culture that's established enough to include some players, and they're going to conform to us because we're winning. Winning makes your culture what it is. That's just my opinion, guys.
Thank you, DJ. 248-539-9797. Rich is next. What's up, Rich?
What's going on, fellas?
How we doing?
I'm good. I'm good. The situation, though, is not good. First of all, if one player that you bring in destroys your culture, you have no culture, so they can cut that out. Second of all, the problem here, or the solution to the problem, is we need to get one of the country's top virologists in here, because the Detroit sports executives all have the same disease. Y'all keep addressing it one by one. But the Lions, Pistons, and Tigers all are getting better. It's factual. They all in a situation where they could have taken major steps to improve, and they all keep coming up with some type of mamby-pamby, crazy logic to not do so. And that's what the Lions did yesterday. It's like they're getting this disease, culture, timeline, availability. They're delaying the development of their teams from taking a major step forward when it's right there, one player in most cases that could really push their timeline forward. And sometimes I almost feel like these dudes are really buying themselves a second contract. Hold on, wait. We're getting better. But if we follow the timeline, we'll get better in time enough for me to get that second executive contract. I think it's a bunch of bull.
Honestly, if you believe all this, you do not trust Brad Holmes.
It's not about trusting Brad Holmes. Brad Holmes has done a great job in putting the team together, draft, and all of that stuff. But I don't have no blind trust in it. I can't see what's obvious in front of my face that they should have made a deal yesterday and made the team better.
I mean, come on, man. If you think the reason he didn't make a move is because if he slow plays it, he gets a second contract, if you really, truly believe that, there's no way you can say you trust him. He's operating in his own self-preservation. You think he's making decisions based upon his own self-preservation?
I'm saying that all these dudes are doing the same thing. They're all slow rolling. Should the Tigers spend some money from a billionaire? Should the Pistons have gotten one doggone forward who could shoot a little bit to help out at the forward position? This is all the same stuff with the same lame excuses. And what I'm saying is that maybe that's not the reason. I don't hear anybody coming up with a better reason. And if the Lions right now, you really believe all of the DNs that are available, no DN would have fit their scheme, their culture? That's as ridiculous as you feel that
I know this. There were 2 defensive ends traded. So to think that, I mean, if Danielle Hunter was available,
I think they would have gone after Danielle Hunter.
I think Detroit would have, San Francisco would have. If Brian Burns were available, I think there have been multiple teams have been after him. I don't think those guys were available. So if the guys that were available were just the guys from Washington, and you're looking at that, and okay, I get it. I'm disappointed too, but I understand what the Lions are trying to do as well. They don't want to rock the boat. They like what they have. They think what they have works. And how about, I just put this for food for thought. I said it earlier. Thinking about in December when to get James Houston back is one thing, right? Because they know that guy last year rushed the passer, but he's coming off an injury, broken leg, broken ankle. You don't know if he's going to be 100% when he goes, if he's going to return to form. Maybe it takes a while, and by that point, the season can be done. But I mentioned Julian Okwara before. Julian Okwara is only played in 4 games this year, and he's got 2 sacks in the 4 games. He only has 44 snaps on the season. I said, maybe they like the development of Julian Okwara. Is that possible?
It's possible.
Because it's a small sample size, and I don't have Pro Football Focus stats or whatever, next gen stats to see what his pressure rate is. But 2 sacks on 44 snaps would seem to indicate that it's a decent rate of getting pressure on the quarterback.
But you know what? There seems to be a lack of belief that they possibly didn't love Montez Sweat and Chase Young. I think
it's definitely possible that they didn't. And it might be probable that they didn't, given that they didn't land them and the price it took to get Chase Young in particular. I think we go back to, as Lions fans, what we remember about Chase Young, top guy in the draft, that's the guy everybody wanted. We would have given anything to move up to get him at that point, right? Mm-hmm. Everybody thought that. And his career hasn't panned out. He's been injured, and he's got a decent start this year with the 5.5 sacks or 5 sacks, whatever it is this year. But if the Lions don't trust it, and it seems like they didn't because they did better than the 3rd-round pick that San Francisco offered, why is that? It tells me that he doesn't fit what they were looking for, doesn't fit the culture of what they want. I don't know what it is about Chase.
Do you think they're slow playing this to create another contract for themselves, their own career self-preservation?
Absolutely not.
248-539-9797.
Here's what career preservation is: winning. That's how you preserve your career.
It's also a lot more fun.
You win.
It's a lot more fun.
Yeah. I don't know, going from 3.5 wins the first year to 9 the second year, and now off to a 6-2 start this year, which looks like it could be almost a certain double-digit win total. Yeah, I think that's the way you preserve your career.
Yeah, getting better. You know what's better than getting better? Winning, and that gets you contract extension as well. So, yeah, I don't believe that part. But it's clear Chase Young, something about him where didn't seem like the Lions were, as far as we know, were interested.
Well, there's a quote out there that might explain it. I want to get to that coming up. It's from an NFL insider regarding Chase Young. We'll get to that today at 1:16. 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, it's another big football weekend here in Michigan. We've been talking football all week. We'll continue talking football because listeners are loving it, and they also love the Play Gun Lake Casino Sportsbook app. It's the only app I recommend right here in Michigan. They've got odds, bets, slots, and games. Download the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app right now, and you'll play all your favorite casino games as well, right at your fingertips. The casino and the sportsbook are right in your pocket and go wherever you go in the state of Michigan. Play popular online slots like 88 Fortunes, Cleopatra's Gold, and Wheel of Fortune. New slots like Atomic Meltdown, Imperial Wealth. Play with a live dealer on your phone. Enjoy blackjack, roulette, and baccarat. Check out Ultimate Texas Hold'em on the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's got a great new offer right now for new users. Download the Play Gun Lake app right now and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down within the first 24 hours. The Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's your time to play. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See website at playgunlake.com for details. You must be 21 and in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, a listener named Andrew sent this. It's a link to a story that's behind a paywall, but it's written by Michael Silver. And look.
Who's Michael Silver?
Michael Silver is an NFL writer. He's been around forever. He now writes for the San Francisco Chronicle. He has unnamed sources, and it's only on Twitter, and the rest is behind a paywall. But this has been out there since San Francisco traded for Chase Young. And again, there seems to be some complete and total disbelief that the Lions didn't add to the defensive line. And as you pointed out, only 2 defensive linemen got traded, right? 2 defensive ends.
Yes.
Because what's his name?
Defensive tackle from the Giants.
Giants went to Seattle. And so you're trying to figure out, okay, maybe those were the only guys available. And I think it would stand to reason. There wasn't a lot of indication that Carolina was stoked to move Brian Burns, that Minnesota really wanted to move Danielle Hunter, although there was one report that said top 60 pick, which seemed too good to be true. I don't think there was any credible reports that Max Crosby was available. But if you just look at the guys that got moved, is it possible that the Lions didn't want those players for football reasons? Just straight up football reasons. Because what I feel like
football reasons.
Well, but it feels like people are ripping the Lions because they think it's just they're overvaluing culture or they're overvaluing draft picks. This is from Michael Silver, quote, Young, according to several Commanders coaches and other organizational sources, was viewed as an undisciplined player who developed bad habits such as deviating from assignments in order to make splash plays. Then he writes ducks for cover. And that's, I'm not even going to take that as Bible. I don't know that that's true. And I feel like it's impugning Chase Young here a little bit. But as we look at reasons that would make Brad Holmes something north of totally illogical, right? Because I think people, certainly we've had some callers today that think it's completely illogical that they didn't make a move for Chase Young or didn't match the 3rd round pick or offer up a 2nd round pick or do a 3rd and a 7th to try and top what San Francisco gave up. Would this make some sense? Maybe?
No, that would make a lot of sense. It would scream that, I mean, if you take the story as true, it screams that that's not the culture fit. And I know people still want to say, I don't care, I'll take a guy who can make plays. Well, if this guy is out for himself, for his own glory, to build up his own stat sheet, particularly in a contract year, and he's vacating all of his actual duties. Like, we talk a lot about running quarterbacks and mobile quarterbacks. A guy like Chase Young against a mobile quarterback, that's death. Because if he's only out to get the quarterback and he doesn't, and you don't hit home on that first pass rush, and he just takes one step forward, lets you go by. Hey, I'll hit the brakes and watch him fly on by. And then you take off running. And why? Well, because post-game interview, we just weren't disciplined enough, man. We just didn't get it done on the outside. Our guys, man, they just didn't stay in their lanes. They shirked the responsibilities. You don't want to hear that, because that's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, I mean, let me be clear. I do not know the reason they didn't get involved, but
I said if.
There's a lot of ifs here.
As gospel.
And, we've heard them talk, and if you just insert names into sentences when they talk, it's a lot easier to try and figure out who they're talking about.
Yeah. Listen, we all 3 of us believe in Brad Holmes. So we all 3 of us think there must be obvious reasons to Brad Holmes and the Lions brass why the trade didn't happen with Chase Young, whether they called, didn't call. Obviously, they didn't trade for Chase Young, and they probably had legit reasons for that, okay?
Yep.
My only dispute is, and then with other people that that think they should have went after him, was it seems like a pretty low risk. If you don't, depending on the 3rd round comp you get returned, if you do get one, to get a player who's in his contract year, who has everything to gain from playing well the rest of the year, and with this defensive line where, hey, he's not going to play every down. He could be your James Houston, but like when you're in there, get the quarterback. Period. We need you.
Yeah, just be a pass rusher.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's all we need you to do. We don't need you to play every down and be that guy, set the edge or whatever. You're going in on 2nd and long, 3rd and long.
Let me throw this out there too.
Okay.
We always talk about how it takes 2 to tango, right? You got to. Is it possible? There's a grudge with the GM, being it's Martin Mayhew, and he didn't want to deal with Detroit? And if you look where Martin Mayhew was before he took over as GM of the Washington Commanders, he was vice president of player personnel with the San Francisco 49ers. So we see it all the time where GMs, if they move around, or player personnel guys, they move around, they tend to make moves with teams they're familiar with. Is it possible he didn't like how he was let go by the Lions? A, grudge factor. And 2, more importantly perhaps, that he just felt more comfortable dealing with the Niners because they've got that relationship, and let's get this done.
Well, that's juicy and salacious.
I like being juicy and salacious.
All right, let's get back to the people. 248-539-9797. Craig is next. Hi, Craig.
Good afternoon, guys.
What's up?
I, as a long time listener of you guys and listening to many Monday shows after a loss, that's what today feels like right now. And I know it's super simplistic, and people are going to say it's a loser mentality, but gosh almighty, they're 6-2, and it's less than 48 hours from that. And are we going to have 2 weeks of this till the next game? I don't want to go back to that mindset. There's such good things happening, and I understand it's going to be the topic today, but yeah, I don't miss those shows anymore, and that's what today feels like.
You're right. That's weird. Now that you brought it up, if anybody knows what a Monday show feels like after a loss, it's us.
The guys that host the Monday show.
Craig, it feels like, obviously you're a longtime listener, and you're right. You're 100% right.
Yeah, and again, this is about a free agent. It's like the draft, right? I mean, we still talk. I don't like what could have been. Well, we don't have those linemen in Philadelphia. We don't have them. All right, get over it. We didn't make the trade. Let's just keep going. It's. I think playoffs will be in 10, 11 weeks. Let's bitch then if something comes.
Well, I bitch then when you can bitch now. The not having the two linemen that are in Philadelphia, some people are never going to get over. And yet Gibbs might have just turned the corner. Laporta seems to be totally worth it. It would be, now maybe Jordan Davis, it wouldn't be the case, but Jalen Carter, there's an extremely strong correlation and probability that you wouldn't have Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta if they'd taken Jalen Carter. And by no stretch of the imagination do we need to do victory laps over Gibbs just now, but if we let it breathe a little bit, we saw what they might have had in mind come to fruition on a football field this past Monday night. And
there's no question that the players have high ceilings, right?
Yep.
What it comes down to, I think, with the fans, with the Jalen Carter thing, it was the position of need.
Yeah.
You went and added a running back, and running backs seem to be disposable in the NFL. You could get them all throughout the draft. There were running backs taken after Jahmyr Gibbs that have proven to be quite good. So maybe you didn't have to go that route. You could have still had Laporta in the second round, and you could have taken something else.
Jalen Carter.
I understand it.
Jalen Carter's a good player. I'm not going to deny that.
He could be a great
He's
player.
the kind of player that would help you do things like have a great rush defense. They're second in the league.
Yeah.
The Lions are second in the league. Now, would he provide a little bit more interior pass rush? Yes. Yes, he probably would.
I'm just hoping they can develop somebody next to McNeil. I mean, what we saw from Ali McNeil on Monday night, that was real. That was real inspiring to see him just wreak havoc right up the middle.
Now, again, Gibbs, McNeil, Laporta, keep doing it. Keep doing it.
Yeah, please.
248-539-9797. Sheldon is next. What's up, Sheldon?
Hey guys.
Hey.
I was just wondering, do you think even at least Brad Holmes at least made the call to Washington to at least inquire what it possibly would take to either get Chase Young or Montez Sweat? Because it seemed like he had no desire to get them, but he definitely had a desire to get Donovan Peoples-Jones, which no offense, he's a good receiver, and that ought to be telling JMO something like, okay, they only gave up a 6th-round pick just to acquire a wide receiver. Your time is limited, son.
Well, I wouldn't look at it that way for Jameson Williams, because I think that Donovan Peoples-Jones simply takes the place of Marvin Jones. That's it. He wasn't targeted a bunch this year with Cleveland, and I think that they could have made that trade anytime from 10 o'clock in the morning up until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, frankly, yesterday, and they would have gotten it done. So I don't think that was any rush to get that deal done. As far as the first part is concerned, I don't know. I would hope that there was some sort of communication with the Commanders about those two players, because those were two players that seemingly would have been a fit out of position of need. But in light of hearing this story out of San Francisco, if this was the
Michael
report,
Silver quote,
Michael Silver had this report on
that
Chase
Young is undisciplined in his lane, not staying in his lanes. Yeah, that can't be a concern.
Yeah, I mean that would be a concern.
from a defensive line coach's perspective, like I said, the defensive line players stay in their lane, mind the gaps, and be sure, and hold with integrity.
Hey, thanks, Sheldon. I don't know if they called, but I think you kick the tires on a lot of things. Find out if somebody's being given away or somebody can be had or there's going to be, a significant cost to it. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Mike at U of M on Twitch. I just looked down. He said, this all sounds like the Wings need to get better on the blue line today. I mean, Get bigger. Sorry, he wrote bigger, not better. I mean, that was one of my favorite moments.
Not big enough.
One of my favorite moments ever, realizing how sports fans think. And it was a friend of yours.
Yep.
And the Wings had just won the Cup.
Yep.
And it was in the moments after they won the Cup.
Yeah. It's like they're still not big enough.
He said that to, and he was serious.
Yeah. I'm like, they just won the Stanley Cup.
Yep.
And you're going to complain about the size of this team. It was, by the way, win the Stanley Cup again, because it wasn't their first Cup run. I forget if it was 98 or 02. It may have been the 02, which was a Hall of Fame team. Like, I don't even know what to tell you if you're upset by that.
They're not big enough to what? Win the Stanley Cup?
Right. Well, they're not going to do it again.
But we're going to get, especially me, because I'm not mad today. I'm perfectly satisfied with what they did, because I think that our guy is a competent GM. I think that what they're doing is working. And you know, I think that they make decisions for good reasons. They aren't going to get them all right, though. They aren't going to get them all right. But I'd rather have them have a strategy, have a belief, commit to it, and follow through on it. And they've done those things. I'm getting very wordy. Let's get to the people. 248-539-9797. Kevin is next. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys.
What's up?
Yeah. So I was thinking about it during the while holding, and I think about the Tigers back in 06 when they started that run. And if you think about it, during that run, 2006 was the best year for the Tigers to win it. And at that time, we were thinking, it's okay, we're just happy to be here. But then, in retrospect, years later, obviously we wish we would have won that series. I look with the Lions. I'm a pessimist, but I've been happy since the Jets game from last year. And the thing is, this year though, with this trade deadline, I look at the 49ers and the Eagles. They both have very competent front offices, and they're making moves. I understand our record is 6-2 right now, but good teams think they're not playing checkers, they play chess, and they're thinking couple moves down the line. My point is, when they make it in the playoffs, and let's say there is a crucial play on defense and we got to stop them, is Buggs and McNeil and Kaminsky going to get the job done when Hutchinson's getting double or triple teamed?
I don't care who just somebody on defense gets the job done. I don't care if it's Buggs, McNeil, or Kaminsky. Just somebody get it done. But
that's just it. We need more depth on that defense. I mean, obviously, I hope I'm wrong, but I just wish they would have done something. And you look at what other teams gave up to get, Chase Young, and even if they let him go, they're still going to get that third-round pick back.
Possibly. I mean, it's a complicated formula. There's no guarantee. I mean, this team has played. You just said they need they need more depth on defense. They've lost 2 starters in the secondary. They've lost 2 starters for a good period of time up front. They're getting guys back now. The depth has come through for them, and they should start getting people back. Secondly, you said good teams are playing checkers or chess, and so you don't think the Lions are a good team?
I believe right now I'm just a little, you know what, I could be dead wrong, and I hope that I am, but I just wish they would have maybe added some more depth, because, our guys, like you said, we've had injuries on defense. I don't want these guys to be all just, tired and worn out. They got nothing left in the tank, and it's easier when you can you have more depth, I feel.
It is, and I guess, they played all but 2 games to start the season. I think it was both in the second game, wasn't it? Where Gardner Johnson was he left the game. It was a home game against Seattle, wasn't it? And same thing with James Houston. They lost them both in the same game, if I'm not mistaken.
They get Mosley back for 2 plays.
Mosley hasn't even played hardly. So it seems like Gardner Johnson will come back. We don't know when, but I mean, the way he's using social media sure makes it sound like he'll be back before the end of the season. I don't know how long it takes for him to get up to speed, but if they have him back middle of December and he can play the last 3 or 4 games at a high rate, then I feel pretty good. Same thing with James Houston, another player they haven't had in a long time, but by all indications, looks like he's going to be back in December. If he comes back to form, that's going to help significantly. I mentioned the development of Julian Aquara. I'm not ready to say it's a trend just yet, but maybe they got something here. He's only played the last 4 games. He's had 44 snaps total. He's got 2 quarterback sacks in the 44 snaps. You know, they're finding out which guys are willing to do whatever it takes to make a difference in his team in practice and in the games. We're seeing some guys being held out, not suiting up for game day, and we're seeing different snap rates for other players. But maybe, just maybe, they've got something with Julian Aquara. I mean, Romeo Aquara, I think, has been disappointing. Charles Harris has been disappointing. And they could get some injuries back. So I like what's coming down the road, but I'm not going to like it as much if we see more injuries.
Len is next. Hi, Len.
Hey, guys. I think the Lions missed their chance to win the Super Bowl with Sweat or Young to complement Hutchinson. We still will not be able to stop the run against the good teams. In fact, Garoppolo missed 2 cinch touchdowns with Devontae Adams the first time we had them within their 10-yard line.
Well, that was pressure related. He missed him because he was under pressure.
Yeah, but still, Doug, and then with 5 minutes left, he had another. Devontae was 5 yards, 10 yards past everybody, and he overthrew him.
That one's legit.
So, yeah, and so the announcer even said, yeah, they score once and they're still in this game. But anyhow, I just think with those 2 guys on our defense, we're still a weakness we had last year, and we'll carry on. But one other thing I was dead set against drafting Jalen Carter, but now I'm watching him with Philadelphia, and I'm thinking, the guy's only got to play a couple of downs here and there, and it would be the same with Chase Young or any of these guys. You can work them. I don't think a player's got to be coachable. You just got to coach them. And one other thing, Brad Holmes has done great with his overall picks, but he missed J-Mo big time with drafting an injured receiver with the 12th best player in the country, and then Pascal with a second-round choice. That was another injury-related guy.
No, if you're asking, is he perfect? No, he's not.
Looking at
Like they just blew their chance to win the Super Bowl. Well, they just blew their chance.
But he's saying to get an edge rusher opposite Hutchinson, would that put him over the top to win the Super Bowl?
No, he said they blew their chance.
Well, that's what he's using as his reasoning for it, and that's fine. It's his opinion on it. But talking about the rush defense, hard to be complaining about the Lions' rush defense. Now, I will say this: looking at the oppositions they played against, the bottom 3 rushing teams in the league, the Lions have beaten.
Yep.
And then you start to move around there and you see another team. I shouldn't say the bottom 2 because they haven't played Minnesota yet. But Minnesota is the second worst rushing team in the league, and they'll play them twice in the last 3 games. Green Bay's in the bottom 10. Vegas is the worst team in the league. Tampa Bay is 3rd worst in the league.
See, one of the issues here too is that if you look at the recent years in the league, I've completely moved off the defense wins championships belief. And I've said this for the last 3 years. My entire life, I was defense wins championships guy. And then you start really paying close attention. And offense is a greater predictor of how good you are in the NFL. It's a greater predictor. The top offenses are more likely to make the playoffs. The top offenses are more likely to win the Super Bowl. And the truth is, not all of them, but it's turned into being a more accurate predictor.
Ish.
And so, well, it has.
But I say that because I think the teams that win the Super Bowls may have really good offenses, but typically their defenses, they're not like bottom 10 defenses.
Are the Lions a bottom 10 defense?
No, but my point is,
but
I guess my point is that there's a balance in it too. It's not like you see the team that wins the Super Bowl had number 1 offense in the league and the worst defense.
Never said that. Never even came close to saying
I know, but I'm saying there is a balance.
There's no point in saying it. I know that. Everybody knows you don't want to suck defensively, and the Lions don't. And they are very good offensively. And so I guess I'm comfortable with this defense. I think you can win with this defense. Your offense has to continue to perform, but I'm comfortable with this defense. 248-539-97. It's one of the most improved units in the league, and it's your great point. It started with 10 games to go last year, and it's been a good defense ever since. Maybe not the best in the league, but a good defense ever since. Next up is Sean. You're on 97 to take it. Hi, Sean.
Hey guys, sorry my voice is not. I'm a little sick. We can all agree that Brad Holmes has been arguably the best GM for the Lions in the past 50, maybe 60 years, and top 5, in the league in the past 5 years. So it's since he's been here. Well, has it been 3 years, 4 years?
3 years.
He has made 2 mistakes, and then he just added a third to it. We just don't know how bad the third one is, obviously, until it all plays out. By the end of the year, it could be significant. It could be, a small mistake by not trading for Chase Young or the guy from Minnesota or Montez Sweat from Washington. From the one that the Bears got. The mistake he's made was trading DeAndre Swift to Philly, which is the best team in the NFC, and not drafting Jalen Crowder.
Do you like this team this year?
He's made so far.
Do you like the team, the Lions this year?
They've been the best team in the past 30, 40 years, so nobody can argue that. No,
but do you think this is a team that it's going to contend for the NFC Championship?
To be honest, they played a bad team.
Do you think do you think this is a team that's going to contend for the NFC Championship?
It's a 50-50 chance. They do have a good shot, better than they've ever had in the past 20 years, of course.
So they have a 1 in 2 chance of winning the NFC Championship? And you're going to complain about what they didn't do?
I'm not complaining. I'm saying they, getting better is always better. Why stand still when you can get better?
What if they don't think the moves? What if they don't think the moves you endorsed would have made him better?
Yeah, but then at least you take a chance, and then if it doesn't work out, then you say, hey, you know what? We at least tried.
Do something you don't believe in. Do something you don't believe in to at least take a chance.
But why would you not believe in Chase Young?
We just read the quote from the Commanders, which may or may not be true.
Right.
It's also possible that they don't think that those guys' skill sets.
It wasn't from the Commanders. It was from a beat writer from San Francisco
who quoted people from the Commanders organization that said Chase Young goes for splashy stats. There's this strange. We're doing it again now with Chase Young. Apparently, the only path to the Super Bowl was through Chase Young. They've passed on 2 paths to the Super Bowl: Chase Young and Jalen Carter. And I guess I just don't see it that way. But all right, 97 won the ticket. Gator, little self-introspection. My frustration is starting to boil over, and I can't let this happen. I have to open up my mind, take a deep breath, because I'm getting frustrated with just, Johnny next caller. And I shouldn't. Because I don't believe I'm working we're in a line of work that we're always going to be right. We're going to be wrong. I very well could be wrong on this, and I need to accept that. I think some of the logic that people have used here as to why they're 6-2, and I feel like we're being bombarded with the season's over, and that's starting to depress me, and I can't let that happen. It's clear, okay, that the people's opinions matter enough to me that it's getting to me personally, and I'm like, damn it, I thought we had a chance here, but apparently we don't, and I need to just take a deep breath and relax and step back.
Well, I do think it's going to be fun to watch the rest of the season play out for a million reasons. Of course,
used to in the last hour, and I no longer do.
But I mentioned earlier, I think in the first part of the show, we started talking about what they did and didn't do yesterday. San Francisco is the team that needed to add to their pass rush more than the Lions.
Mm-hmm.
Because San Francisco's pass rush is actually worse than the Lions, despite the fact that they've invested all these first-round picks out there and that they have Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
Now they add another former first-round pick, first overall, and Chase Young. There's no guarantees he's going to work out there. He was having a good start to the season this year with the Commanders. We'll see if he's what he is for San Francisco. But is it possible that he's not all it's cracked up to be when he goes to San Fran?
Chase Young?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because you look at Washington. Oh, by the way, another team is chock full of first-round picks on the line of scrimmage there.
Yep.
And despite the fact that they had Montez Sweat and Chase Young at defensive end, with Jonathan Allen and Deron Payne at defensive tackle, this is not a good football team.
No, and they haven't been, right? And so you can't get a bunch of stats. It doesn't help you win. And part of it is I can get really wrapped up in the stats and the minutia and the piling up. Oh, this guy has to help you because he makes great stats. And the Lions have had some guys like that, and the record was never there. Now the record is there, and the credibility is there. And the people that helped build this have just made a decision that I'm comfortable with because of who made the decision. And I feel like I'm keep getting told over and over and over how wrong I am.
Yeah. I'm just saying, despite that awesome looking,
all the resources
they have, their defense is one of the worst in the league. They give up 28 points a game, which is bottom 5 in the league. Their pass defense is atrocious. It's just let's try to keep it in perspective here of what they passed on. It looks like, oh my God, between the two guys, it's 10.5 sacks that Washington just gave up in trades for a second and third round pick, but it wasn't helping them out. And if it's just a statistical thing, these guys are just going for their own glory, like the report from San Francisco, then that probably doesn't fill what you're looking for in a future Detroit Lion. I think that is really what makes the most sense here, is that they just weren't fits for the culture or for whatever it was they were looking for.
We talk about this a lot all day. Obviously, the Lions had the reasons for not making a move with Chase Young or Montez Sweat, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think the thing you're having trouble with, Doug, is people still believe in Holmes, but they can question moves, right?
But
this is a move I think that maybe they're questioning. Maybe, hey, we might have missed out on an opportunity here.
Dude, we've taken they've blown a Super Bowl chance call. We've taken, like, I got you. I think there's a difference between what you've said and what we're getting bombarded with.
Well, the Super Bowl call, I think, callers get on the air and maybe have a hard time, kind of articulating what they want to say. I think the Super Bowl thing was this the guy to help put him over the top? And it's not just Chase Young or bust.
You said something earlier in the week, though, that I have to keep reminding myself. And it was honestly from somebody significantly younger than I am. Sometimes you say very wise things.
Sometimes.
Yes. Earlier in the week, you said, if you're not overreacting, are you even reacting anymore? Well, and I'm like, well, that's.
We got to overreact, guys. Come on, let's go.
Ron is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ron.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're doing good.
Good. Thanks for having me on. I just wanted to say, listen, everybody just take a deep breath and woosah. Jeez, I'm hearing these calls and it's not all the way adding up. And here's my point. If you notice the defensive line, like people like Levi Ozaricki and Jones and the new guy they just brought in, like Brock or something, he just played his first game. They're literally deactivating someone to put someone else in. They're very deep, and they go deep in that roster there to make a team there, and our defense is ranked a lot better. And if they feel comfortable with it, I trust their judgment. I feel comfortable with it. And everybody was sitting here, oh, J-Mo's the bust, J-Mo's this. Look, they got confidence in the guy. They're going to give him time to develop. And they went and got another receiver so that possibly can help. So it's like, geez, guys, calm down. Look at our schedule, and we're getting people back. Our schedule, listen, I got us at the top of the NFC. The road to the Super Bowl is coming through Detroit. Everybody just calm down.
Ron, thank you for the phone call. We do have a call into the Lions organization to see if they are indeed going to continue with the season. I understand as of now they are.
I've been told, and I know I've been set up for a fail here. I was told by someone to walk in here and just blindly tell you you're wrong.
You are wrong, Doug.
Now, I don't know what this is, so please don't take offense.
I mean, I expected more from you when they dealt with the Lions.
No, I've taken a step back. I'm not going to let it bother me as much, but apparently the season ended yesterday when they didn't trade for Chase Young.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No. It's okay to be upset, and the season's not over.
I think that we've had some people that and we've gotten several consecutive calls. And I was really looking forward to the Lions the rest of the season.
Yeah.
And I apparently
No
should
reason to
no
watch.
longer. No, there's no reason to watch anymore.
So now you know what it's like to be a State fan.
No, I mean, well, you know
Because
what?
there ain't no reason to watch that.
They did cancel. They're not playing this week, right? Yeah,
There was a pre-scheduled bye.
I like it. No, I was just told they're like, you have to tell Doug he's wrong. I'm like, about what?
It's okay.
Like, don't worry about it.
I'm
6-2 versus 2-6 might be different.
Dude, relax. It's all right. I'm not as angry as I was yesterday. I'm still not happy about it.
Yeah,
but like,
I saw that you apparently got pretty upset.
I know, and it bums me out, but it happened. It is what it is. It's all because I looked at his stupid face, and he had that smirk, and I'm like, you know what, man, F you. And the chair took the brunt of it.
I didn't know. David comes on and says, I have breaking news. He said, Chase Young's being traded. Okay.
But the minute he started reading it, you started sinking into your seat. You knew.
I did not know.
Whatever, man.
Stayed off of social media.
Now, one thing is true. San Francisco needed them more than the Lions did. Their pass rush isn't as good, and we'll see if it works out for them.
I mean, we barely holding it together. We've lost 3 games straight.
Dude, do me a
Threat. What's
No, go ahead.
I want to know what's the threat level of violence in studio today.
There's some weapons in here.
No,
I mean, I'm just saying.
It's just not.
Got 2 Marconi awards over there.
No,
I mean, they're very
pointy.
pointy.
Yeah.
They're very
No,
pointy.
no.
I just want to say those are off limits.
Yeah, I would agree. No, it's a 5 out of 10 because honestly, I'm not in a bad mood, but people are going to put me in a bad mood. And then it's like.
What is it every day when you walk in here? Chance of threat level for violence?
Probably about a 5.
Okay.
Probably about a 5.
And then because Chase Young went to if he goes to the Jags, he's not upset.
Correct.
He promptly told me to leave the studio.
Yeah, I did hear that yesterday.
Get out.
I just didn't want to say something regrettable. Somebody I like.
I'm like, I could leave. If I leave, I'm going home. I'll see you tomorrow.
Well, you guys have a great show.
Yeah, we'll be all right.
Stay safe,
And
everyone.
Doug, you know what he was not being yesterday?
Respectful.
Stay safe. Respect.
Privileged
97.1.
people.
All right. Well, I've given up my fight. That's going to be a thing, apparently. Tremendous. How is everybody? Okay. Relax. There's going to be none of that today. Maybe. Today's going to be a test of don't be mad at the messenger. All right? We are just but humble entertainers and newsmen, if you will. So today will be the equivalent like, don't get mad at your mailman because he dropped off mail you didn't like. He's the mailman. Everybody likes Rob the mailman. So, like, here we go. I'm going to offer you something. Rico and I aren't saying it. Other people are saying it. And then what's interesting is, two weeks ago, you held up this guy as a reason we were crazy for caring about the Michigan cheating scandal. That if this guy who hates Harbaugh supports us, then what's your problem? Well, unfortunately, I think this person has seen the light and more has come out, a.k.a. Groucho Marx on the sidelines at Michigan State. I want to play for you some audio. And depending on your perspective, this man's name is either Paul or Pete Feinbaum. This was today on ESPN. This is not Rico and I. We are not bald men from the South. This is what Paul Feinbaum said about Michigan and the scandal today. All right, so Feinbaum is just one person. So then this happened later in the morning. Now, you know we have an adoration for this man. If I could ever find it on my board. And of course I can. Damn it, I'm off my game today, people. I'm sorry. Well, it's Stephen A. Smith. I mean, he's somewhere. There we go. We have an affinity for this man. Here's what Stephen A. had to say. So then I started thinking. I ran this by Rico. You know, for those guys to make that heel turn, was it really just the absurdity of Connor Stallions on Michigan State's sideline? And I said, no. They've been talking to people. Mm-hmm. And let's face it, you don't have to like Stephen A., but he's as connected as they get. ESPN doesn't pay him $16 million a year by accident. And Paul Feinbaum, he can be a Richard. He can be detestable. He can be lovable. He can be everything in between. People talk to Paul Feinbaum. Coaches. The guy's got a 40-year career covering the SEC. So here's my point. If it's coaches that are talking to these people, then I thought this would be the relevant thing because The Athletic wrote a piece involving 50 coaches.
Yep.
So 2 weeks ago, you told me, well, what about Coach Prime? He likes it. Well, he's busy trying to find the stolen jewelry. Here's 50 coaches who didn't. On a scale of 1 to 5, How serious are Michigan's alleged actions? Almost half of the coaches rated it a full 5. The average score of the 50 coaches a 4.2. Quote, "It's easy to call plays when you know what the defense is," said a Pac-12 head coach. "It's a huge deal someone went to another game and filmed all the signals. That Spygate stuff, they were flying around the country, ? It's crazy."
Yeah.
A Mountain West coach who rated the seriousness of the allegations a 4 was equally as baffled. If you're going to do it like that, at least be subtle. They were so arrogant and brazen they didn't hide it at all. It showed how much they didn't care. What about repercussions? 47 of the 50 said Michigan should be punished. "I think you should be fired for that stuff," said a Conference USA head coach. Not Mike Arico, Conference USA head coach. "Doing stuff like that where you violate the ethics of sportsmanship is horrible. Everyone's watching this," said a Mountain West defensive coordinator. "A slap on the wrist and everyone will be doing it." Another longtime Big Ten staffer, "If you're doing it," which they did, "and you're caught," which they were, "and it's explicitly against the rules," which it is, and everyone believes to some degree it's an advantage, they shouldn't be able to play in the Big Ten title game. Again, that's a Big Ten staffer, not Mike Arico. The Big Ten owes the 13 other programs the competitive balance. It is owed to them to protect the sanctity of the conference. If that many programs have confirmed he bought tickets specifically under his name, they can't play in the Big Ten title game. There's no gray area. Again, not Mike Enrico. Another Power 5 head coach. "I'll never understand how Harbaugh does what he wants and nobody says anything. Michigan doesn't care. No one holds him accountable. These guys haven't held him accountable for anything." That's a Power 5 head coach, not Rico Beard. Does Harbaugh have plausible deniability? We've heard about this because this is the ultimate light show. You've got other people having arguments that are not really at the center of anything. Whether Harbaugh knew or not has no bearing according to the bylaws. But here we go. 35 out of 50 said he doesn't have plausible deniability. Who paid for it? Pac-12 head coach said. Yeah. There's no way this kid paid for it out of his pocket. You can't tell me Jim didn't know. The same guy who answers the recruiting thing, allegation stemming from the COVID-19 dead period, all he had to say was, "I don't remember." Guys, so here we are. And again, these are not the thoughts of Rico and Mike. These are the thoughts of
head coaches.
So here's where we arrive at. I want to know when enough is enough. Look, I said last week I wasn't ready to sit here and take away your ability to play for the national title, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But what I did say is, and what I can't help feeling, is now after this latest deal with Connor Stallions on Michigan State sidelines.
Yeah, no, look what's on ESPN.
Oh, so you had an analyst in our stadium wearing spyglasses. Like, if that's not the bottom of the chili pot, I don't know what is. But here's what I won't do. Rico, I'm not going to have an argument about, well, what advantage? Stop. It's irrelevant.
Everybody doesn't do it.
Right. What's the upside to what he did? Don't care. He did it. Here's the latest talking point you're getting from the Kremlin. You're getting, well, he went rogue. He's a psychopath. Both could be true. Let me give you a story from the real world. Let's say Odyssey Detroit, 97 won the ticket, makes a hire. Let's say we hired somebody who really enjoyed the station, grew up listening to it, and wanted to work here. Okay, well, not sure about the wisdom in that, but here we go.
Okay.
We hire him. And unbeknownst to anyone here, that person began hoarding people meters, putting them in their garage, jerry-rigging the ratings that are our livelihood.
Right.
And they get busted.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what happens.
Yeah, for those who don't know, people meters are what they use to measure which of the most popular stations around.
Right. So you cheated. You gained an advantage. You didn't tell anyone. You went rogue. You're a psycho, a super fan. Station would incur a multi-million-dollar fine. We'd be delisted. There would be no ratings. All our sponsors would leave. Everyone would be fired in management. But he went rogue. It doesn't matter. You put the logo on his paycheck. You interviewed him, you hired him, you promoted him, and you benefited from his work. So we're going to get right back to it. Now that the national media is starting to say things that they never normally would say, I am actually at a point now where I don't know what needs to happen, but I know, and I said this to a couple people at this station who will remain nameless. I said, if this was D'Antonio, when MSU was beating the brakes off on a yearly basis, and you couldn't figure out how.
7 out of 8 years.
You couldn't figure out how. It was outer space. To the point, Rico, you brought up the random drug testing that took place.
Yeah.
Because they made an issue of it, like MSU were super troopers.
Yeah, they had the players get randomly drug tested. The athletic director said, nope, I want these guys drug tested. And they did.
If this were D'Antonio, Harbaugh, his head would explode. The conference, the university, college football at large, Mark D'Antonio would be suspended the rest of the year. I can't speak to whether MSU would be banned from the postseason, and I have not advocated for that yet. But here's what I'm willing to tell you. Whether Harbaugh knew or not, there has to be a penalty in season. Because here's your issue. You can't deny Connor Stallions. There's another quote in the Athletic piece, and David, if you'd grab this, it would be amazing. I need everyone to grab this one quick. It is, analysts don't have direct access to the head coach and both coordinators during critical moments. Yet we have on camera Connor Stallions being the Tom Hagen wartime consigliere for Sharon Moore and Jesse Minter. You could play for your national title, but I got to be honest with you. I don't see how Harbaugh's coaching in it. Now, if you want to tell me we're just playing television and college football is just an episode of one of Bravo's low-rent TV shows, that's fine. But I don't have to care. We've already had this conversation the last few years where I'm kind of fading when it comes to college football. The realignment doesn't jive with me. The way NIL's been handled doesn't jive with me. And my program stinks. That doesn't jive with me. The bottom line is, this would be the final straw, I think. We have one of your staffers in our stadium in a Halloween costume wearing spyglasses. Full stop. Now you got Jim McElwain, who worked at U of M. By the way, so did Sharon Moore. But up at CMU have an answer for it. You know how I know it's Connor Stallions? Because CMU didn't come out 10 minutes later and tell me, hey, this is Pete McBride. Right. Who's Pete McBride? So I would love to know where you're at with it.
Is this the quote that you wanted about the analysts? I don't know.
Yeah, go ahead.
Pac-12's quarterback coach agreed it doesn't look good. He's next to Jim Harbaugh and then defensive coordinator Jesse Minter and then next to offensive coordinator Sharon Moore. There are rules about what they can and cannot do. They're just supposed to be charting and bringing energy. And then somebody else says, hell no. Who gets close to a head coach who doesn't have access? Is that your quote?
That is the one.
All right.
248-539-9797. So those are all what's going on today. National media, people are turning. The Athletic piece, you can't say you have coaching support. You don't. The only thing I've offered up is this new Connor Stallion stuff where not only was he sending people to games, not only was he grinding the illegal video, but if he is in person at one of our games.
The Friday night before your ECU game on Saturday.
Come on, man. Something's got to give now. Yeah. I'd love to know where you're at. 248-539-9797. Rico, tell them all about it.
Planet Fitness is home of your judgment-free zone. And anybody can go there, and they mean anybody can feel comfortable and work on their fitness goals. They're here to help you build a lasting, active lifestyle. At Planet Fitness, you got a squeaky clean gym that has tons of equipment, whether it's treadmill or free weights, a full body workout in just 30 minutes with the 30-minute circuit for those who don't have the time to sit at the gym for hours. And all your memberships come with fitness trainings. You get all of this, $1 down, $10 a month with no commitment. I'll repeat that. Just $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment. If you want to upgrade, you can. You get the PF Black Card and enjoy all the amenities like unlimited tanning, hydro massage, massage chairs, and total body enhancements and access to over 2,400 locations worldwide with unlimited guest privileges. But you got to start. You got to get that membership. Head on over to your local Planet Fitness today. $1 down, $10 a month. No commitment. Or you can get more information by going to planetfitness.com.
When your furnace goes out, you need reliable service. You need Mastercraft heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. That's covered 24/7. Locally owned for 40 years. Going to back to work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heat, AC, plumbing, electrical. Plenty of generators in stock as well. And if Mastercraft just simply can't get to you the same day, they're going to take $100 off the next day service call. Just visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, David, before we get to the people, your takeaway. Again, don't be mad at the mailman. We're dropping the mail off. But it has gotten to a point now where, I mean, this Stallion stuff. And guys, look, if it wasn't him, CMU would quickly have told you who it was.
Yep.
Jim McElwain went up to the podium last night and went, that guy's name wasn't anywhere near our sideline.
Yeah.
Guys, it's him. It's him. I mean, I just don't know another way to put it. The guy's wearing spy glasses. Literal Ray-Bans with a camera in them. I mean, it's so absurd. It's out of True Lies with Tom Arnold and Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Right.
It's totally ridiculous.
Yeah.
And again, I don't know what he would glean from this. It's immaterial. The point is, the more stuff that comes out, the more insane this guy is. He was in your employ. You have to pay for his actions because you benefited from his work. Mm-hmm. I've just now reached a point where I go, all right, somebody's got to step in and do something.
Right.
And my point would be the trade-off is you can play for the Natty, but no one who benefited from his work can be coaching.
But then that leaves a problem because who's going to coach the team?
That's a YP, not an MP.
No, because the lone wolf theory goes out the window when in the biggest game of the year, not UNLV, but the biggest game of the year is Ohio State. David, is that safe to say as a Michigan fan? Yes. That's the biggest regular season game. He's standing next to the coordinators. He's right there. He's in the ear of people. It's not a lone wolf. It's not a crazy guy. So this was, you knew the information that he brought to the table. You valued that information. You valued his system because it assisted you. Now, yes, Ohio State and other schools still had to go out and make plays or not make plays. But as I like to say, it's like the shift in baseball. There's a reason why baseball got rid of it. When you can look at analytics and say, okay, you're going to hit the ball 90% of the time to the left side of the infield, so let's bring 8 players or 7 players over to that side, you can still get a baseball through. You can hit it to the opposite field, but it's difficult. Because now there's more people there and you can kind of put an end to it. The same with knowing the tendencies and the plays of other teams. Could they still trick you and make other things? Well, yeah, it sounded like TCU did that. But to just sit there and know what the play is going to be called. We talked about it, Mike. There's 5 plays in every game that really matter, that really cause you. When you know on a key 3rd and 5, they're going to do this. That helps your defense.
Even in the athletics piece, they asked the 50 coaches to attempt to quantify what it's worth a game. And I mean, the coaching answers, and you can break it down if you guys read the athletics piece. Many of these coaches believe it's worth at least 7 points a game. I mean, think about that. Think about it. I mean, you get to a point where I have never invoked a death penalty. No, that's irresponsible. And I can't prove that everyone knew, but I can tell you everyone benefited. Yeah. And now we've reached a crazy level with this Stallions kid that him being crazy doesn't win you the argument. Him going rogue doesn't win you the argument. Harbaugh not knowing doesn't win you the argument. He had enough direct contact with enough of the decision makers in enough critical moments that we can make a legitimate probable cause argument. And I just don't, again, I'll say it. If this was Ryan Day, you'd be calling for his head. If this were D'Antonio back in the day, not only would you be calling for his head, I believe in my heart Mark D'Antonio would have been suspended for the remainder of the season, pending investigation. I mean, so I don't think it's insane for now. Look, the national media is coming out and going, you know what? The national media is taking it a step further than we are. Think about that for a second. If we're the Antichrist because I didn't go to Mississippi State and Rico didn't graduate from Lawrence Tech, and we had the audacity to go to Michigan State, then what do you think the national media is? And by the way, that's the same national media that drinks your bathwater. Do you understand what it takes for people on ESPN who are largely bought and paid for by Michigan to go out and say things that are damning about Michigan? Think that over. You can't trot their opinions out when they agree with you and then ignore them when they don't. Mm-hmm. So I'm asking you, because it feels like it's turning a little bit now. And again, the playoff committee doing what they did, laughable.
Well, the playoff committee simply said, we deal with what happens on the field. That is the NCAA and the Big Ten's responsibility to figure out off the field things. We're only judging this team based upon the games, 8 games that they played.
And again, Feinbaum, Stephen A., those are the 2 big voices who talked about it today. The athletics piece. David, your thoughts. You're the Wolverine rep.
Yeah, here are my thoughts, and I'm going to start at the beginning. I initially thought, no big deal, right? But every day, there's more and more and more that comes out. And everyone knows where there's smoke, there's fire. But I want people to understand, and Mike, you've given this quote so many times.
What?
On Bo Schembechler.
Oh, it's my favorite book, David.
If you are the lead.
And let's give it pub. I really want to help the sales posthumously. It is Bo's lasting lessons on leadership. What a fabulous read.
What's the quote?
The quote would be, when you lead an organization, you don't get to say, I don't know. Even those Enron guys. Because when you say you don't know, it means you're too stupid to have the job. And if you're too stupid, why are we paying you millions of dollars to do the job? That's a quote from my personal friend, Glenn Bo Schembeck.
If only Harbaugh knew Bo.
Oh, my. Well, I don't know.
He's probably not familiar with the teachings of Bo.
But
he wasn't very close to him at all, was he?
No, they weren't.
With everything that's come out, that's where I continue to stand. People say, "Oh, well, Harbaugh probably didn't know, and we don't know." It doesn't matter anymore. If you are running that program, you are responsible for what happens under you.
Look, there are plenty of coaches who have had assistants go rogue and start recruiting their eyeballs out, and the coach chooses not to ask why. That's willful ignorance. And when those assistants get busted, and when your program's under level 1 violation, do you know who ends up with a show cause penalty? The head coach. I gave you a real-life example about our radio station, our company. It's the same deal. We could hire some low-level staffer, quote-unquote, and they could work in a department affiliated with the station, and if they're doing dirt that impacts the actual integrity, not the score of a game, but the score of radio shows, your station's flatline. Like you will be delisted. You will pay a multi-7-figure fine. The FCC will take you out.
And chances are a lot of people higher up will be losing their job and or suspended.
And again, if you think I'm wrong, just remember something. Rico and I are yet to go on some warpath with this. Saying it's something, not nothing, is not a warpath. Saying these talking points are not valid is not a warpath. No. Neither of us have said your program should burn to the ground.
No, resisting being gaslit, saying, oh, it's only news because you guys are making it news.
I just think the Stallions thing is confirmation for me that it is every bit as crazy as I initially thought. That this guy obviously is a psycho, but the fact that he himself was on a sideline of another game in your in-state rival
with spyglasses.
I want a shoe on the other foot now, guys. A Michigan State analyst is at the big house on East Carolina's sideline in spyglasses. Run that on your flow chart of reactions. And you're telling me you would say everyone does it, nothing burger. Insert this guy that's become popular. What is it? The Tim Robinson or whatever. You sure about that? Are you sure about that? Like, run the flow chart. You sure about that?
Sell them some.
All right, if you purchase health insurance, listen up. Time to renew it for 24. Open enrollment only 45 days. November 1st to December 15th. Only time you can change your coverage with no questions asked. It's Mike Purpura, National Benefit Plans. He will shop every plan available to you. He will get you the best guaranteed price. He will do the business. He'll go on and off the marketplace. He will show you all your options and help you make the best choice. So if you don't have your coverage or you need to make a change, now through December 15th, the only time. Call Mike Purpura right now, 877-734-2200, or go on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right. So we're off and running on a Wednesday. Gave you some of the national pundits and what they're saying about U of M, the athletic piece. I gave you some of it out of respect. I don't want to give you all of it because it is a pay service. But 50 coaches were polled, and it's I don't know, man. The only people who don't think you did much wrong are you, and that's where, well, I can disregard that easy. So I wanted to know, like, all right, now that this Connor Stallions on the sidelines at Michigan State thing is becoming a thing, and that you have an AD of another school involved, and how Jim McElwain had to answer questions for it, for me, is it wrong that that's kind of turned a corner for me? That now this has gotten so silly and so insane, something has to happen. Like, it just does. Yeah. Or you can just have Andy Cohen host the CFP and have it on Bravo. And that's okay if that's what you want. I just don't have to go along with it.
CFP is a joke in and of itself.
Listen, I have no problem Michigan being high up. I was just a little bothered.
No. It's the CFP every week.
They make new rules.
Exactly. It's like, I thought you said it was strength of schedule. No, it's more about head-to-head until the week after.
And I'm not
work.
Getting upset on October 31st about a playoff rank. And if you're a Michigan fan or a Georgia fan, don't be upset. You're going to play your way in or out.
Georgia started 2 last year. Kind of worked out.
You're going to play your way in or out. I choose to view it as a folly. David, quickly, and I got to get to the callers.
Just wanted to play McElwain real quick.
Yeah, once again, if that was one of their guys, you simply walk out and say, look, I know what's going on in Ann Arbor, but that was just Jeff Peters. He's our grad assistant. He was supposed to be there.
Here's an idea.
Nothing to see here, people.
If it was one of their guys, he wouldn't have been wearing Nike. They're an Adidas school.
You're contractually obligated. I placed a phone call to see, could you just do that? No, you absolutely cannot. As a matter of fact, that's why most assistant coaches all look the same. Here's the garb for tonight's game. You're going to wear this top, these pants, and these shoes.
Good? Everybody good? Go to people. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. What's up, Mike?
Hey, what's up? What's up, guys? How are you today?
Hey, Mike. What's going on?
I see what you're saying, but Paul Feinbaum hates Michigan. That's the first thing. So I take what he says with a grain of salt.
Time out. And I'll give you all the time you want. But Mike, 2 weeks ago, Michigan fans trumpeted what Paul Feinbaum said when it fit their narrative.
Right.
So are you only telling me you agree with him when his opinions align with you? Now we throw him in the garbage?
I don't like the guy, period. I don't listen to anything that guy says.
Okay.
But so to me, and Stephen A. Smith knows little to nothing about college football, in my opinion, watching him. He's an NBA, NFL guy. But that's beside the point. My thing is if they're gonna punish Michigan, just cancel all the games. What's the point of wasting our time as fans if they're gonna say you can't go to the playoff? Everybody deserves a refund then. Like, what's the point? And do you disagree with this? This is a gray area. Like, what the hell is the point as a fan to even waste our time with it? Just cancel the season. If you're just gonna say no playoff, this to this.
Because I'll tell you why I don't agree with that. And I'm not defending Michigan, but what I'm saying is I always defer to punishing the adults and not the players. Now, you can say the players benefited. Noted. But if I take the adults who decided to run with this information, and again, you can't have Stallions in the ear of Minter and Sharon or Harbaugh on game day and tell me they didn't benefit, I would opt to suspending the adults and letting this team go and play.
And this is for Rico, kind of like, okay, so my thing is it kind of seems like you're on this fence where you think that they should be really punished and not go to the playoff, correct, Rico? Or am I reading that wrong?
No, I simply said if they've done it, I would rather you punish the team that's doing it now than the team 3-4 years from now who had nothing to do with this.
But the sad part about this, guys, and nobody talks about this, is the fans are being punished. The fans that are paying these monies. And I'm a big Michigan fan. Don't get me wrong, but this schedule, I'm not a fan of the schedule. You didn't need to do any of this for these teams that are lousy, and you still have your biggest games ahead of you. And it's like, as fans, it's just really frustrating too. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. But guess what? Try being a fan of a team you beat and possibly did it by violating the ethics of the game. I mean, no offense,
because
but
I'm sure. Oh, he's gone. I'm sure Mike would have been upset if you found out years ago that Mark D'Antonio knew something. Mike wouldn't be this calm. He would be angry and say, "That's why you kept beating us. 7 out of 8 years, you knew the plays, you knew the tendencies, you knew everything. You spied against us."
Well, and it's also this is a real test for people. They're just doing false equivalency. The Kansas scandal was not a real-time cheating scandal. It was a recruiting scandal. This is real-time
and it's
sportsmanship ethics.
Yeah, and it's not like, oh, I don't want Michigan to go to the playoffs. I'm simply saying what I have never liked. And it's not Michigan, it's across the board. I hate when guys who are in high school or middle school right now will have to pay the price for something happening right now. If you could punish the people who actually are doing the crime, I'd rather see that.
I've even gone as far as to say I wouldn't punish these players. But the adults, like I'll tell you right now, if this happened with Michigan State, D'Antonio or Tuck or whoever was coaching would be suspended the rest of the year. I'd argue if Michigan right now was 5-3, Harbaugh would be suspended.
Yeah.
So what I don't have to do is suspend disbelief. I can approach things and go, look, this is what's right and wrong. Now, I'm fully aware, eyes wide open, money rules the day, but I don't have to go along with it. I don't know that the players should be hurt by this. The adults who made a conscious decision to go, to either A, knowingly get involved with this crap by using the information, or at best be blissfully ignorant, willfully ignorant. I think you suspend some key members of the coaching staff and you let the team roll on. Oh, but who will coach him? Not my problem.
And I was about to say, but at that point, where's the cutoff point? If it's the head coach and the 2 coordinators, does it go down to the position coaches?
I don't know. Rico, I don't have a perfect answer, but I can just tell you whistling by the graveyard and doing nothing also isn't perfect. Yeah. It's just becoming increasingly apparent. So what do? Well, the Big Ten, this is what I'll never understand. 13 of the 14 member institutions have a real problem with this. I don't understand how the Big Ten does nothing. You could say money, but it's not good to alienate 13 of your 14 members. And if that's you as a Michigan fan saying it's us versus everybody, you're right. You are right. But again, you're Tony Petitti. I don't know how you're here as the new Big Ten commish. And you're going to start your day by alienating 13 of the 14 existing members and all 4 teams that are coming in next year.
Yeah, it is weird because I figured Petitti would want to just, you know what, I need this done now because I don't need one of my teams going into the college football playoffs only to then have something happening or every national media person is talking about.
Well, that's what Stephen A. is alluding to. That's their nightmare.
Because imagine the anger and outrage if Michigan bumps a 12-1 Texas.
Well, and here's the other thing. Yes, I understand we're up against it. Guys, you're one of the best brands in America. You're one of the biggest fan bases in America. But I hate to break this to you. The playoff existed without you being a part of it. It will exist without you being a part of it. The TV numbers will be huge. The money will be huge. The idea that Michigan is needed and a Bama or Texas wouldn't do similar number, guys, no disrespect. Now, again, if it was Michigan versus Michigan State, you're right. Big brand difference. But if Michigan gets in over a team that has legitimately arrived there, what do you say to those fans?
Yeah. FSU is not in there. And they went undefeated, but Michigan got the final spot.
I don't know. It puts you in such a weird spot. There's no yelling and no screaming about it. The Stallions thing on the sidelines of Spartan Stadium has kind of just turned this into something new for me where I'm like, man, F this. This is ridiculous. 248-539-9797.
He was crazy lone wolf.
Thanks, John. All right, John Jansen weight loss fiesta. Whether you want to lose 10, 100, or anywhere in between. idealu.us. John was just talking about it this morning. 2-year journey, 63 pounds. He's kept it off. You sign up, you get a $200 Visa gift card. You could be 15, 20, even 30 pounds lighter in just 30 days. It worked for John. It could work for you. Lose weight and get that gift card. 15, 20, even 30 pounds in 30 days. Jansen did it. So can you. Weigh less. Go to idealu.us. All right, let's get to the people momentarily. Stephen A., Paul Feinbaum. And again, I understand. Feinbaum and your school does not have a good relationship. He was defending you 2 weeks ago. Today, he pulled his pants down on national TV and use the studio as a restroom.
That's one way of putting it.
And in the athletic piece, they interviewed 50 coaches from around the country. And the results are, it's bad. Now, I read you some of those quotes. You can use Odyssey.com rewind if you like, or I can reset them in the 3 o'clock, and we will. But what I don't get is, well, I do get it. You're referring to talking points because you're out of deflection mechanisms. It doesn't matter if Harbaugh knew. The bylaws say it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if this dude went rogue.
And I would simply say this. It does not make you less of a fan of your team. You're not less of a Michigan fan if you just come out and say, yeah, you know what? We did wrong.
And again, I've said they can keep playing, but I think some of the adults have to pay a price here. But if that's unfair, you can tell me too. I'll be here till 6. David, do you want to go to On the Board briefly, and then we'll get to the people? Oh, Kenny. I want to get Kenny one of the Los Angeles Kings shiny helmets and have him wear it while he screens calls. Tremendous pick. Kings in a romp in Toronto. Outstanding. So, Kenny, how are we going to follow it up? I want to see if we can mind meld again.
We are.
Would you possibly be considering?
Let me guess. You want either the Ducks or you want the Blues?
No.
Oh, wow. What do you want? Oh, you want the Flames, don't you? Absolutely not. Do you understand how good Dallas's metrics? They're like the best in the league next to the Kings.
I looked like Rico when Chase Young got traded to San Francisco, and I just began sliding down in my chair.
You're going to make me throw a chair.
Okay.
No, we're taking the day off. We got the Kings right. I don't like this board. It's ratty. There's nothing good on it.
Acceptable.
I'm just going to, we're going to punt this one away and make money tomorrow.
I totally fine. Totally fine. And respectable. It's why I'm not handing out Maction plays. What a dog bleep league that is.
Did you get one last night?
I said if you were a degenerate who was desperate, this is what you could do. Just like tonight, if you're desperate, you can bet on Ball State. I don't want to do it. I don't want to participate in that football league. So I'll leave this to you. Give me something good here.
Well, congratulations. We got the Victor Wembanyama. He had 2 3-pointers and... Man, Durant just got to 25 points.
Dude, how about Wembanyama left hand over half the team?
Yeah.
Look, I understand it's early, but he's that guy or whatever the kids say. He is
him.
He is him. French or not, he is him.
You realize, wow, and he's 7 feet tall.
Okay. The opening
and
tap.
growing.
7'4".
The opening tap, Nurkic is like, the hell am I supposed to do with this? Go ahead and have it. He's just smooth. I don't want to say graceful, but like
he's not awkward because most 7-footers, you're like when they dribble the ball, it's just a turnover waiting to happen where he hit the growth spurt. So he's got ball head. He's like Durant. Durant can handle the ball as well. Used to be a point guard. Let's go downtown to Little Caesars Arena.
I'll be at that game tonight.
Scoot.
David, I will give you a 4-leg parlay. Cade Cunningham to score 20 or more points.
All right.
An old favorite of mine. DeAndre Ayton to get 10 points or more. DeAndre Ayton to record 10 rebounds or more. And Shaedon Sharpe to score 15 points.
You have to add Jalen Duren.
Okay.
We need a Duren double-double, an Ayton double-double, whatever Shaedon Sharpe nonsense you got, and Cade.
Okay, David, you give
tabulate.
Okay.
Duren right now is building a case to be an automatic double-double.
Can I add something to that, though? He is questionable. He is questionable for tonight.
Everyone's questionable. All right, then just if he doesn't play, you just don't play it.
Correct.
Yeah, he must be questionable. He's not even in
Kenny's
here.
skipping the board tonight. David, what do you have?
Yeah. Where am I at? So I got 2 things for the people tonight. I think the Rangers are going to win tonight. And in every victory in the World Series so far for the Rangers, Corey Seager has hit a home run. He has
He's
the
had
best odds at plus 360 right now.
What does he have? 8 home runs? He's had a mammoth postseason.
Yeah, he is Mr. October. He is the new Mr. October.
Him and Adolis Garcia had been tremendous.
Yep. So you could do that at plus 360 to hit a home run, or you can go 2+ hits for him at plus 175.
Rico, tabulator, what do you got for me?
He's not even in there.
But you know what?
He ain't playing then.
You call your people. But right now, and boy, I guess too many people have already jumped on this. The odds have gone down.
No.
They were 350 when I kicked it over to David. They're now 320.
He's a market maker. He's a taste maker.
So you call your people, we get the Duran special.
We get to your phone calls next, 97.1. New customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. Suggestion would be hockey or basketball if you're going to go money lines, but so be it. The app, easy to use. Wide range of markets. I don't know why Jalen Duren's not there. Shame. The point is, more ways to play with the best sports book in America. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. It's FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL and 97.1 The Ticket. Must be 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-270-7117. All right. Look, we'll reset it real quick. National media is taking a little bit of a turn today with the new Connor Stallions costume party in East Lansing. Paul Feinbaum, who supported you 2 weeks ago, dropped a bomb on you today, basically calling on the Big Ten to step in and not let you play. Stephen A. Smith made an even bigger claim, basically saying you can't have this team in the playoffs. Now, I'm not telling you to agree or disagree with them. I'll be frank with you. I've said I don't want to take the kids' chance away from playing, but the adults who benefited from this, kids don't get to make a choice here. And I know they're young men, 18 to 22 years old, but it's not like they get to make a choice about whether we're going to use Stallions intel or not. The coordinators do. And how many pictures do you need of Stallion standing next to Harbaugh? In Jesse Minter's ear, in Sharon Moore's ear, before you believe? Well, I've said now that it's not just illegal taping and scouting, now that it's not just this guy essentially running a travel agency, now that this guy himself was in Spartan Stadium on CMU's sideline, and guys, it's him. It's him. Oh, and he had spy glasses on.
Yeah.
I just, listen, it changes things for me. So where I'm sitting with it, yeah, something's got to happen. But I would do it to the adults. I mean, it is. I said this to a couple people, and I'm not trying to get like infighting with coworkers. I said, in your heart, I know you won't say it to me, but in your heart, if this happened at the height of D'Antonio's power, where you were looking for a way to get rid of this guy and you couldn't beat him, he'd be suspended the rest of the year. Mm-hmm. And that, to me, is where we're heading. And whether Harbaugh knew, here's the deal. I will use another real example, since clearly the football one and Bo's lasting lessons on leadership doesn't apply. If you run a company and someone you have goes rogue and hurts the integrity of your business, you're still responsible to your shareholders. You're still responsible to your customer base. Mm-hmm. So the equivalent, look, we're in a scoreboard game. Media is scoreboard. TV, radio, book sales, magazines. It's all a scoreboard, right? Well, there have been incidents in radio where radio hosts have gone rogue. Well, what if the ticket hired some sociopath who goes rogue and affects ratings by harvesting the mechanisms that we get ratings on? Your station's going to get launched into space. You'll lose your license to broadcast. You'll lose millions of dollars. Your parent company would be raked over the coals, and you would have management fired. Mm-hmm. But he went, well, how about this? Maybe you need to vet the people you're hiring a little bit more. Signed, Shemmy the racist. Like, maybe you just need to take 10 minutes and vet. You brought him in. You promoted him. Your logo's on his paycheck. And you benefited from his work. Whether you knew everything he was up to, it's on you at the end of the day.
But you gave him full access, and you obviously listened to the things that he says, because he has signals that once he did the signal, everybody else did the same signal to alert the team what was going on. So you've talked to this man. You know what he's doing. This isn't one crazy person who's just yelling run or pass on the sideline. He's sitting there watching. Oh, you did this? I know exactly what that means. Guys, it means this. And everybody responded.
And the fact that photograph and CMU didn't quickly say, that's not him, it's our assistant, blah, 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 Pete Mick, blah, blah, blah. Guys, it's Connor Stallions. And he's wearing what looks to be Ray-Ban camera glasses that can upload to the cloud immediately. Like, it's absurd. I'm not even upset at this point. It's more just something's got to happen.
Yeah.
And the national media is starting to turn a little bit. And I'll give you some of the athletics piece a little later. I don't want to delay the callers. I want them to have their time. But the Athletic interviewed 50 coaches. Not 5, not 10, 50 coaches. And it is almost not just a vast majority, it's almost exclusive. You cheated. You went way over the line. You deserve to be hit. And some of the quotes are pretty damning. So at the end of the day, you begin to ask yourself, is everyone else crazy and we're right, or are we too close to this and everyone else is right? I don't know anyone lining up to support you right now. And that's kind of a problem. So, ticket text, and we go to the calls. Does that work for you?
Sounds like a plan.
All right, David, what do you have?
These Big Blue fans are in such a high state of denial. That is from Ron. I am not buying anything any of the media reporting on Stallions at all. They are running with information without it being investigated.
Hold on, time out.
Oh, my.
Hold on, time out. What am I running with? We know the trail of tickets and travel and the rule being broken. We know that the bylaws say it doesn't matter what your coach did and didn't know. We know that this guy is well off center and you employed him. We know he has direct communication with your most powerful decision makers on game day in high leverage moments. And now we know, I'm sorry, guys, that's him at Michigan State. That's him. If that were a CMU staffer, he wouldn't be in Nike gear when they're in Adidas school.
True, but I think people want the Jack Nicholson full confession on the stand. Did you order the code red? And then people will say, well, you forced him into saying that. People who sent that text, there's nothing that can be said. There's nothing that can be done that they'll believe anything. They'll always think that, well, it's a conspiracy. You guys are just out to get Michigan. Fine.
Right, but I'm the one who still says I think they can still play. I just think you're going to have to suspend some of the adults. And look, if you don't, we're basically saying cheating's fine if you're a big brand. And if that's the case, great. I don't have to care.
Honestly, if you were Michigan, this is one where you probably could have just avoided all of this and just said, we're going to go ahead and suspend our coaches for the next 2 games before the MSU game. You would have had MSU, you would have had Purdue. They would have been back for Penn State and Ohio State.
Win by a zillion.
Right, but it would have been over. Just like the whole Mozzie said, you could have just done it against teams you know you could beat. Guys, you caught us. We're wrong. NCAA, you don't need to do anything. We're going to do this ourselves. 2-game suspension, Harbaugh. You're back coaching your little league team again. And Mike Hart, you're up. You're coaching a team against MSU. You're going to coach them against Purdue. And then everybody's back. I think people would have been happy for this. This would have gone away.
But it didn't happen. So let's deal with where we are.
I understand. I'm just saying this was their out.
You're yet to give an opinion.
I've given
this. No. The Stallions sideline at MSU thing has changed it for me to where it's so absurd. I'm like, all right, something's got to give now. Where are you at with what should happen today with what you know?
Mike, I've said it a long time.
No, I want to hear it right now.
Okay, I'll give it to you again. And for those in the back, take notes. I don't want to see kids who are in middle school or grade school get punished for this. This is happening. There's too much evidence that I'm seeing that I do think that, you know what? Your staff needs to be suspended, or you know what? You guys can go ahead and play this year out, and that's it. Treat Ohio State like your bowl game because you're not going anywhere, because we believe, the Big Ten believes, you benefited from winning your games for the past few years. So we can't take away your season, but you're not going any place past Ohio State. Now, after that, we're done. We start over at 0 next season. But we found out, if the Big Ten finds out you indeed did all of this stuff, and it's really looking that way. If you win, it's an asterisk. People are saying, well, you become a national story. I don't think that you did it. There's going to be some, like Stephen A. Smith said, I don't think that you did it legitimately. So we're just going to go ahead and say, treat Ohio State, that's your bowl game, season's done. Why? Because of the things that we found out that you did for the past 3 years.
All right. So let's get to the people, see what they have to say. We're delivering the news today. 99% of this is what other people are saying about you. So you don't get mad at me. But that stuff yesterday with Stallions, come on, man. I mean, it hits a point where it's like, clearly the dude's nuts, but you employ him. That's on you. I've just never seen it. I don't know anyone in the sport of football that's ever seen a picture like that.
No.
The guy looked like Groucho Marx. It was unbelievable.
Even Bobby Valentine was like, come on, man.
Right, that's egregious. Let's go to Wayne, 97.1. What's up, Wayno?
Hey, guys. Hey, I know you guys are Sparty fans, and I'm a Michigan fan. My sisters are Spartan fans, too. Hey, I'm not in denial. Everybody on that coaching staff should be fired right now. That's the way I feel. I was brought up, this is nonsense. Harbaugh's done a bunch of crap before he came to Michigan. I wish he never would have been coaching here anyway, because I kind of knew something like this would have happened. Now, remember Coach Alvarez for Wisconsin?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't Wisconsin fire some coaches, and he came back to coach a couple bowl games? I know a Rose Bowl game.
Yeah, he did.
Now, if all the coaches were fired, would you guys be okay with that? Because it's not the players. It's not their fault. Like you said, it's the adults. Would you be okay with that? And maybe possible, I don't know if it would happen. He's older now, like Lloyd Carr or somebody to come back till they get a coach. What do you guys think?
I'd have no problem with that. I don't know if Lloyd would do it, but no, you're right. That's like Alvarez or heck, D'Antonio coming back from mothballs this year for MSU. So, no, Wayne, I could easily see that. Lloyd takes over the program and coaches.
Would Michigan still get penalized, like if they fired all the coaches now?
No, I think at that point that would be the penalty. The guy,
I'll tell you what's
this
going to
isn't
happen.
a blow up the program type of thing. This is one where the cover up became bigger than the crime.
Here's what's going to happen, too. The great irony is Central Michigan will probably fire people before U of M.
Wow.
And look, there's photos of what we believe to be Stallions on CMU's sideline talking to CMU recruiting coordinator. It's right there. So you get to a point where someone's got to be accountable. Now, I'll tell you one thing I would do. If I were Michigan State, I'd never play CMU again. You can kiss my ass. We've been keeping that poverty-ass program on life support and giving you those sweet, sweet checks when we play you. Never play you again.
Nope, you're right.
Because here's your problem. Michigan has an issue in this regard. CMU is not a random program. They've kind of been a feeder program to U of M with coaches for years.
Yep, and Michigan has sent players who didn't quite pan out at Michigan go to Central.
I mean, Sharon Moore was there. Mack was there. I think Zordich was there. So, and then if you go back, you had the DeBoer days. The point I'm making is it's too sketchy. And the fact is, if you are a guest on a sideline, okay, and I've been lucky enough to be on the sideline of places, that aren't local. Like I go to college football games. No, I'm making a point. That's fine. I'll take that. I'm making a point. You are given strict instructions. This is where you stand. This is where you don't stand. Do you know where I wasn't? I wasn't holding the Sears catalog in my left hand, whispering into Jeff Monken's ear. I wasn't talking to a recruiting coordinator at Ole Miss. I wasn't in the wide receiver coach's ear at West Point. It's just, you just get to a point where you go, enough.
Right.
Enough.
Right. Nah, and
I endured that siren for the good of the show.
No. Mike, I understand, because when you have a sideline pass, it's one of those things that if you're not supposed to go in between the 25s. That's for players. That's for coaches only. If for some reason, like the days at Fox 2 and I got to get to the other end zone, you quickly walk past and you just keep it moving. You don't say anything. You just grab your stuff and
you get as close to the wall as you can get.
And you try to get down there.
You speed walk like they do in the Olympics.
Yep,
You're just going through.
Nothing. Yeah. I hear nothing. I didn't see what was on the board. I'm trying to get to the other end.
I mean, David, you're nowhere near the chalk. You're nowhere near the down marker. And you're sure as hell nowhere near wired coaches. You're not. So if you're on that sideline all damn night and you're talking to the recruiting coordinator at CMU.
Well, you're dressed like them.
Well, except your shoes, because you're a bird brain and you're wearing spy glasses.
Right.
I mean, it's insane.
And a ball cap just in case.
Which looks like he just bought it. Because he did.
Yeah.
I mean,
Fire
come
up
on.
chips.
So look, the national media, you're getting a little bit of a heel turn from ESPN here. That clues me in. And then the athletic report, which I'll give you more of those details. Call it 3:30. Just where are you at with it? There's no yelling and screaming from Rico and I. It's more just like, enough, man. Like your kid's behaving badly. You're at a restaurant, and the table next to you, the kid's being a nutcase for an hour. You hit a point where you go, enough. Are you going to be a parent or are you going to be a crash test dummy?
Nope.
That's where I'm at here, and I go, come on.
And the reason why I said you just make Ohio State your bowl game, that means that you don't fire the coaches. Now, if you come out there and you fire the coaches, which I don't think they're going to do, then you can continue the season as is with Lloyd Carr, with whoever.
He's 78. He's 78.
Okay, whoever is your coach.
Take Harlan.
But the thing,
I'm sorry. All right, I'll see myself.
You know what?
Kindly leave. That's me
LT,
talking to me. I'm kindly leaving.
Specs at LTU, that's called killing a segment right there. So that's what I will teach you not to do at Specs at LTU in your radio class. Matter of fact, I'll do it the very first day. When somebody's talking, let them talk. But if you want a career in radio, TV, or graphics design, Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goal. It's very simple. You're going to be taught by instructors like myself. I wasn't kidding. I'm going to teach you not to do that. You're going to be taught everything you need to know from day one in the labs. We're not going to bore you with theory and thesis. You're going to learn hands-on what it takes to make it in the TV, in radio, or in graphics design, the business that you want to go into. Specs at LTU will be the place for you. It's located right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. It's very simple. Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. And while you're there, make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
When you've been injured in an accident, whether it's auto, truck, slip and fall, David Femininio, the guy you need to call. We've told you, when you get injured in Michigan, you get David, you get paid. David will personally make sure you get every dime you deserve, and he won't take a fee until you get paid. So if you're injured or know someone who is, tell him to get David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's Paul Feinbaum, or Pete, as I know Michigan fans like to call him. He was defending you 2 weeks ago. Well, he isn't today. And 2 weeks ago, you threw him in our face. So now today, are you throwing him out with the bathwater? The Athletic piece I'll give to you a little bit later. They polled 50 coaches. Those results aren't good. But I want to go to people, see what everybody thinks. It's all based on this Connor Stallions thing on the sidelines in East Lansing in camera glasses. I mean, if it were in a movie, I'd be like, that's not believable. We can't run with that.
But it happened in real life.
I know.
And yeah.
I know. It's
Theater of the absurd.
Go to Joe, 97.1. What's up, Joe?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, Joe. What's on your mind?
Just from the way this thing's been building and with the new stuff that's coming out today, it just really seems like the momentum is moving to shut down their season and fire the staff. I don't know how you can get around it with what's at stake money-wise for the colleges, reputation-wise, and just the questions that you guys already mentioned. It's like, how would you even be able to, with any sort of confidence, say that any of the games that they played after this point weren't somehow tainted or there's an asterisk on the season? I think you shut down, you fire the staff. And Mike, I have to respectfully disagree with you because I do understand you're trying to be sympathetic to the players. I would say if this was 5 years ago, I would agree 100% with you. But in the era of the portal, I would say just let them hit the portal, and I'm pretty confident Blake Corum's going to get picked up somewhere.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, Joe, listen.
Well, Joe, I would say this real quick. For me, it's an either-or type of thing. The reason why I said in the season after Ohio State, keep all the stuff from the previous years. You're not going to strip them away. You can keep the trophies. Unless you're going to fire the coaching staff. Now, I'm not asking for them to be fired. If you're going to go that route, then you keep playing the season. It's an either-or type of thing. But that's why I'm saying just punish this team right now. Don't take away the history. Don't affect the future. Just bite the bullet now.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm in agreement. Something needs to happen to affect this season. I guess my point in all of this is more that something needs to happen to where they're not able to benefit from any of the future dollars that would come from these accumulated wins. So if it's postseason bans or whatnot, or just making sure Harbaugh doesn't get his bonus for hitting some sort of win number, that's kind of more where my concern is, because it's like you can vacate seasons after the fact, but those guys don't pay back their bonuses.
No, and Joe, listen, it's a great point. Let me be very clear. I'm not ready to sit here and write, no pun intended, some manifesto of what should happen to Michigan. We're all reacting to it in real time. But what I've said from the start is, no, I think it's something, not nothing. I then had to wade my way through all the political talking points to arrive at, okay, guys, it's definitely something. And it's just continued to escalate to where now I go, all right, I don't know specifically what should happen, but the idea of this team just playing the season out, no penalty, that doesn't really work anymore. Now, what that penalty is, who levies it, how it happens, guys, I'm not qualified to tell you that. All I can tell you is if it were happening at OSU, the very same people calling in and doing Kremlin-level conspiracies would magically have all the answers and demand OSU shut their year down. Go back to how much you hated Mark D'Antonio. You couldn't beat him. How is this guy doing this? They don't out-recruit us. Their players can't start for us. And they just keep doing this. If this happened where Mark D'Antonio had Bob Treadwell, Don Treadwell's brother, on the sideline in your house, videotaping you, your head would explode.
I mean, it's a different thing, but I mean, imagine you don't even have to imagine. Last year, they literally wanted the students in the tunnel that got into the fight gone, erased, arrested, get rid of them. They should never play football again. That was the one time you saw Harbaugh and Ward in the same room. We want them gone. They should never play. The outrage. This is a travesty.
Well, hell, I guess CMU and NIU are going to suspend 50 players after a full-blown fracas after their game last night. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Is Eli Savick going to be all over that one?
Wrong county.
Oh, my bad.
And wrong season ticket hold.
And my bad again. 248-539-9797.
Fire up chips.
Oh, come on. What a product.
Cookies, man.
What a product. Let's go to Bruce, 97.1. What's up, Bruce? Bruce? I know.
Can you hear me?
There he is. Okay. What's up, Brucey?
Sorry about that, man.
You're all good. What's up?
I just wanted to say, first thing I wanted to say was this whole Connor Stallions guy, man, is he like the James Bond of college football or something? What was he even doing on that sideline?
He's a boner. I mean, I've never argued this dude's off center. No
James
doubt,
Bond.
Bruce. This guy's a nutcase.
Right.
Dude, I know, like spy goggles and all, man. What are we doing here? This is crazy. This is getting weirder and weirder.
It's something.
I know, man. But I just wanted to say, like, as far as like what Michigan like did with all this, man. I mean, look, we all got a line in the sand somewhere. This really isn't it for me. I mean, look, whatever punishment you want to levy on Michigan now or at the end of the year, I'll accept it. But I really don't care, man. To be honest with you, I hope we did it. I hope we're guilty. I hope we got 10 more Connor Stallions out here stealing people's signs, man. I don't care. When you lose 14 out of 15 years at Ohio State, man, it makes you really desperate to win. And like I said, I mean, if we're not paying off refs or like sabotage people's food or something, I mean, if we all got a line.
You know what, Bruce? Bruce, I respect you. You know what? Golf clap. Because you know what, Bruce? You're being honest. We're having a beer, and you're shooting me straight. We're not doing tinfoil.
Right. You're not giving us, can you prove this? And what about that? Yeah, I don't care.
Hey, Bruce, I got news for you. You know what losing does to you? You're so desperate that you leave one scandal, and I'm over here ready to hire Urban Meyer. But Bruce, the difference is you're not playing pretend. You're not doing the moral superiority thing. You're just talking about I want to win games desperately. And you understand if you get caught, you get caught. Bruce, I have no issue with what you said. I really don't.
Yeah, and look, we all believe in due process, man. Whatever comes of it, man, what comes of it. But honestly, man, I really don't care, to be honest with you. I really don't.
Between what Urban did to you and what D'Antonio did to you, it really feels like in many ways they drove you to insanity, both as a fan base and certainly, look, Harbaugh was a couple of COVID cancellations away from getting fired. And the byproduct of that, seemingly, is this. And that's your problem. Mm-hmm. Not yours, Bruce. I'm saying.
Well, at least he's honest.
I happen to like Bruce.
I'm down with that. They pay off refs. I hope we got 10 more people out there.
He's out here trying to poison people.
But at least
Bruce,
you're
Bruce
genuine.
is on one.
You're genuine. It's
not
not where no. We are still above everybody else, guys. You're not. And right now, it's about mitigating this disaster and trying to find the lesser road that you don't lose coaches or lose trophies or anything like that.
I will give you the update on the Athletic article that was out today. We'll do it next, 97.1. That's Stephen A. today. You had Paul/Pete Feinbaum today. And again, when ESPN decides to turn on you, that tells me something, because that's the last thing they want to do. So that combined with this Athletic piece today, all of this coming about from the Connor Stallions photo on the sidelines at Spartan Stadium on CMU's sidelines, talking to CMU's director of recruiting, by the way, so you don't get to say you didn't know who this guy was. I'll tell you right now, if I'm Michigan State, I'd launch CMU into the sun. I'd ban them. I'd never play any of their teams again. I'd bury them. But the ultimate thing is, now you got Connor Stallions not only operating his own travel agency to illegally scout teams, but if he himself, and I'm sorry, you have a hell of a time telling me that wasn't him on the sidelines at Spartan Stadium. If he himself was going to games and doing this as an imposter on another team's sideline while wearing camera sunglasses, what is this, Spy Kids? Enrico and I together have just arrived at, okay, enough's enough. Like, something's got to happen now. What that is, I don't know, but I'll tell you, the idea that this team gets to skate, and I know what's going to happen. They're going to extend Harbaugh. It's going to be this big show of support. What the average idiot won't realize is the contract will have such heavy language in it.
Yeah, that if something comes up
won't matter
with the NCAA, then we're going to come back, we're going to revisit this, or we're taking X amount of dollars away for the next few seasons. And are you okay with this? Are you cool with this before you sign this deal?
I'll be honest. I try to approach things with some common sense. I think it's a real bad idea to extend your coach with dual investigations going on. I think it is a very dicey move, and it could inflame the wrong people.
Right, but Michigan is about image, Mike, and if you don't do this now, then it looks as if you believe he's guilty. So you have to show full support to your coach, and you go ahead and you sign it. You just put those backdoor clauses in there saying, all right, if something happens, we're going to go ahead and we can break this contract. We can do whatever.
So here's what I'm going to do. I want to get to the callers, make sure we're keeping hold times as short as possible. I will give you the highlights from the Athletics piece, interviewing 50 coaches about Michigan scandal, 4 o'clock. All right? I want to be fair to the people. Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, good talk. Let's go to Tim, 97.1. Tim, what's going on, brother? How are you?
Good. I'm going to thank you for the whole time, by the way. Hey, Michigan fan here, however, not a Harbaugh fan. I think he's a pompous ass. He's got to go. I don't know where. Please don't go to the NFL and have a little safe harbor for him there, number one. Number two, I agree with you in regards to we can't punish the kids. You got to punish the adults, and he's an adult, and he's the first one that has to be punished. Now, whether it's the rest of the staff, you know, how do you know who knows and who didn't know?
Yeah.
All I know is if they need a coach, hell, get the PE instructor at the school to coach. I think these kids need somebody.
And Tim, I understand what you're saying, and yeah, if you're going to fire the coach, then you're right. Finish the season out. But if you're not going to fire the coach, then it's disingenuous to continue this season, because now you're telling any and everybody, especially if you're in the Big Ten, doesn't matter what you do, the Big Ten's not going to stop you. Just go rogue and do whatever.
No, but see, the difference is hold on one second, Tim. Wait,
time
Tim.
To make an
Tim,
example.
Tim, wait one second. I want to be clear about something. This is where, Rico, I believe you're wrong. Only Michigan or OSU might get away with this. Anyone else would have been launched out of a space cannon. Yep. If this were Michigan State, Iowa, Wisconsin.
Mike, hold on. I'll give you that.
They would have thrown a sack first into a wood chipper.
No, because remember, in 2020, they changed the rules so that Ohio State could go to the Big Ten championship game. Indiana and Michael Penix were supposed to go, and they said, whoa, hey, wait, unpack your bags.
Right.
You're not going.
So while Tim is right that you could make an example, I'm just telling you the reality. I mean, Tim, you got to understand from anyone's perspective that didn't go to U of M or doesn't root for them. The other 13 teams in this conference have a right to be furious.
Absolutely.
That's the part I can't wrap my mind around. If every AD goes to Tony Petitti and goes, Big T,
What are we doing here? He has to act.
Well, that's why he's got to grow some gonads himself and make an example. This Big Ten's only getting bigger. So why not make the example? I don't care who you are. Michigan, Washington coming, UCLA, whoever. Make the example now that this stuff is not going to happen. Not in the Big Ten.
Yeah, and I'll also, and Tim, I appreciate the call. It's cover up worse than the crime, but it's also, this is so brazen. It's so out there. It's so ridiculous. You're asking. You're asking for it.
I think that's what it is. It's you're not even showing that you're slightly upset and you know what, we're sorry. It's just prove it. Not me.
How do you go through life not drinking coffee? How do you do it? Why do you do it?
I don't need it. Just natural energy.
I mean, the aroma.
You know what?
It's delightful.
I don't need coffee. I got you.
Oh, you're high on black coffee.
I got you.
Yeah. All right.
I got you in my ear. That's better than coffee.
Rico's high on Christ.
I need them some days. Yeah, I just never like the taste.
So good.
Gets you going?
I love it. I love it. I try to cap how much of it I drink, but I love it.
I never care.
Plus, it's fall. We're in hot coffee season now. It's not scandal season. It's hot coffee season. We're back.
So, hot coffee and flannels.
That's right. Okay. The all-American dream. And a 2-10 football team. Pip, pip. Cheers.
Here you go.
What the hell is that?
This is what I drink instead of coffee.
Gotcha. Noted. All right, let's take care of some business. We're going to get to the phones. I will reset the athletic piece at 4. Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more. It's Northville. They moved enough product to cover 26 football fields this year. How do they do it? You got to have it in stock. It's the only way you're going to turn your product over quick. You don't have to wait 4, 6, 8 weeks for the product. Place the order, take delivery, move on with your life. And Northville moves it on down the line too. It's all there for you. So check them out today, whether you do it yourself or a builder. You need someone to build that Trex deck. They'll introduce you to a certified pro. Call Northville Lumber today or simply go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. We'll get back to your calls in a moment. But for the non-college football folks, we do want to mix in a little NFL, go around the league, trade deadline fallout. Here's David, Football Today.
Well, not boiled shrimp, but a firing, and a few of them, and a benching. The Raiders had a night. News came across at about 1, 2 a.m. that Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler were getting fired in Las Vegas. Antonio Pierce, the linebackers coach, will be the interim head coach. And then later on this morning, Jimmy G was benched. I mean, they're not going to have a winning season, but what does the future look like in Las Vegas?
Chaos. I mean, it's who they are. It's what they are. You just go back to it. Derek Carr led him to the playoff with Tony Brajoli or whatever his name was, the interim guy, Bobby Brajol. And Josh McDaniels comes in and hand selects who he wants. And the offense goes into a complete clown car. It's Raider-esque. I don't have anything else I could add to you. Their future it's one of the worst jobs in the league.
Yeah, the beauty of it is, I guess, if you tank far enough, this is the year to tank. This is the year you can go out and get one of those quarterbacks, or maybe a Drake May.
Harbaugh to the Raiders and JJ at quarterback.
But I wonder about that, though, because
McSizzle on the strip.
Still paying Gruden, still paying McDaniels. I know there's no coach salary here, but is he going to be big money on
But he
Harbaugh?
is the poorest owner in the league.
Yeah, correct.
They have been notoriously viewed as cash poor. You're right. They'll be hiring Bum Phillips.
Which is why you want to get one of the rookie quarterbacks, because you don't have to pay them as much for the next 5 seasons.
I want you to think about J.J. McCarthy in Vegas.
Woo! Jimmy G leaves and the beautiful JJ shows up.
JJ McSizzle.
But yeah, they're just hoping to get one of the quarterbacks, David. This is done. It's a clown. You got embarrassed on national TV in a game where...
Don't you dare say by the Lions.
What?
As if that's some shot.
No. It's not. Okay, just drink your coffee. All right? Leave me alone. No, in a game where I think any other team with the mistakes that the Lions did would have at least made the game competitive. Like the Lions were just out there running practice. You got Amon-Ra on a halfback, a wide receiver double pass, and that's okay. I'll just get sacked. We'll kick the field goal. We'll still beat you because you're no good.
Before we get into some trade deadline stuff, I do want to touch on this because this team is in first place, but they just made a QB switch. Desmond Ridder has been benched. Taylor Heineke or Hinkie or whatever you call him.
It's Heineke.
He is the starter now, so halfway through. Will he keep them in first place?
It's the only move they could make. And in fact, it should have been the move they made from the start of the year. Ridder cost them no less than 2 games. He's awful. Heineke, gamer, people in the locker room love him. He'll give you a decent shot. But look, ultimately, that's a team that said, no, we don't need to be in on Lamar Jackson. We're good. They ran to the podium to tell you we got Desmond Ridder. Pure idiocy. It's, again, why you don't take quarterbacks outside of the top of the first round.
Yeah, I think this is a move that they had it all in a bad division. They really wanted Ridder to work out. And they tried to tailor the offense. They went and got him, they drafted players. Bijan was going to help him out, take some of the pressure off. What you found out was, he just stinks. He was no good. You were never going to capture what he did in Cincinnati playing for the Bearcats in the NFL. It's a different animal.
So the talk in this town was about culture and fit. Well, I wonder if this may be a reason why the Lions didn't trade for Chase Young. Michael Silver, on a report about Chase Young, says Young, according to several Commanders coaches and other organizational sources, was viewed as an undisciplined player who developed bad habits such as deviating from assignments in an effort to make splash plays. Well, of course, this is coming out after he's traded,
I was going to
which
say.
usually happens. But I'm not saying do you believe this, but could this be a reason if other teams were hearing about it that the 49ers got lucky and got him because of it?
I think both can be true. I think there's an element of truth to it. They didn't pick up his fifth-year option. He also had the patella injury. But no, I don't think all of a sudden he's a dog beat player. He's got 5 sacks since he's returned.
David, there's always something like that you hear, especially around the draft. That's why Micah Parsons fell to the Cowboys. Oh, look at this. Jalen Carter. Well, look at all. He's fat. He can't do this. He can't do that. All right. Yeah. People change. They get better. So he's a malcontent. Yeah. If this were coming out beforehand, yeah. But this is like when, you get divorced and then all of a sudden the ex-wife or ex-husband starts trashing their spouse. Like, yeah, you're the one who married them, not us. Like, now you want to tell us how bad of a person they are? I take it with a grain of salt.
So we all know in this town the trade deadline has passed.
Heck, the Niners took Randy Gregory. Now that's a pretty bad dude.
Yeah,
they didn't care.
You're right about that. Lions didn't make but one small move. So outside of the Lions,
Cash Tech, DPJ,
a team in buy or sell mode. Which team needed to make a deal the most at the deadline?
Lions. That's it. Lions.
Outside of them.
Nah, Lions. I know my truth. It was on you to keep up with the Joneses. The Eagles, the Seahawks, and Niners all got better, all made substantial moves, and you didn't. It's the Lions, and I'm not offering you another answer.
I would say the Chiefs, maybe a receiver. Going out there and really trying to solidify and get a guy.
Oh, you're telling me Kadarius Toney didn't fix all their problems?
Is he still in the league?
Miko Hartman.
Here's my surprise face.
I think the Giants probably should have made another deal to enhance that and insulate Daniel Jones, because I still think they could be a playoff team.
I hate you, and you're a liar and a bad person.
I was just saying if you were paying attention.
Mm-hmm. Well. So here's what I'm going to do. And I may or may not hold you to this, okay? I'm not saying they're going to come out of the AFC or the NFC, but what I want to know from you two is who, and when the season's over, we're halfway through now, who will be the king of the AFC and who will be the king of the NFC?
You mean in the Super Bowl?
Number 1 seed.
Oh, the number 1 seed.
Number 1 seed.
Okay,
Let's just
Eagles
we'll
in
get
the
to the playoffs
NFC.
later.
Eagles in the NFC and AFC, honestly, kind of digging what the Ravens are doing a little bit. I don't know about KC has a better defense than an offense, and that kind of fries my brain. Can't beat the Dolphins. Can't beat the Bills.
Yeah, Dolphins are going to have to play too many games outdoor. I'm going to go AFC. I'm going to go with Kansas City. They'll find a way. They'll win it by a game. The NFC, man, the Eagles haven't hit that gauntlet yet.
Yeah, but they got Jalen Carter, so they're in.
They do. But you know what?
That's your
In
guy.
honor of Chase Young, I'm going to say the Niners rebound.
Of course you would. And
Hey, you don't ask me questions if you don't want to hear the answer.
Of course you would. Let's end it with this, because the Titans wore the old Oilers jerseys on Sunday.
Beautiful.
But earlier in the year, the University of Houston wore the Houston Oilers-inspired throwbacks,
Also
and they
beautiful.
were sent a cease and desist letter from the NFL.
That's ridiculous.
Saying the letter said for the school demanding them to halt it any further. Do not wear it. They had plans to wear it, I believe, one more time this year.
They were gorgeous. They
So
wore
what are they
them-
gonna do? What
They
the
wore them
NFL?
when they played UTSA. They were beautiful.
So what would the NFL do? Just stop them?
Yeah.
They're gonna just
Sue
walk
them, I guess. I don't know.
Be like Colorado and just walk into the locker room and take the jerseys?
I have no idea, but
Boy,
they'll
do
probably
I have
send
thoughts
someone.
on that story for
Yeah,
another
can we
day.
add that to the mix? How in the world can you have your players' locker room broken into at not one, but 2 different places? Hey, Dion.
Might be an inside job.
Maybe there's a fox in the hen house.
Or here's another idea. Don't have your players act like they're filming a music video, flashing the cash and flashing the jewelry. Now, I'm not telling you to not live your life, and I'm not mad that the kids want to have nice things. Go do it. But when you're putting it out there and everyone knows exactly where you are and when you'll be away from your items, like, Dion, you're the adult in the room. Tell them it's not acceptable. Hey, here's a question. Hey, Bobby Horn, do I need 7 chains on while I'm playing?
Yeah.
Does this stuff need to come with us?
Here's a safety deposit box. When we go on the road, we're putting the stuff there.
How about you just leave it at home and you don't need to bring it? But David, I mean, the locker rooms have security all around. There's cameras all around the stadium. If they really want to know what happened, which leads me to believe it happened to you at Jackson State, now it's happening to you at Colorado. I've yet to hear of any other locker room getting robbed for jewelry.
Who's the head of security? Probably there at both places.
Stallion.
Wait a minute. Where was he? They were in a bye week.
Okay, no.
Stop it.
Stop.
That
is Rico making a joke.
In football today.
All right, 4 o'clock. Good to have you with us. We will get to the callers in a moment. Rico and I are simply the mailmen today. We are dropping off mail to your mailbox. You can't get mad at the mailman for delivering your mail if there's bills in it. So, in essence, yeah, the national media is starting to turn on Michigan. And whether it's Pete/Paul Feinbaum, whether it's Stephen A. Smith, whether it's the entire College Football Live panel that was just on ESPN, all saying the Big Ten needs to step in, something's changed here. And I'm not so sure it's as much of the trickle effect as it is this Connor Stalions picture of him on the sidelines in East Lansing, not with Michigan, with Central Michigan, MSU's home opener. Now, Lord knows, I'm not sitting here yelling and screaming about it because it's so absurd. It's so ridiculous. I almost view it like Winnebago Man. It's outrageous. It's just the idea he's there wearing what looks to be spy glasses with the camera built in. It's insanity. He's talking to CMU's head recruiting coordinator. It's him. Mm-hmm. And that's what's changed it for me, that it's now reached a level of such outer space. Okay, someone's got to step in. The school clearly is not going to. They don't have any scruples. We know this. You'd like to think the conference would. The CFP, they're a bunch of worms. But the conference, where 13 of the 14 member institutions are all have to be aligned.
So this was the thing that broke the. It was this.
I think this photo of him, it's not about this, what's the upside and why did he do it? It shows you how insane this kid was. And how they had him on staff.
I was going to say, for me, it was when they found out that this was a syndicate and it was money being funneled to this, and they legitimately had receipts of, okay, you went to this game and you scouted these teams and you did all that. Like, that's not being just crazy dude on its own. We actually had proof. That's when I'm like, okay, there's something here.
I agree there's something. I'm saying what's changed it to me for the national media and just for us locally, that picture dropping is the biggest to everybody. And I put both my middle fingers up. Sorry about that.
I don't think that was him. That was AI.
Okay, then. So here's the athletics piece. Now, everyone was hip to bring up Deion Sanders as this bastion of truth and defending it and saying, hey, he's on our side. 50 coaches aren't. The Athletic talked to 50 coaches around college football. Of the coaches surveyed, scale of 1 to 5, how serious, how egregious are Michigan's alleged actions? Half the coaches said it's a 5, the highest number they could give. The average score was 4.2. Quote, it's easy to call plays when you know what the defense is, said a Pac-12 head coach. It's a huge deal that someone went to another game and filmed all their signals. That's Spygate stuff. They were flying around the country. It's crazy. A Mountain West coach who rated the seriousness of the allegations a 4 was completely baffled, saying, if you're going to do it, at least be subtle. They were so arrogant, so brazen, and didn't hide it at all. It shows how much they didn't care about the rules. So what about repercussions? 47 of the 50 coaches surveyed by The Athletic said Michigan should be punished. I think you should be fired for that stuff, said a Conference USA head coach. Mm-hmm. Doing stuff like that where you violate all the ethics of sportsmanship, it's horrible. Everyone's watching this, said a Mountain West DC. A slap on the wrist and everyone will be doing it. A longtime Big Ten staffer. If you're doing it, which they did, and you're caught, which they were, and it's explicitly against the rules, which it is, his words, not mine,
right?
And everyone believes that to some degree it's a competitive advantage, they shouldn't be able to play in the Big Ten title game. The Big Ten owes 13 programs the competitive balance and owes it to them to protect the sanctity of the conference. If that many programs have confirmed he bought tickets specifically under his name, They cannot play in the Big Ten title game. There's no gray. It's explicitly against the rules. The Athletic talked to another Power 5 head coach. I'll never understand how Harbaugh does what he wants, and no one says anything. Michigan doesn't care. No one holds him accountable. They haven't held him accountable for anything. Does Harbaugh have plausible deniability? Now, once again, it doesn't matter, but it's a talking point, and the Athletic handled it.
Well, and another quote, Mike, from an AAC head coach. If this is all factually true, look how their record changed since they started doing this.
Correct.
So we're not the only ones who noticed that.
No. Does Harbaugh have deniability? 35 of the 50 coaches said no. Who paid for it? Wondered a Pac-12 head coach. There's no way this kid paid for it out of his own pocket, and you can't tell me Jim didn't know. This is the same guy whose answers to the recruiting allegations were, quote, I don't remember. A Pac-12 QB coach. It doesn't look good. He's next to Harbaugh, and then the DC Jesse Minner, and then the OC Sharon Moore. For analysts, there are rules about what you can and can't do. They're just supposed to be charting and bringing energy. Hell no, said an analyst in the ACC. Who gets that close to a head coach who doesn't have access? Close quote. Of those who venture to guess, roughly half felt the Wolverines' edge was somewhere in the range of 3 to 7 points. The other half believed calling it a one-score difference wasn't nearly enough. And a Sunbelt head coach didn't hesitate to say it could easily be a 20-point difference. A Big 12 analyst said it's closer to a touchdown on each side of the ball. That's the Athletic, not Mike and Rico, or as some of you refer to him, Rocco, or some of you refer to him, Theo.
Or background dancer.
All right. So that's the latest. For ESPN to start bodying you up in car wash fashion, that's weird for two Spartans, because ESPN is your PR network. Stephen A. Smith, Paul Feinbaum, Pat McAfee, College Football Live. It's been endless coverage today. I don't know if something has changed or turned a corner, but you can't get away from the story today, and it coincides with Stallion's picture and this Athletic story. And if the water carriers decide to put the water down and start shredding you, which they are, it brings us to the conversation of, all right, doesn't something have to happen here, guys? Like, I don't know what. I mean, Rico and I are not NCAA enforcement. We're not the Big Ten. But I can just tell you that picture it really did bother me, because it's so ridiculous. It's so brazen. It's like, you know what? Walk in traffic long enough, you're probably going to get hit by a car. Yeah. It's just.
See, and I think that the Big Ten had a window, and that window is now closed. But it would have been almost a win-win. It would look as if Petiti actually did something, but it was before the state game. To just come out and say, Michigan, Jim, I don't know who knew what, but you're the head coach. You're gone for 2 weeks. 2 games, you're gone. So Michigan State, bye week, Purdue, and now you're back for Penn State and Ohio State, and this would have been gone. It went away. They didn't do that. Now it's going to call into question. If you happen to run the table and you make the playoffs, you're a national story for a month. People are going to – Harbaugh's not going to have just the local media asking him questions. He's going to have the national media asking him questions he probably doesn't want to hear. You're going to get a whole lot of, I can't talk about it, no comment. Can't we just talk about our team? No, Jim, we want to know what went on. Did you use this extra information you have to get to the place where you are? So I don't know what the Big Ten is going to do, because you have 13 teams, as you say, that have every right to be upset. Plus, you have 4 more teams coming in saying, wait, so is this how it goes? Michigan just can do whatever, and we're going to all act like we don't see this mess right here. Petiti should step up and say something, even if it's a statement saying, guys, we're investigating this, we're looking into this, something. But right now, it's just nothing.
He's not. Oh, I'm sorry, Mike.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
He's not going to say anything. You know why? You saw those 2 Big Ten teams in the top 4 yesterday? That's why he's not going to say anything.
Okay, and if that's what we're going to do, their prerogative, you may as well televise the games on Bravo, and it's the Real Housewives of Ann Arbor. Because at that point, we're not running a real sport.
And I know what's coming. Well, college football's always been, no doubt it's about money. I don't have an issue with that. What I have an issue with is this isn't a recruiting violation from 5 years ago. This is a real-time affecting the game cheating scandal. It's different. And if they're going to whitewash it, that's fine. I'm not telling you not to enjoy your team. I'm not mad at you. You're fans. The point I make is don't ask anyone else to support you. Don't be mad at those who don't support you or fall in line or subscribe to the cult newsletter. We don't. No fan in America will view you as anything other than cheaters. Mm-hmm. No one will value your wins. No one is going to respect you. So
I mean,
that's
think about
fine.
Think about how upset you got when people would say you won half a national title, or you didn't win it all. Nebraska, that upset a lot of Michigan fans, David. Right?
Yes, it did.
Now imagine you win the national title, but you cheated to get it, so you didn't really win.
So that's the perspective outside the cult. I just feel like something changed today, and I can't put my finger on it, but that Connor Stalions photo. And by the way, CMU, figure it out, man. This kid was on your sidelines, and you don't get to say, I don't know. Yeah. Someone got him that pass, and he was talking to your staffers. I said this earlier in the show. Rico and I have both been on plenty of sidelines in our life. You do not get access anywhere near wired personnel. You don't get access anywhere between the 25s. You do not walk on the chalk. Mm-mm. You do not bother staff. You get nothing. You get the thrill of, I'm on the sidelines and damn, these guys are big and moving very fast. This guy was violating all of that, both on your sideline and CMU's. Michigan State should never play CMU in a sport ever again. Let that poverty program go into full arrears.
I was about to say either that or the next time CMU has to hand Michigan State the check. You want to play the game? You give us the check for $1 million.
What good's a check that bounces?
Hey, you know what? They have a famous alum who will have a morning show. That check won't bounce.
248-539-9797.
So we'll make sure it won't bounce.
There's your update. Now we go and you guys tell us what you want to do. We'll bump back with more of the sound from ESPN today as well. 97.1.
Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone, and judgment-free is for everybody who walks through the door because they want you to feel comfortable and work on your fitness goals. They're there to help you build a lasting, active lifestyle. At Planet Fitness, you're going to experience a squeaky clean gym that has tons of equipment, whether you like the free weights, treadmills, rowing machines, they have it all. You don't have time, they can help you with that. A full body workout in just 30 minutes on the 30-minute circuit. And all your memberships include fitness training. You just got to walk up there and ask for it, folks. You get all of this for $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment whatsoever. Yeah, I said that right. $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment. Simple. Go to any Planet Fitness and sign up. Or you can go to planetfitness.com. And if you really enjoy it, you could even upgrade to the PF Black Card, which will give you access to the over 2,400 locations worldwide. But $1 down, $10 a month, get you started with no commitment. Planetfitness.com.
When your furnace goes out, you need reliable service. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical. They got you covered 24/7. Locally owned and operated for 40 years. They're going to back their work with a 5-year warranty. They are your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, electrical, you name it. Generators in stock as well. And if they don't get to you same day, they're going to take $100 off your next day service call. All you need to do, visit mastercraftheating.com. That's Paul or Pete Feinbaum, depending on the level of respect you have for the man. Look, he defended you 2 weeks ago. You don't get to just say he hates you. He defended you. Stephen A. Smith dropped a bomb on you today. McAfee covered it. College Football Live, they all said the Big Ten need to step in. I'm just asking you, has something changed here? I mean, the Connor Stallions photo at East Lansing, I don't know why, it just really irked me. It was so brazen. It was so absurd. This kid is so stupid. But you employed him. Like, you pay him. You employ him. And you used his absurdity to your advantage. So, yeah, I'm kind of at a point now. But here's my thing. I admit this. I didn't go to Mississippi State. I went to Michigan State. As a Spartan, I have no faith that the Big Ten will ever do anything to hurt U of M. Part of that's my own bias. I'm man enough to admit that, but part of it is factual. It's history. I think the Big Ten is a pile. And if Tony Petitti doesn't step up, then he's just as bad as Kevin Warren and Jim Delaney. And I have no respect for him.
At least Jim Delaney told us he was all about money and he really only cared about 2 teams.
There's that Big Ten class. Remember that one at the podium?
Yeah.
All right. Sorry. Can't let certain things go. All right. Let's get to the people. Dre has been very patient. He's up next. What's up, Dre?
What's up, guys? Thanks for getting to me. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man, I'm going to try to be just think that we actually don't really go at it that much, Mike. I call you every week pretty much, but we're pretty much on the same page. But look, man, there's what the right thing to do, and also as a Michigan fan, how you have to accept things moving forward, right? Do I think that from everything that's happened that something should happen in terms of punishment? I do. I'm exhausted of it, and am I surprised that national pundits are changing their narrative? No. Part of it due to they didn't watch Michigan every game. I watched them every game. I watched this whole process the last 2 years, last 30 games. There hasn't been some smooth sailing where we hit a switch and just start dominating everybody.
Second half it has, Dre.
Well, I know.
Your numbers in the second half are outer space.
Now, hold on a second. I agree with you partly. Now, I think that Jesse Minter, maybe he used Tanya more. I think Jesse Minter was better in the second half than Mike McDaniel. I thought Mike McDaniel, for the most part, was pretty consistent. But look, man, I'm not going to make it seem like they didn't benefit from it. The problem is for me, and this is where I go at you, Mike, and you, Rico. You're not national pundits. You watched Michigan these last couple of years.
Yeah.
We don't disagree that there should be punishment. But I've heard you come to these airwaves and note Michigan's strengths, the way they wear teams down offensively. We all know their offense isn't some schematic genius where they're scheming guys open. They beat teams because they just wear them down. Now, defensively, look, man, there's also been changes, too, in terms of player development. Getting a guy like Aiden Hutchinson having 3 sacks against Ohio State, they made a big impact in winning the game. Not just, we just shut down the offense and nobody was open. I'm not saying that there wasn't an advantage. I just think it's unfair to use the words, hey, you know what? It's very convenient that all of a sudden Stallion is the main culprit of us turning around. I think that's unfair, man.
Okay,
there's
Dre,
more to it than that.
But, Dre, here's the other side of that coin. What you're saying could be true. And what you're saying it could be gospel. But you also have to realize that those there are going to be people who now question everything that you see here for, okay, did you have an advantage? Did you know the play? Were you able to get into the right scheme because you knew the play?
You're right. You're right, Rico. You're right. And I can't help national pundits. It's more local, right? And here's the thing, too. You know football like I know football. Hell, I could tell you what I'm doing, and I'm not excusing it. Please understand me.
No, Dre, you don't need to put the disclaimer out there. Dre, you've called the show You've called the show for a long time. Your resume is impeccable. I enjoy having
you. You know what? It's just me, you, and Mike as we watch Mike drink his third cup of coffee.
Both things can be true. I think it's like the scene in Jerry Maguire, and I'm yelling into the phone. I have a great respect for the University of Michigan. You have a good football team. Like, they're good anyways. You're right. Okay. It's not an end-all, be-all. But where, and Dre, you got to draw the line. You were about to fire Jim Harbaugh. The minute you became successful is where this scheme has been noted. The beginning of 21. You can't argue that point and then expect people to just play pretend and go, geez, that is kind of odd.
Right.
I don't know. No, I don't think it's all based on this.
Right. It's like all of a sudden, Barry Bonds goes to just tearing the cover off the ball and his head starts swelling.
Great example.
It's like,
so the steroid example is case in point. People think guys take steroids and they're magically Popeye with the spinach and they hit 70 home runs. No. Or people take steroids and they're in the fitness industry. Do you know how much work has to go in whether you're on gear or not?
Right.
So it's the same bit that
you can't take steroids and eat donuts.
Oh, right. Thank you. Noted. Seven-time Mr. Olympia, Ronnie Coleman, everyone. I'm just making a point. Dre, no matter how big or small the advantage, you impacted the game. It's no different than a corked bat. It's no different than what the Astros did. It's no different than what the Patriots did. Right. I mean, hell, the deflated football thing was stupid. They were better with the regulation footballs in the second half against the Colts. But you did it. So that's the issue you run into. I can say you are a very good football team, and I have no understanding why you would need to do it, but it's very hard to go, wait. All of a sudden, they went from this to this, and here's what's a part of it.
And it brings a cloud. Like, if you're a true blue Michigan fan, you'll forget about it, but everybody else can be, I wonder how much of that was you and how much of that was, not you.
And for the record,
you're a very good team.
Rico and I have never once said, you need to care. If you just want to watch football and play pretend, do it. I understand. But in the same breath, please do not get upset when other people don't do that. The other 13 institutions in this conference have a right to be mad. And I'll tell you what, as the month of November begins, and every game matters, if you get in over somebody else, and you have these accusations and they don't, and anyone with a brain is saying right now you did it, including coaches in the athletic piece, guys, you don't have to care, but you don't have a right to be upset because no one's going to value what you're doing. That may not be right, but it's real.
No, that's pretty much it. You nailed it.
248-539-9797. We continue with your phone calls next. Time to get off the sidelines. Moran Buick GMC. Schedule busy. Youth sports. I have a buddy who just informed me his kid's starting travel basketball, and he's filed for divorce. He is leaving.
Oh.
I'm kidding. He's not, but he looked at the travel schedule and said...
to say, wow, but TJ...
No. He just said, look, Mike, you always said you had someone in Mexico who could help me start a new life. I think I may do that. The point is, maybe you just go and get the GMC Acadia instead for 24 months, seating up to 7 for when your kid's playing basketball in Sault Ste. Marie. Moran Buick GMC has all the best pricing, new stock arriving daily, and free loaner vehicles for any certified service. They have got you covered. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. Well, I'll tell you, we're going to get to the phones. The commercial break conversation between Roberto and Kenny Cott, one for the ages. All I can tell you is Kenny really misses his bidet. We'll just leave it alone. David, for the first...
Did you break it, Kenny?
We're not going to go there. There is no way for me to frame that conversation in clean, over-the-air terms. None. David, ticket text for the...
professional. Use your words.
I couldn't.
MSU journalism taught you how to use your words. Go ahead.
Not this one. Oh, not this one.
Man, there ain't no words that clean that up. Go ahead, David.
That wasn't even Stallions at the game. It hardly even looked like him. I think all the media is turning because the CFP committee, quote, saying this is an NCAA issue, not a CFP issue, essentially saying ball is in your court.
Right. Here's the thing. If it wasn't Stallions, then why is there an investigation to see who it was? Because somebody knows who it is. It really, at Central Michigan, it's getting to the point who's going to get fired over this because it's put them in a negative light that I'm sure they didn't want to be there. And McElwain is saying, I'm not falling on the sword. Who was the one who got the pass for this guy? Probably don't need to get a name, but somebody said, hey, get an extra pass for me. All right, David, I got you covered. But now your guest has brought shame to the university. Yeah. And listen, if it was nothing, this would have gone away.
Here's the other thing. The College Football Playoff Committee, that was such a laugher last night. Oh, well, we're handling what's on the field. You mean like this cheating? It's on the field. I would care far less if Michigan pulled a Jeremy Pruitt and was handing kids Happy Meals filled with money than I care about an on-field, real-time, alleged cheating scandal. So the College Football Playoff Committee, we know what they are. They're filth. But if you want to run your sport like the WWE, no disrespect, that's great. Do it. But I don't have to partake in it. You've already wrecked a lot of the game for a lot of people. The conference realignments are awful. The way NIL's been handled is awful. And in turn, I have to tell you, what these players are allowed to do is awful. I mean, some of these guys basically opting out the minute it doesn't go their way, sitting out, tanking it. It's a joke. Kids now demanding $10,000 to go on a visit. Like, what are we doing?
That's why I do think that Caleb Williams is going to show up in this game against Washington because it's going to be a primetime game. So,
well, because this is your resume.
Yeah.
The NFL cares.
Yeah.
You may not care anymore.
Right.
The NFL does.
Which is why, because I got to thinking, I think that's why the number's that way. You're going to see Caleb from last year. He's still going to probably throw picks, but he's going to try.
I got to look and see what the over-under is for that game. That is like about
I'm thinking 71.5.
80. I mean, it's who's stopping who. David, go ahead.
Please explain to me why the Big Ten was able to make a decision within 2 weeks on the Michigan and Michigan State tunnel incident, including suspensions and fines for the schools, but hasn't acted here.
I got you covered. Because that was A, Michigan State, not Michigan, and B, it was player discipline. That is a much easier, clean, simple thing. Spencer Brown, case in point, 48 hours after his ridiculous, dirty, filthy play against Michigan, he was suspended. It's just a different mechanism, guys. When you're talking about suspending a brand, that's a major thing.
But I also think there was video evidence. And if we find out that that was Connor Stallions, maybe that's the push that the Big Ten needs to say, okay, we now have tangible proof. We all saw it. Oh, by the way, you want to take a guess what the over-under is in that game, Mike?
Oh, my Lord.
You want to take a guess what the over-under is?
I said with zero.
Put it this way.
I'll say 81.5.
The Big Ten West couldn't score this in 3 games.
USC Washington over-under 81.5.
No, 75.5.
Over.
I mean, think about it. Big Ten West was at 29.5.
Yeah, I know.
That's a quarter.
Oh, my Lord, 75.5.
The highest over-under I've ever seen, I think, in my life was 79.5. It was Texas Tech when Mahomes was there against Oklahoma State.
Did they go over?
I don't remember. I was in Vegas. I things got hazy.
Couldn't find a bidet?
No, I didn't mean like that. David, go ahead, and then I'll take some calls.
Someone says, Mike Rico, I'm getting pissed about this protecting the Michigan players narrative. What about the players of the team? What about the players of the teams that they cheated against?
That's fair.
Also, Hutch clearly knew exactly what was going on.
No, listen now. Hutch doing that little routine as a Lion, saying he didn't know who the guy was, and then boom, there's a picture of you with him. I don't even care. I'll be upfront with you. Once you're out of school and you're a pro, I don't really need to hear from you anymore. Unless something really went down while you were there that you need to answer for.
Right.
In the here and now, nobody is saying nothing happened. It's clear something happened, and now it's a level of something. And now you're starting to hear voices who never talk this way. Who the hell talks about banning a team from the playoff or the Big Ten title game? Who ever speaks that way in the national media? No one. It's unheard of. But now you get multiple.
Because here's the thing. If you do nothing, now you're setting a precedent that you've told everybody this truly is the Wild Wild West, and do whatever you want to do. Nothing's going to happen to you. There are no rules.
Well, and for a guy like me, it makes it very easy to simply not care. I'll just bet some games. My favorite team comes on every 3 hours with a new bet. Because I don't do reality TV. Why would I do this? You may as well have Andy Cohen host the CFP. I mean, what's the point?
Well, that's what one of the coaches in the Athletic article said. A Mountain West defensive coordinator said, everyone is watching this, slap on the wrist, and everyone will be doing it. So you're right, Rico. For the Big Ten teams that are coming in here, USC, Washington, Oregon, they're like, okay, you don't do anything? Watch us do it then.
I mean, think about it. All of a sudden now, all right, let's just go out. If you're MSU with a new coach or Indiana, well, just there's no punishment. Let's just do whatever we have to do.
Oh, there is. There's justice and just us. Go. I'll tell you what. Have old Harlan out there with the hunting binoculars. Somebody get me Harlan Barnett at a Toledo Rockets game with his spy glasses. They would shut MSU down for a decade.
Okay.
Ring that bell.
Mike wins.
Ring that bell. Thank you. All right, let's get to the people. Let's go to Steve, 97.1. Stevie, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing all right. I've got 2 points. The first one is that it's pretty easy to get a conviction when you only heard from the prosecution. We haven't heard anything from the defense. Where's the due process? The investigation's not even over, and you guys have already convicted him and are asking for what the penalty should be. It's pretty lopsided when you've only heard from the prosecution, and it's unfair.
Well, hold on, Steve. I'll let you finish. Let me get that, and I'll let you finish your second point. Well, they had an opportunity, and they all chose to leave town when the NCAA came to town to interview them.
Well, they'll put their defense on. They're probably waiting to get their investigation done. It takes a while, and for the NCAA,
no. I mean, the NCAA came to Ann Arbor and said, "We're going to interview you." And all the coaches left.
Well, I don't know. We'll have to hear from the defense when they make a statement and put their evidence forward. All we've done right now is heard from the prosecution, and it's pretty easy to convict. And you want to say that Feinbaum convicts Jim Harbaugh? Well, okay, fine. Then lock him up and throw away the key. And then you want to rely on all the media are saying the same thing? Well, how soon we forget? 2 years ago, all the media was saying that if you take a shot, you won't get a certain virus. But obviously, that wasn't true. The second point is that how big is the advantage really? I think people are really blowing it out of proportion. Because
did you read the Athletic piece by chance?
I heard your summary of it, but listen to this. If we're operating in an environment where every program acknowledges that there's sign stealing going on, whether by whatever means it's going on in one way or another, every program's trying to do it, and every program acknowledges that others are trying to steal their signs. So, you're telling me that Big Ten coaches who get paid, near $5 to $10 million a year are in a game against Michigan, and after Michigan's got the perfect defense called 3 times in a row or whatever, they don't suspect, hey, maybe they've got our signs. Maybe they don't know. They didn't know about
I think
Stallions
they do.
or
I think they
the
do.
meme,
But let me answer.
So they changed their play. They changed their play call up, and then the advantage is just like two or three plays. I mean, it's Michigan State. How come you guys aren't talking about the first half of Michigan State when they weren't even using signs and Michigan dominated them?
Okay, thank you. You stole a little kid's wheelchair. I'm proud of you. Let me buy you a gold star. MSU is helpless. They're awful. Thank you for finding the one thing you could do. Now, let me help you with something.
Was that a real call?
It's a real call. I want to help him. I let him talk, so I can't be accused of not. Here we go. Yes, sign stealing's legal, but using illegal means to steal signs is not. Mm-hmm. So talking point, goodbye.
Can I help you with the next talking point?
Do whatever you want. Go.
Well, it's not just the prosecutor. When they actually have documented proof of tickets that were purchased.
Thank you.
And
it's not a court of law. It's not a court of
Right.
law. Here, Roberto, make a song. It's not a court of law. It's not a court of law. It's not a court of law. I mean, what?
Remix. So, yeah, they came to Ann Arbor, and all the coaches left. If they had nothing to do with this, you simply say, hey.
David, I'll do this at 55.
I don't care about a recruit for 2026. Let's just end this right here, right now. I was letting you finish. Okay.
I've been done.
All right.
97.
All right. So let's hear from the people. We'll continue with the phones. You can do what you want with it. I just feel like something's turning a little bit. And the Stallions photograph, that's him on the sidelines. You'll never convince me otherwise, because CMU in 10 seconds, if it was one of their own, would have identified the person and said who it is. They can't, because it's Connor Stallions in spy glasses filming MSU from the sideline in Spartan Stadium. It's not that act is the most egregious thing. It's just so ridiculous. It forces you to act. And I wonder if that's what's starting to turn the very Pete/Paul Feinbaum who defended you 2 weeks ago, or people who were reticent to make a judgment. Now you have people coming out today, including this Athletic piece, and they've gone full send. You can't play in the Big Ten title game. That's a hell of a departure. So the question is just kind of, what happens here? I know for Rico and I'm at a point now, I don't know how nothing happens. Like, how do you just keep rolling? How do you guarantee the integrity of the games? Like, I don't know how you do it. And in the same sense, I go, well, NCAA's not going to do it. They don't work fast enough. The CFP is just Bravo Network. It would have to be the Big Ten. And how the Big Ten, here's all I will say. While I can't scream and yell that the Big Ten should have acted by now, I'll be damned if the new Big Ten commissioner didn't have a statement by now. How does Tony Petitti not have a statement on this matter? Unless, here's a theory. This is opinion. This is conjecture. This isn't me reporting anything. Theory. What if the reason we haven't heard from the Big Ten, or we haven't heard from the other 13 ADs, is that they've been told not to talk about it while this wraps up?
From the NCAA or for this?
I don't have an answer. I don't. It's something I've never encountered in my 20 years of doing this. I've never encountered this type of scandal. So I don't have an answer for you. And I'm man enough to admit it.
Yeah, because the Big Ten has just gone radio silent.
And 13-member institutions don't agree with this. You know it.
Right. And there's people out there calling every day. So we're going to get an answer today. We're going to get an answer today. No, we're still looking into this. They have to protect the brand. Now for them, is the B1G logo bigger than the Block M?
Listen, you tell me. So let's
I
go
don't
to
have
people.
an answer.
I don't have an answer. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Hi, Mike.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, Mike. What's on your mind?
Yeah, my point was that Stallions had to be in some of these staff meetings when they're going over game plans for teams, and it's hard for me to believe any of these coordinators in Harbaugh didn't have some idea where his data was possibly coming from if he's showing film or whatever he's doing. It's just mind-boggling to me to say none of the. And then when you pointed out the coaches left town when the NCAA was coming in, what does that say? So as far as I'm concerned, I don't know what you do, even if you fire the coaches, whatever you do. I understand what you're saying about the kids shouldn't be punished, but however it turns out, if they do something, it's going to affect the team, whether they can play beyond the championship for the Big Ten or not. And otherwise, I mean, there's going to be so much going on. I don't know how you concentrate and just, drive on and go from there.
See,
so
that,
it's going to affect
Mike,
the team numbers.
Mike, that's the thing, my man. I don't either, buddy. I'm right with you. I mean, it's easy to sit back and you go, well, this is what should happen in a vacuum. But then you try to live in reality. And while something needs to happen, the one thing I can't reconcile is nothing happening. That just doesn't add up to me because it's real-time on-field cheating, including the fact that he was buying tickets and executing this caper this year. Remember, the story came out, and what was it, 2 days later, nobody was in those seats at Penn State, Ohio State. They were still executing the caper. So, yeah, Mike, and here's the other point that I don't know, and Mike, I'm not accusing you of this. I'm talking to other people. We have to stop with Jim didn't know. It doesn't matter. NCAA bylaw, I believe it's 11.2.1.1. Coach doesn't have to know to be held responsible, close quote. That was changed in January of last year. So when people argue that, it's a light show. Mm-hmm. Oh, look over there. It doesn't matter. He went rogue. Doesn't matter. If you own a company and you hire a sociopath and they go rogue and it hurts the company and puts the company's licensing in question, you're responsible.
Right.
They hired this man. They promoted him. They let him hang around the program, promoted him to staff, logos on his paycheck, and they benefited from his work. End. That's not defense and prosecution. In a trial, we don't get to see evidence until the trial. And guys, all of this stuff is coming out. I can't help that it's coming out, but you have to have your head in the sand to think nothing happened. Mm-hmm. And I think what I've tried to do in this, and some of you will never believe it, but what I've tried to do is not go to the other side where I'm demanding atom bombs. I'm not doing that. But something's got to give now because, I mean, we've got Groucho Marx on our sidelines at Spartan Stadium. I've never seen anything like it. Mm-mm. You got Jim McElwain up there getting asked about it.
And, yeah, he didn't have an answer. Central Michigan, I think you put it best. Central Michigan will probably have discipline happen at their school before Michigan does anything. Michigan is just in full effort. Let's just keep playing. Nothing to see here.
And look,
you got your school president saying, I'm standing behind the team.
And I'm not mad that they're taking that approach. I don't have to be angry at that. No. Because I try to put myself in their shoes and go, here, hee hee ha ha. If MSU was in the same position that they were contending for a national title, I would go, all right, what is there to lose? If they're going to get us, they're going to get us regardless. If I try to broker a deal, what type of deal is going to let me play this season, yet they'll burn the rest of our program down? What kind of deal? I don't know what kind of deal that is. So you probably just go, you know what? Close ranks, circle wagons, use our friendly media, and we're just going to try to blinders, us versus everybody play.
See, honestly, Mike, and now that I think about it, there still may be a window because you think and I think you'll beat Penn State. Maybe you just fall on the sword for the next 3 games. You're back for Ohio State. You're back for the Big Ten championship. You're back for the playoffs.
But again, if we can't get a statement from the new Big Ten commissioner, how do you expect action? I'm simply asking for Tony Petitti to address it.
Because I think, here's what it gets lost in the sauce. The longer this goes, the more murky it's going to get. So therefore, somebody step up, clean it up, whether it's just Ward Manuel saying, hey, guys, we're going to do you a favor. 2-3 games, he's going back to the sidelines. We'll just keep going on. Nothing to see here. It worked for the whole recruiting thing. All right, self-imposed 3 games. We're going to move on after that.
Well, and here's the other issue too, right? And this is only for the people who say, well, Harbaugh didn't know. You got to remember something. He's already under investigation, and once the NCAA serves your official notice of charges, your school and coach simultaneously would be under investigation together. The idea that you would then sign that coach, that's kind of an FU. You got to be careful with stuff like that. 248-539-9797. Your calls next. NFL, FanDuel, all customers get a no-sweat same-game parlay Thursday night football. Place a 3-leg same-game parlay on this week's game between the Titans and Steelers. Big yikes. That's an awful football game. So, yeah, the same-game parlay probably necessary to make it viewable. It's FanDuel, the top-rated.
Seen the Monday night game.
Not optimal. FanDuel.com/ticket. Don't miss out on your chance for that no-sweat same-game parlay. It's FanDuel, the official betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. Refund issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117.
Christ, it sounds like I'm dropping a piano on his head. Jesus. All right, that's enough. Okay. Thank you. Good heavens. Yesterday, it got a little spicy. Don't worry. I'm not at all in a bad mood. I don't even think I've raised my voice today. We're good. But this Michigan scandal, it's everywhere today. You can't, there's no television network not reporting on it. It's everywhere in print. The Athletic with an expansive piece interviewing 50 coaches. Essentially, yeah, everyone views it. You went way over the line. A vast majority, not exclusive, but damn near, you need to be punished. I can read you some of the quotes later in the hour. And then we did talk about, look, you can hate Paul Feinbaum, but 2 weeks ago, he was defending you and callers were using him as a point of justification. Today, he shredded you. So now what? We just disregard because it doesn't go with the narrative? Stephen A. Smith, same deal. You want to tell me he doesn't know his elbow from his bleep hole with college ball? Fine. So be it. The point I'm making. National narrative turning a little bit. And it's all centered around, it's one thing, I think, to say they had a vast scouting network, it was illegal, and travel agent, okay. But when you actually see the pictures of it, not Stallions just on your sideline, there's something where you go, all right, they had an analyst doing things he wasn't supposed to do. You might be able to work your way around it. When you see what we believe to be Connor Stallions on another team's sideline, and your team's not even playing that day, and he's scouting MSU with spy glasses in a CMU getup, there's something that it moves you to act and go, all right, hold on. Come on now. I just equate it to like eating at a restaurant and someone's kid is going nuts. And it's been 45 minutes and the parents are blissfully enjoying their croutons. You get to a point as a fellow diner at the restaurant going, are you going to parent or not?
You don't see this. You don't hear this. Right. Your kid is taking laps around the restaurant.
So that's where we're at. And look, we could play the Paul Feinbaum audio, or Pete, as some of you refer to him as, and Stephen A. if you like. Take a listen. We'll get to your calls. But this has been all day on ESPN. And guys, this ain't Rico and I. They're outright saying you should be banned from the postseason. Now, that's a far departure from what we've been hearing, where everybody wanted to be careful the last few weeks. Take a listen. All right, so that's fine, Bo. Now, Stephen A. actually was measured. It wasn't our general, Stephen A. exasperation. Take a listen. And obviously you've heard Jim Rome. I don't know if that counts anymore, but Jim Rome's been saying it all day. So look, you can do what you want with it. Rico and I have just reached a point where it's like, all right, for the first time, something's got to be done now. Mm-hmm. I would simply like this. Can we start with a proof of life of Tony Petitti, Big Ten commissioner? I'm not even demanding what he says. I'm just demanding that he says.
Yeah, because as this goes further and further, I mean, Central Michigan could have easily put this thing down. And their AD is like, yeah, we got to investigate this. As a matter of fact, after the game, that was one of the questions that they asked head coach Jim McElwain, about this whole, was that Connor Stallions on your sideline?
Here's the deal. No offense, but Dick Tracy ain't on the case. 24 hours later, if you can't figure it out, it was him. Because if that was anyone affiliated to the CMU family who would get a sideline pass, look, I had a sideline pass. Yes, Rico and I have both had them at stadiums that aren't anywhere near here. There are very tight rules, all right? If I pulled that crap that mystery man, a.k.a. Stallions, pulled in Spartan Stadium, I would have been escorted out of Ole Miss or West Point, I would have been escorted out in a hurry.
But here's the thing, though, Mike. You're dressed from head to toe like every assistant coach. Well, not from head to your pants.
Not to your toes.
Not to your toes because your shoes were Nike. But you're dressed like the assistant coaches, which means somebody knew. Somebody handed you clothing and said, here, put these on so you blend in.
It's just so brazen. It's so outrageous. I'm not even angry. I'm just like, all right, you going to parent your kid? Like, is someone going to do something? I'm not going to ask Michigan to do it. They've already proven they have no integrity. They've already proven they're a win-at-all-cost program. I get it. I'm not even mad about it. I only get mad when you try to tell me you're cleaner than a preacher's sheets. But at some point, someone has to be the parent. I don't know how nothing happens. It's gotten so silly, so outrageous. Something's got to happen. So here's what I've started with. Can someone wake Petitti up from his nap? You are the commissioner of the Big Ten. 13 of the 14 member institutions are outraged. Can I just get the only way I come to him not making a statement is he's being told not to.
Which is what I think is probably going on. That he's told everybody we're going to come to the bottom of this, or let's just let it all play out.
248. Thank you, John. 248-539-9797. David, the ticket text, then we get to the callers.
Michigan cheated a little bit. As a Michigan fan, I don't care. Punish us, but there is no way they are taking wins away or stopping us from going to the ship this year. Think about all the Tom Brady stuff. Oh, yeah, I forgot. There's Super Bowl banners, and Stephen A. is a joke.
Okay, so hold on. That's a great deflection text. I didn't hear a single reason why.
He's just saying he doesn't care.
And that's okay. I'm not coming.
But you know what?
I'm not coming down on him for that.
Kind of like the one caller. Just say, I don't care. Don't say, well, what about everybody else?
And bring that same energy if this was OSU in the fulcrum of the laser.
Oh, please.
Or imagine at the height of D'Antonio's powers, winning 7 of 8, you couldn't figure out how to do it. We were busy getting random drug tests for our players because we were on that Hulk juice.
I remember, when Ohio State had the whole tattoo thing going on.
Oh, no, they want to burn Tressel at the stake.
Oh, not even that. JT Barrett.
But that's,
referee, Ohio.
I accept some of it because college football is the height of tribalism. But it's also why I can accept it, but I don't have to value it. Because if this were coming out of East Lansing, whether it was Tuck, D'Antonio, or the ghost of Muddy Waters, they would have been suspended immediately. It's truth. You don't have to agree. It's my truth. I just know how this game rolls.
Oh, I hate that my truth stuff. Mike in Fenton says, I think it's funny that Jim McElwain has answered more questions on this issue than Ward or Harbaugh combined.
Well, when you're not allowed to ask Harbaugh about it, like certain people are not allowed to do. And that's all I'll say about that.
Everyone is dirty. Who feels sorry for Alabama? Oh, Lord.
Okay, time out. I just want to make sure now. You want to be on Alabama's integrity plane when you call yourself the leaders and best. When your coach has said it's hard to keep up with the cheaters. I just want to make sure I have all my facts straight. See, for the rest of us, oh, yeah, we're in the mud. I don't care if you think MSU and Bama are one and the same, except we have better dental care.
See, I think
the
the most damning thing is the statement from Bo saying, you don't get to do this. You don't get to act dumb.
You know, oddly enough, I happen to have that right here. From Bo's Lasting Lessons, the legendary coach teaches timeless fundamentals of leadership. Great book. You really should read it. Every coach, every executive, every leader, they all know right from wrong. Even those Enron guys. When someone uncovers a scandal in their company, I don't think they can say, I didn't know that was going on. They're just saying they're too dumb to do their job, ! And if they really are too dumb, why are they getting paid millions to do it? They know what's going on. Glenn Bo Schembechler. Man, if only Jim knew of his existence. Oh, well. You hate to see it.
Not even going to say what I'm going to say next. I'm just going to roll into this. Nope, not even that.
Okay.
Everything changes so fast these days. That's a great thing. Back in the day, we were lucky to get one video to download to our desktop computers, but now there's Xfinity's 10G network. That means the fastest internet with faster speeds rolling out all the time, and internet that can power a whole house full of devices with all at once with an ultra low lag. So while one person is streaming a movie in their room, another person is playing video games in the basement, you're watching the game, and somebody's doing the latest TikTok creation in the kitchen. It's the next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now, and now through November 15th, new customers can get a 75 megabit internet on the next generation Xfinity 10G network for just $20 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply to internet service. Actual speeds vary.
Perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. And what's not for debate is simple. The iComfort Eco, the best mattress on the market, supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Or Serta's Perfect Sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. All right, we'll get to the people. And again, I don't know if this matters to you. It's not like we're curing cancer or breaking news, but like Evan just showed me something. Last year's Michigan State game, Jim Harbaugh, Sharon Moore, Connor Stallions, they come back from commercial break. They're having a conversation, the three of them together. And then Stallions does what he does, and they begin doing what they do to get the play into the – it just – optically speaking, it makes it very hard for you to say, I don't know that person. Or I didn't know what was going on when you were partaking in it. Mm-hmm. And if you're partaking in it, if you were just willfully ignorant to how this guy was getting his stuff, that doesn't let you off the hook, including by NCAA bylaw. So that's just understand why people like us feel the way we do, or why maybe the national media is coming around to it. But yeah, you should go watch the video Evan's got.
I know Evan's combing through all the different games.
Evan's sick.
He was at the Western Michigan games looking at the sidelines.
Oh, okay. Let's go to Nick, 97.1. Hi, Nick.
Oh, Mike, I'm really struggling. You may remember me yesterday. I the trebuchet guy. I called in, and then with a very emotional call, and then it resulted in me reaching for words that could not be aired on this radio station. So I apologize.
That's okay.
Oh, no, we remember you.
It happens.
But you said trebuchet, so you know what? You win.
It's going to be a little bit of a personal growth because now I'm listening to these calls. For all the talk that people say that I don't care, I just want to win. Well, for the aggrieved fan bases, the 13 aggrieved fan bases you talked about, Mike, I'm one of those aggrieved fan bases. I'm Penn State. I've had to watch this team lose to Ohio State every single year, including this year where it looked like our offense was schemed by Mike Tomlin on some form of drugs that I can't even explain. I mean, it was awful. But I just, and then imagine my surprise last year when we're getting blown out in the second half against Michigan. I'm just like, God, we just can't beat this team. It's impossible. Imagine my reaction when I found out the following year that this team had been stealing signs from our sideline by videotaping them, and then I found out in the Ohio State-Penn State game they were doing the same thing. I mean,
or Nick,
I can't do it.
Nick,
I can't.
They were actually headed to your game.
I can't remember what I was going to say.
Nick, hold on. They were headed to your game to do it again this year.
I know it's like Mike, and then you have people out here, and it's I'm going to collect myself.
Deep breath.
It's just okay. If the Big Ten does not do anything this year, if nobody does anything this year, and they just let them go to the title and they let them do whatever because we got to have money, I'm out. I can't. They probably still would have beaten us last year, but I can't do it. Why does anybody follow the rules if you're just allowed to break them? Why don't? Hey, I've lost to Ohio State every year like you. What's my excuse? Why don't I just start cheating?
Well, that's the whole point. And look, I know I've referenced stuff like this before, but some people don't like it and they think, oh, well, that's just Valenti's garbage. And it's like, no, it's just a data point. It's not absolutes. But when I cite Las Vegas data, when I cite no one outruns Vegas over the long term, it's factual.
Be careful.
Vegas doesn't lose. Not only are you outrunning them, meaning whatever spreads they're putting out there, you're destroying them. So let me give you context.
What does the point spread have to do with the game?
It has everything to do with it. That no team in the history of football. Do you think Georgia the last 2 years has been two of the more impressive teams in the last, say, decade to 15 years of college football?
Heck, they're the Philadelphia Eagles right now.
Okay, 26 guys into the league and really quite a pair of teams. Georgia's 12-10 over the last 22 against the number. Michigan is 19-5-1, and you're outpacing the spread by almost 10 points a game.
It's unheard of. It coincides with the scandal. Here's the other thing. The Athletic report, you had a great number of coaches saying this is worth at least 7 points a game. So when you link up, this is what coaches believe. Here's the mathematics. That's all Vegas is math. Vegas doesn't lose. That's why the lights are bright. They don't lose. They can't get around you. So so here's what you have to believe. Either A, the scandal actually has merit, or you are the singular greatest team to ever grace a college football field over 22 games. I'm going to need that on the drop board, and I think that's going to be in our drop tournament. That's tremendous. Can I have that one more time? It's kind of nightmare fuel.
It is, but
and chair, spine. Oh, goodness gracious. All right, we'll keep it somewhat timely. Let me tell you about Moran Buick GMC. Here, I don't care. If you want to buy a truck or a car, you do. You better have that money. Moran Buick GMC, the GMC Acadia, 24 months, $266 a month, $19.99 down. Maybe trucks are more your deal. The GMC Sierra 1500 new stock arrives daily. They get you the best prices, period. It's what they do. MoranExpress.com, the easiest system of online ordering, service appointments, you name it. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. We'll get back to your calls in a moment. But for the non-college football folks, we do want to mix in a little NFL, go around the league, trade deadline fallout. Here's David, Football Today.
Well, not boiled shrimp, but a firing, and a few of them, and a benching. The Raiders had a night. News came across at about 1, 2 a.m. that Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler were getting fired in Las Vegas. Antonio Pierce, the linebackers coach, will be the interim head coach. And then later on this morning, Jimmy G was benched. I mean, they're not going to have a winning season, but what does the future look like in Las Vegas?
Chaos. I mean, it's who they are. It's what they are. You just go back to it. Derek Carr led him to the playoff with Tony Brajoli or whatever his name was, the interim guy, Bobby Brajol. And Josh McDaniels comes in and hand selects who he wants. And the offense goes into a complete clown car. It's Raider-esque. I don't have anything else I could add to you. Their future it's one of the worst jobs in the league.
Yeah, the beauty of it is, I guess, if you tank far enough, this is the year to tank. This is the year you can go out and get one of those quarterbacks, or maybe a Drake May.
Harbaugh to the Raiders and JJ at quarterback.
But I wonder about that, though, because
McSizzle on the strip.
Still paying Gruden, still paying McDaniels. I know there's no coach salary here, but is he going to be big money on
But he
Harbaugh?
is the poorest owner in the league.
Yeah, correct.
They have been notoriously viewed as cash poor. You're right. They'll be hiring Bum Phillips.
Which is why you want to get one of the rookie quarterbacks, because you don't have to pay them as much for the next 5 seasons.
I want you to think about J.J. McCarthy in Vegas.
Woo! Jimmy G leaves and the beautiful JJ shows up.
JJ McSizzle.
But yeah, they're just hoping to get one of the quarterbacks, David. This is done. It's a clown. You got embarrassed on national TV in a game where...
Don't you dare say by the Lions.
What?
As if that's some shot.
No. It's not. Okay, just drink your coffee. All right? Leave me alone. No, in a game where I think any other team with the mistakes that the Lions did would have at least made the game competitive. Like the Lions were just out there running practice. You got Amon-Ra on a halfback, a wide receiver double pass, and that's okay. I'll just get sacked. We'll kick the field goal. We'll still beat you because you're no good.
Before we get into some trade deadline stuff, I do want to touch on this because this team is in first place, but they just made a QB switch. Desmond Ridder has been benched. Taylor Heineke or Hinkie or whatever you call him.
It's Heineke.
He is the starter now, so halfway through. Will he keep them in first place?
It's the only move they could make. And in fact, it should have been the move they made from the start of the year. Ridder cost them no less than 2 games. He's awful. Heineke, gamer, people in the locker room love him. He'll give you a decent shot. But look, ultimately, that's a team that said, no, we don't need to be in on Lamar Jackson. We're good. They ran to the podium to tell you we got Desmond Ridder. Pure idiocy. It's, again, why you don't take quarterbacks outside of the top of the first round.
Yeah, I think this is a move that they had it all in a bad division. They really wanted Ridder to work out. And they tried to tailor the offense. They went and got him, they drafted players. Bijan was going to help him out, take some of the pressure off. What you found out was, he just stinks. He was no good. You were never going to capture what he did in Cincinnati playing for the Bearcats in the NFL. It's a different animal.
So the talk in this town was about culture and fit. Well, I wonder if this may be a reason why the Lions didn't trade for Chase Young. Michael Silver, on a report about Chase Young, says Young, according to several Commanders coaches and other organizational sources, was viewed as an undisciplined player who developed bad habits such as deviating from assignments in an effort to make splash plays. Well, of course, this is coming out after he's traded,
I was going to say.
Usually happens. But I'm not saying do you believe this, but could this be a reason if other teams were hearing about it that the 49ers got lucky and got him because of it?
I think both can be true. I think there's an element of truth to it. They didn't pick up his fifth-year option. He also had the patella injury. But no, I don't think all of a sudden he's a dog beat player. He's got 5 sacks since he's returned.
David, there's always something like that you hear, especially around the draft. That's why Micah Parsons fell to the Cowboys. Oh, look at this. Jalen Carter. Well, look at all. He's fat. He can't do this. He can't do that. All right. Yeah. People change. They get better. So he's a malcontent. Yeah. If this were coming out beforehand, yeah. But this is like when, you get divorced and then all of a sudden the ex-wife or ex-husband starts trashing their spouse. Like, yeah, you're the one who married them, not us. Like, now you want to tell us how bad of a person they are? I take it with a grain of salt.
So we all know in this town the trade deadline has passed.
Heck, the Niners took Randy Gregory. Now that's a pretty bad dude.
Yeah.
They didn't care.
You're right about that. Lions didn't make but one small move. So outside of the Lions,
Cash Tech, DPJ,
a team in buy or sell mode, which team needed to make a deal the most at the deadline?
Lions. That's it. Lions.
Outside of them.
Nah, Lions. I know my truth. It was on you to keep up with the Joneses. The Eagles, the Seahawks, and Niners all got better, all made substantial moves, and you didn't. It's the Lions, and I'm not offering you another answer.
I would say the Chiefs, maybe a receiver. Going out there and really trying to solidify and get a guy.
Oh, you're telling me Kadarius Toney didn't fix all their problems?
Is he still in the league?
Miko Hartman.
Here's my surprise face.
I think the Giants probably should have made another deal to enhance that and insulate Daniel Jones, because I still think they could be a playoff team.
I hate you, and you're a liar and a bad person.
I was just saying if you were paying attention.
Mm-hmm. Well. So here's what I'm going to do. And I may or may not hold you to this, okay? I'm not saying they're going to come out of the AFC or the NFC, but what I want to know from you two is who, and when the season's over, we're halfway through now, who will be the king of the AFC and who will be the king of the NFC?
You mean in the Super Bowl?
Number 1 seed.
Oh, the number 1 seed.
Number 1 seed.
Okay,
Let's just
Eagles
we'll
in
get
the
to the playoffs
NFC.
later.
Eagles in the NFC and AFC, honestly, kind of digging what the Ravens are doing a little bit. I don't know about KC has a better defense than an offense, and that kind of fries my brain. Can't beat the Dolphins. Can't beat the Bills.
Yeah, Dolphins are going to have to play too many games outdoor. I'm going to go AFC. I'm going to go with Kansas City. They'll find a way. They'll win it by a game. The NFC, man, the Eagles haven't hit that gauntlet yet.
Yeah, but they got Jalen Carter, so they're in.
They do. But you know what?
That's your guy.
In honor of Chase Young, I'm going to say the Niners rebound.
Of course you would. And
hey, you guys don't ask me questions if you don't want to hear the answer.
Of course you would. Let's end it with this, because the Titans wore the old Oilers jerseys on Sunday.
Beautiful.
But earlier in the year, the University of Houston wore the Houston Oilers-inspired throwbacks,
also
and they
beautiful.
were sent a cease and desist letter from the NFL.
That's ridiculous.
Saying the letter said for the school demanding them to halt it any further. Do not wear it. They had plans to wear it, I believe, one more time this year.
They were gorgeous.
So what are they going to do?
They wore them when they played UTSA. They were beautiful.
So what would the NFL do? Just stop them?
Yeah.
They're gonna just
sue them, I guess. I don't know.
Be like Colorado and just walk into the locker room and take the jerseys?
I have no idea, but
Boy,
they'll
do
probably
I have
send
thoughts
someone
on that story for another
Can we
day.
add that to the mix? How in the world can you have your players' locker room broken into at not one, but 2 different places? Hey, Dion.
Might be an inside job.
Maybe there's a fox in the hen house.
Or here's another idea. Don't have your players act like they're filming a music video, flashing the cash and flashing the jewelry. Now, I'm not telling you to not live your life, and I'm not mad that the kids want to have nice things. Go do it. But when you're putting it out there and everyone knows exactly where you are and when you'll be away from your items, like, Dion, you're the adult in the room. Tell them it's not acceptable. Hey, here's a question. Hey, Bobby Horn, do I need 7 chains on while I'm playing?
Yeah.
Does this stuff need to come with us? Here's a safety deposit box. When we go on the road, we're putting the stuff there.
How about you just leave it at home and you don't need to bring it? But David, I mean, the locker rooms have security all around. There's cameras all around the stadium. If they really want to know what happened, which leads me to believe it happened to you at Jackson State, now it's happening to you at Colorado. I've yet to hear of any other locker room getting robbed for jewelry.
Who's the head of security? Probably
Connor
there at both
Stallion.
places.
Wait a minute. Where was he? They were in a bye week.
Okay, no.
Stop it.
Stop.
That
is Rico making a joke.
In football today.
We'll get back to your calls in a moment. But for the non-college football folks, we do want to mix in a little NFL, go around the league, trade deadline fallout. Here's David, football today.
Well, not boiled shrimp, but a firing, and a few of them, and a benching. The Raiders had a night. News came across at about 1, 2 a.m. that Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler were getting fired in Las Vegas. Antonio Pierce, the linebackers coach, will be the interim head coach. And then later on this morning, Jimmy G was benched. I mean, they're not going to have a winning season, but what does the future look like in Las Vegas?
Chaos. I mean, it's who they are. It's what they are. You know, you just go back to it. Derek Carr led him to the playoff with Tony Brajoli or whatever his name was, the interim guy, Bobby Brajol. And Josh McDaniels comes in and hand selects who he wants. And the offense goes into a complete clown car. It's Raider-esque. I don't have anything else I could add to you. Their future it's one of the worst jobs in the league.
Yeah, the beauty of it is, I guess, if you
NFL, you got Thursday Night Football coming up tomorrow night.
This is the year to tank.
Tonight.
This is the year you can go out and get one of those quarterbacks, so maybe a Drake May.
Harbaugh to the Raiders and JJ at quarterback.
But I wonder about that, though.
McSizzle on the strip.
Right now, you play
$5 money line.
Still paying McDaniels
$50.
I know there's no coach salary here, but is he going to be big money?
But he is the poorest owner in the league.
Correct.
They have been notoriously viewed as cash poor. You're right. They'll be hiring Bum Phillips.
Online real money wager
Which is why you want to get one of the rookie quarterbacks, because you don't have to pay them as much for the next 5 seasons.
I want you to think about J.J. McCarthy in Vegas.
1-800-270-7117.
Jimmy G leaves and the beautiful JJ shows up.
JJ McSizzle.
But yeah, they're just hoping to get one of the quarterbacks, David. This is done. It's a clown. You got embarrassed on national TV in a game where...
Don't you dare say by the Lions.
What?
As if that's some shot.
No. It's not. Okay, just drink your coffee. All right? Leave me alone. No, in a game where I think any other team with the mistakes that the Lions did would have at least made the game competitive. Like the Lions were just out there running practice. You got Amon-Ra on a halfback, a wide receiver double pass, and that's okay. I'll just get sacked. We'll kick the field goal. We'll still beat you because you're no good.
Before we get into some trade deadline stuff, I do want to touch on this because this team is in first place, but they just made a QB switch. Desmond Ridder has been benched. Taylor Heineke or Hinkie or whatever you call him.
It's Heineke.
He is the starter now, so halfway through. Will he keep them in first place?
It's the only move they could make. And in fact, it should have been the move they made from the start of the year. Ridder cost them no less than 2 games. He's awful. Heineke, gamer, people in the locker room love him.
All right. that new drop is something else. David on the ticket text, and then we will get Rieger is here. Is Wojo?
No, I think it's just Rieger.
I'm sure he's writing another hard-hitting piece. All right, David, go ahead.
Connor Stallions at the CMU Michigan State game is almost proof that this guy acted alone. It shows how nuts he is.
Okay, so here's my answer to you. It doesn't matter. Him acting alone, but the collective still benefiting from his rogue operation. And the NCAA bylaws saying it doesn't matter if Jim knew. He is in charge of complete oversight of the program. Stop parroting nonsense. It doesn't matter. I agree he probably went rogue. I agree he's a sociopath. You hired him. You promoted him. Your logo's on his paycheck. And in the critical moments, you're talking to him.
And he's a low-level person on the
I just saw a video of Harbaugh taking his headset off to listen to hear what Stallions was saying to him.
I don't think that some Michigan fans understand when you're in his position, you don't talk to the coach during the game.
Right.
Period. There is nothing you have to say. Coach, they're stealing your car. Don't care. Who are you and why are you talking to me right now?
You're just not going to get through to certain people, and that's okay. It gets frustrating because it's right there for everybody.
I know.
I
mean, you go talking to a coach during the game and you get to who this? Because you start looking at yours. Who is this guy talking to me?
Yeah.
Do you know him?
But when you're talking to him, they know who you are, and they know you have value.
Right.
Now, if Jim
when
never
they take their
asked,
headset off to listen to what you have to say, you got value.
If Jim never asked about how are you this good at what you do, that's called willful ignorance. There's not a head coach in the land who's going to have some nobody that they bring aboard and they think they've hired Rain Man. And they're not going to try to find out, all right, hey, what do you got going on the side here?
Right. Photographic memory. What's your secret to your sauce?
You choose not to ask. I mean, again, you're the CEO.
Period. Why doesn't OSU and Penn State refuse to play Michigan, force the Big Ten to make a decision then?
I made the comment when this first came out and the Big Ten offered MSU an ability to not play the game. I said it. I wouldn't play the game.
Because those guys would be looked at as you were running from them. You were scared.
Don't care.
No, it makes sense. If a uniform, if everybody just said, we're not doing it.
But if Purdue said, we're not playing this week.
But you needed all 5 teams to say, not going to happen.
We're not playing these guys.
Right.
That's where, okay.
Now Petiti has to say something.
Well, and that's where I wonder.
Because now that means that Fox is saying, whoa, we've been hyping this game up all year. What do you mean you're not playing it? We're not playing it.
I just need Petiti. I'm not demanding what he says. I'm just saying he needs to issue a statement. It's absurd that the College Football Playoff Committee issued one, but the conference this team plays in hasn't. It's an absurdity.
Why is he wearing sunglasses at a night game?
Because they have a camera in them. That's the blue light. Those look like the Ray-Ban tech glasses that have the camera in them, which, by the way, uploads to the cloud immediately.
Yeah, because at that point in the game, the sun had already set.
I've heard that.
Wasn't really in your eyes. Yeah.
Someone says, I know why. Because of money. Money. You're loving that drop.
I can't. I mean, we're on fire with drops right now. On fire.
Oh, my gosh. I can't believe this. Somebody's sending this in. I think the Big Ten is worried that Michigan will leave the Big Ten if they were to come down on Michigan.
Okay, next.
What? All these other coaches are only saying this stuff because they're salty that their team sucks.
Right. So the Athletic just interviewed 50 coaches. None of them coach a good team, and that's the reason they're saying what they're saying. Listen, I didn't realize we had Mike Lindell texting the show.
The Big Ten doesn't want to do anything because they don't want to ruin one of the biggest selling items, which is Michigan, and the other one is Ohio State.
Wonderful. So have Andy Cohen and Ramona Singer and the rest of the Housewives crew host the show. Because at that point, you're doing reality television. And that's fine, but just come out and say it. For Petiti to be hiding, say it.
13 of your 14 member institutions are outraged. You got to say something. I don't have to agree with what you say. I'm not demanding what you say. You got to speak. Have to. The Daily Ticket.
You know what's interesting, guys?
Hey, here's what's interesting.
Who is that, by the way?
Our caller, Nick.
Oh.
We're on fire with drops.
Oh. I heard the one guy call in and say, listen, you're convicting Michigan already. They haven't even had their day in court.
It's not court.
Apparently to that guy it is.
I know.
You know what's interesting? Here's what I figured out, okay? At first, is that a Michigan State guy?
No, it's a Penn State fan.
Oh, so he's just pissed off that
Yeah.
Michigan's cheating.
Yes.
Fair enough. But you know what's interesting?
The Daily Ticket.
It started with, it's just a stupid rule. It's no big deal.
I know.
Then it went to, well, there's no competitive advantage. Everybody does it, right? And now it's, well, he was a lone wolf. You can't. And now that, of course, Harbaugh's responsible for that, the only thing the defenders have left is, you guys are idiots. Michigan didn't get their chance to say their side. That's it.
Well, like I said, when you're rationally arguing with irrational people, that's generally how it works.
Dude, Feinbaum brought up such a great point that I didn't even think about. Like, what about the other teams?
I know.
So Michigan's going to take a spot in the CFP. What about the other teams that are going to get screwed because
and again,
Michigan's
he
there?
defended you 2 weeks ago, and people championed it. Now he doesn't agree with you, and, well, he's a scumbag. You know, Stephen A. Smith, I thought his comments were interesting.
Absolutely.
It's common sense approach to this. How does this just disappear?
So let me ask you guys this. Like, the phrase, the walls are closing in, they got to be. Because it's the same. Well, hold on. Because people would say last week, well, if the Big Ten was going to do something, they would have already done something.
Yeah.
Okay? But now we all know how these things go. Starts with a blip. And now that there's pressure mounting, they're going to have to do something.
If you show me Petiti and the Big Ten with a authoritative statement, I would start to believe you. I refuse to believe anything's ever going to happen to Michigan.
There was some good radio for middays today. I was listening to Doug and Scott. And thank you, Scott. Doug he's like, well, it just drives me crazy that they would do this and wreck a good season. And then, of course, he was talking about what Stallions was wearing. And he's like, why are you wearing sunglasses anywhere? And Gator's like, they could be sunglasses that are recording the sideline.
Look at the blue light.
I know, right?
Here's the other thing.
And Doug didn't want to believe it, but like I looked them up on Amazon, $357.
CMU is an Adidas school.
Yes,
he was wearing Nikes.
Yes.
Nike shoes.
Okay, so let me ask you guys this.
And if you
for
were
the people out there like, well, he's got on an Adidas shirt, Nike shoes.
Let me ask you this, though. So Stallions is bald. Was he wearing a wig? Because those pictures show a guy with hair. Because if he's wearing the wig,
it gets better
that is
and better.
freaking amazing.
Dude, it just feels like if it wasn't him, they would already ID the guy, right?
Yeah, I mean, CMU
He's
would have said,
talking
like,
to somebody
that's
throughout
Bob.
the game. Somebody handed him the official CSU garb. CMU garb. Here you go.
Imagine right now it's not him, and you're the guy that's in that picture. It would take you 10 minutes. This has become a national story. You go, yo, it's me. My name's Pete McBride. I play trumpet. I don't know, something.
Two things. Somebody from CMU is going to be in trouble. And number two, why is it always Central Michigan that has problems with pictures that nobody ever answers to? You had
stop.
You had the shark.
No, but he at least answered, and he came out.
Was it
like,
not
guys,
him?
Yeah, he was like, that's not me.
And now you got this.
He had fun with it. Was like, yeah, that's not me. But he came out and said, not me.
It's just really hard to believe it's not him.
Of course. Because who is it then? And they would have had to answer. They're responsible for everybody on their sidelines.
But we're talking about Connor Stallions or the Shark?
Oh. CMU.
Oh.
Okay, let me ask you guys this. One last question. This has been amazing. You guys are loving this, right? I mean, come on.
No. Believe it or not, no.
No?
I would trade.
I'm a Michigan fan and I like this. This is amazing.
You're also a troll.
I would trade all of this for the ability to have my own football team functional.
Okay.
I would trade it all.
Have you thought about...
I already told you. Here, I'll make a deal with the devil. You guys can win the Natty if I get Urban. I would sign the piece of paper right now.
Can I make it better for you?
Sure.
What if Petiti steps in and does discipline Michigan somehow, some way, and on that same day, you guys announce that you hired Urban Meyer? That would be the greatest day of your life.
No.
If that's the greatest day of your life, you haven't really lived. But yes, it would be a
the
fun
greatest day of
afternoon.
your
That top
life.
5.
It would be the greatest day of your life, Rieger.
Okay.
You're a troll.
I care.
The daily
The
ticket.
greatest day of my life was, seeing this little girl right there come into this world.
You know what?
Maybe top 10, though.
I'll let it go because she's sitting right there.
All right, 97.
We're out.